They did it in E.T. If you remember in E.T., where E.T.'s cycling, and then there's all the police standing there with their guns, and E.T. closes his eyes. They're like, oh, God, you're going to crash. No, they take off, and the whole cinema cheered. And then when they did the remake of it, to put it out on a special DVD edition, they airbrushed out the rifles in the policeman's hands. Isn't that great that you could do that? If only we'd done it to Sean Connery when he was around and airbrushed him out of The Hunt for Red October, that would make everybody fairly happy. One of the most ghastly films I've ever seen. Oh, but talking of ghastly things, I'm so sorry to break it to you. Too early on in the proceedings, Blue are going to reform. They've decided that one for the money and the Hovis bread and all the rest of it, they're good. Apparently the time is right. Unfortunately, the time will never be right for Blue to make a comeback. The reason they disappeared is because they all went off to do different things, and the audiences drift away for things like that. The pop audiences, or as I call them, the little screaming girls, and by God do they scream, because I went to a Blue concert once with Dale, and the moment the lights dimmed down, the screaming was enough to... You could have launched jet aircraft. It was absolutely... You're not bothering with a shave today, Nick. You're sort of saving up for the razor blades. Can I help in any way, shape or form? Shave tomorrow. Do you know, men do that, don't they? They actually go, I'll have a shave tomorrow. Whereas me, I couldn't walk out the house without having a shave. I absolutely couldn't. I just feel grubby. You have one once a week. Well, by Jove, you're doing better than most of us in this room, I'm telling you. Once a week. I mean, I couldn't. I sat there on the settee last night thinking, well, as you do, and I thought, shall I, shan't I? And in the end, I sort of sat there and I did it. And then I suddenly realised I can't go out without having a shave. I'm not into this macho, butch kind of Omi look. Designer stuff. What was designer about? There's nothing designer about it. It just looks ridiculous. Shave it off, make yourself look clean. And also, it takes years off you. I couldn't grow a beard if my life depended on it. The only time I ever nearly grew something was years and years ago, and I could grow a little moustache, but I spent all of my time, my tongue tried to lick the blooming thing. I'm sure there's pictures somewhere, but I don't think they'll be seeing the light of day. They're in a men's magazine. And but I remember thinking then, I'm never ever going to grow a moustache or a beard or design a stubble or even sideburns, because I can't be bothered to do this. And you see some people and it's a bit finicky. It's a bit like they've been knitting a tablecloth or something, and they've got this, and then a little thin line that goes all the way around. Pansies, honestly. It just looks right. It looks wrong. It doesn't look right at all. What have we got this morning for you? Oh, Giovanna Fletcher's going to be the new star of ITV. And in case you don't know who she is, because it's so easy to forget in the world of show business, she won the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Into Here. Sorry, Out of Here again. And apparently ITV are going to offer her 10 shows. She'll make £4 million. Believe it when I see it. Okay? The most she's managed to get is something on CBeebies. Doing something about Here Comes the Train or something, or the Choo-Choo. I mean, it's ridiculous. Why do they do that? She had no discernible talent. She said absolutely diddly squat. She's married to Tom McFly. She's got little children, but she didn't say anything. And they went, oh, ITV are going to give her a chat show. You said, what for? They went, she's a good listener. Well, biggest pile of rubbish I've ever read in my entire life. Listen, dear, take the money, bugger off home and stay there. OK? Got a footballing story this morning. I haven't had a good footballer story for a long, long time. Normally, you find footballers who've been... Oh, that's right. She's an English author, actress, blogger, vlogger and presenter. Jackanory. Because nobody knew who she was when she went in there. It's like saying Jordan North, and people are going, who? Who? Oh, what, the swing cover on Radio 1. Oh, my goodness me. We remember him. He's otherwise known as the one who, if you can't find anybody... Jordan, could you cover this show? Nobody knows who you are, but cover it anyway, dear. But he's done very well out of it. He's now got 3 shows. So he's got Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Still with no audience, but, at least he makes the effort. The people who are anti-Christmas have said they don't want Christmas bangs, tablecloths and wrapping paper. Now, I don't know any... You should start selling them. Seriously. Au revoir. 15 quid. Is that how much a packet of cigarettes is? 15 quid. Thank God I don't smoke. I love it when they always say to me at the doctor, they say, do you smoke? I said, no. I'm a non-smoker. Yeah, so the people who... I mean, I don't know anybody who has a Christmas... thing that goes over the Christmas table, like a printed tablecloth with sort of elves on and things like that. I don't know anybody like that. Or even Christmas plates. All of ours are sort of fairly plain plates. I'm not sort of, you know, I don't mind the Christmas spirit, and I don't mind putting up the decorations and the tree and big balls hanging in your window, but I'm not really bothered about having sort of the table completely obliterated with glitter everywhere. That would be my worst nightmare. In fact, I opened up a card this morning. He's on a death wish. And it's full of glitter on the outside of it, so I've avoided touching it. Because you touch it inadvertently, because it's so fine now, you can't see it. You touch your face, the next minute people think you're doing drag. You know, you sit at the bus stop and you can see people visibly moving away from you. And I don't like that. I like sitting at the bus stop, you know. Ooh, has anybody seen my antelope? You know, I love that. That always freaks them out a little bit. But glitter, no thank you very much indeed. Used to like it, but not anymore. So yesterday was lovely. They had snow in Essex a couple of days ago. That was very pretty. Something pretty about seeing snow. And also all the lights that you've put up in your houses and in your gardens and in your windows and over your bush. And I've seen quite a lot of lights like that, which is lovely. My godchildren have got lights along all their hedgerows and everything. It looks really nice. Really, really nice. And we appear to have cleared up the little problem that we had for a few days, because we went to another doctor and we got different tablets, and then blow me down this morning, the first time since yesterday. Yesterday I had to stop 3 times on the motorway to go for a wee, which not really classed as a wee. It was just like, might as well have just had a dripping tap there. It was about as effective. And this morning, it was only because I said to Zora, I said, you know, it's been 3 hours since I've been to the toilet. I said, I can't believe it. And then I did go to the toilet, and I'm practically back to normal. Well, as normal as I can be. But I felt so much better about life. I've become quite chirpy, actually. Because I was feeling, because it gets you down a little bit. You sort of feel a bit, can't really be bothered to do anything. Olivia Atwood wants a wild hen do in Vegas. I wish you'd stay over there, love. The most boring programme on the television. She spends her entire time posing for a drippy footballing boyfriend. Seriously. Oh, more pic. Oh, darling. What was that? What a drip. Go away, stay away, please. But if you fancy seeing the last surviving D-Day landing craft, it's open to the public down in Portsmouth. Now, that will attract hordes of people. I would love to go and see that. I would really love to go and see that. The father of John Terry, he's called Ted Terry, isn't he? And he's just been done for drink driving. Twice over the legal limit. What a fool. What an ace fool. They've taken him off the road, thank God. Let's hope he stays off the road. And by the way, over the festive season, and I warn you now, go easy on the Christmas pudding, because Christmas puddings are full of booze. You know, people like to stick a little funnel in the top of it and sort of top it up. And the more you could do it with your... yes, what did I discover the other day? I discovered that my godson, who, you know, is over the age of 20, he didn't know what marzipan was. And I thought, perhaps it's an age thing. And I said, you have it on the Christmas cake? And he went, Christmas cake, Uncle Steve. He calls me Uncle Steve. And I said, yeah, Christmas cake. And he looked at me blankly, and I began to wonder, perhaps he hasn't had Christmas cake. I said, it's that thing. You make a fruit cake, top it up with booze. You don't want to make it too sort of wet and clammy or things like that, just so it soaks up every so often and plumps your little sultanas up, which is always quite good. And then you put the marzipan on the top of the cake, and then you cover it with icing. And then when you cut into it, you get that combination of almonds and the icing and all that. He'd never even heard of it. Never even heard of it. I began to wonder whether I'd wandered into another place. I thought everybody knew what Christmas cake was. I don't have it. I mean, I have had it in the past, as you can well imagine, but it was a long time ago. I mean, you know, ever since I've been diabetic, I just don't bother with things like that anymore. It's not really worth it. Occasionally I get a craving, but that's between me and my conscience, and that's the way it's going to be staying. What is marzipan? I wish you hadn't asked me what is marzipan. You'll have to go onto Google and find out. It's almond paste, I think, isn't it? It comes in... Yes, well, I wasn't so much of... The only thing I didn't like on the Christmas cake was the icing, because it's just all sugar. It's all sugar, and, you know, sugar for me is that big no-no. Is that your favourite bit? I thought it might be. Well, we shan't be going out for Christmas lunch anytime soon. Yeah, would you like a bit of marzipan, and would you like some icing? I mean, when I was a kid, I'd go for the icing, but then when you're an adult, you suddenly realise that it's all sugar. You can't really eat it. It's like candy floss. I used to love candy floss, but you kind of can't. It's just sugar. They just pour sugar into the middle of the machine, and it goes, and then you stick your stick in and wave it round a few times and end up with a big bunch of candy floss at the end of it, which is lovely. Do you want a time check? You don't really do. My friend Ian says, wasn't Alec Guinness a hologram in one of the more recent Star Wars movies? I think he was, but I couldn't tell you which one. I think you're right. Did he not appear as some... In what? Empire Strikes Back? Episode... Oh, God, we've got a geek in the studio. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, and he appeared as a hologram. Oh, right. I had a little thing once. There used to be just over by the Hippodrome. In fact, there probably still is there. It's an amusement arcade. And in the middle of the amusement arcade is a round table. And in the middle of the table, there is a glass dome. And in the glass dome, there was Princess Leia. It was a holographic figure projected into the middle, and she spoke to you. You know, oh, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I would go, no, you've made your bed, you'll lie in it. And I remember looking at it thinking, this is so clever. They could do fantastic. You wait till they start cloning radio presenters. There'll be a lot of people very worried. You can't do it for a speech radio presenter because there's too much creativity goes into it. But for a lot of other presenters, there is a station in America, probably a few now, which has no presenters at all. The whole thing is automated. They have reporters, and so what they do is when they go out on a story, if there's sort of a fire in downtown Pennsylvania, they call up the station, you know, like whatever the number is, and then they push a code, and that lets them on air, and it goes, newsflash, newsflash. He then does his report, then pushes another set of numbers, and it goes back into the programme. It's clever, isn't it, really? So you don't need it. The whole thing is automated. You don't need anything to frighten the life out of me. But, no, it's not boring, because the people wouldn't know. The people wouldn't know. Does he know about one of our radio stations? Probably not, actually. I'll tell you the story, actually, in a moment. But, I mean, I thought that was the... You don't know the story either, no. I thought that was the way forward for for news-type stations that had music and a news policy. Because the advantage is of having a station that's on air 24 hours a day. If a story breaks... You don't need to ask anybody, you just put it straight on air. Unless, of course, it's a member of the royal family dying, in which case you have to go through protocol. But normally, 9 out of 10 times, something happens this morning between now and 7. We can put something straight onto air. You can get eyewitness reports, as indeed we did in the night of Grenfell. We were taking calls from people who were in there who were watching what was going on. So that's where, you know, stations get and come into their own. Anyway, apart from that, Steve, many congratulations on starting at LBC 41 years ago. When are they going to let you go home, if only for a change of clothes? Doesn't seem possible, actually. It's only because I was reminded by my friend Ant, who said 41 years. Even I think 41. I thought 40 was good. 12th of December, 1979. And could I go for 50? I don't know. Many more infections than probably not, I should imagine. Yeah, it'd be nice to go for 50. I mean, it strangely enough, it really does depend on how you feel. And I think, listen, Barbara went to 83. To be honest with you, and Biggins has said it in one of the papers today, he said it was a blessed relief in the end, because she's now got peace. We don't know what goes on in people's minds. We don't know what happens with them. But as I say, when I did my programme about her the other day, I mean, she was very sharp. She was very sharp until quite recently, when all of a sudden she didn't know what was going on, and Scott would say that, you know, one minute she'd know exactly who he was, the next day she didn't know who he was at all. She'd have to say, "Who are you? Do you live here?" And that's the awful thing about it. That's why we need to get Boris, who's just got one or two things on his plate at the moment, to start putting more money into dementia. You really do. But, I mean, I was delighted. Listen, you'll see loads of stories in the paper today of people who knew her. She bumped into a lot of people. You'll always find somebody who's got good stories. I was delighted to have said that on quite a few occasions, Barbara Windsor's bum and the rest of us sat on the leather of my car. You know, it was as simple as that. And the good thing was, she fitted into my car beautifully. You could have put two of her on the front seat. I refused to let her sit in the back. Made me look like a chauffeur. But, no, I was delighted. Everybody's got stories, you know, and as you know, Scott's been in on a few occasions, and I've omitted to send him anything. I haven't sent him, you know, any texts or anything like that, because I think he's got more than enough to cope with at the moment, and he knows our feelings because he's listened to the programme on many, many occasions. Steve, 6500 would be the number in Pennsylvania, says Dave. Yeah, not 65,000. It was Pennsylvania 6500. Oh, no, you're right, 000. And that was Glenn Miller. The people who did Little Brown Jug. Remember that? No, you don't. Do you remember Glenn Miller? Yeah. With June Allison, they made a film called The Glenn Miller Story. A very famous film. There was a Glenn Miller show, yeah. He was in the forces, but he wasn't to start with, and he was in an orchestra, and he became immensely famous. But he recorded a Christmas concert, and she wanted to listen to it, and then she got the phone call saying that the plane that was carrying him and some of the band members had crashed. So Glenn Miller never made it to the end, but they played the concert anyway. It's very moving, very moving. And in fact, it was, wasn't it somebody who had one of these car boot type sales where they were doing military memorabilia, and they had a Glenn Miller outfit. They had one of his uniforms. I'm pretty certain. I remember thinking, wow, I mean, that's memorabilia. There's memorabilia and there's memorabilia. And that was memorabilia. Matthew says, I'm getting excited for Christmas food now. What's Luke having? Well, it's a precise moment. Sleep, I should imagine. We haven't had anything. I mean, I did have some sausages in blankets yesterday. Had some little sausages in blankets, which is quite nice. It's a little snack, you know, a little snackette, which are very nice. And, but no, I mean, I'm not going to be having Christmas lunch this year. I'm not going to make a big deal about it, you know, because we can do it any time we like. Steve, recovering at home from surgery. So thank you to all the staff at Frimley Park Hospital in recovery for taking care of me. Wishing you all a very Merry Christmas, says Bob in Bracknell. That's where hospitals come into their own. When I went to see my new doctor the other day, the one who gave me the new tablets, he was about the oldest doctor I've ever seen. But he was explaining to me, he said, the first thing they do is they give you a test tube. And, well, they're not very big, are they? Have you seen these test tubes? At least when I got it from my doctor's surgery, they give you a little sort of dish, where you can wee into the dish, which is a bit easier for men, and then you pour it into the test tube, making sure you've written your name on the outside. And so I go in there, and he goes, oh, so I've just had a wee. Well, I say a wee, I just had a dribble. And he said, could you take that and just do a sample? I thought, I've been to the toilet. But luckily managed to produce about 1/4 of an inch. In the bottom, he said, the colour. I said, oh, yeah. And he went, it's supposed to be the colour of gin. I said, well, there's a mistake you don't want to make. And he said, yours is creosote. And that was the sugar levels and the blood. But as I say, I feel 150% this morning. When you think, normally by this time, we'd have been about twice. So if anybody else has got it, it's not very... I was trying to explain to Joe what it is, and I said, you don't want it. It's really not nice. It's not nice. 26 minutes past 4 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So here's... I've got time to... Yeah. This is a story. We're having a good footballing story for ages. This is somebody called John Stone. Now, I don't know who John Stone is. You know who John Stone is? Yeah. So, Stones. Okay. He's an England ace. I don't know what that means. No idea. But anyway, his ex, called Millie Savage, so they're obviously not married, has said he callously dumped her, saying, I'm done, I don't feel free, and I don't love you anymore. Now, there's nothing the matter with that. She was obviously really, really fed up. So she goes to the papers and sells this boring story, or gives them a boring story. She says, the last 2 years have been hell, and it's ongoing. I wouldn't want to put anyone through this. He's been a so-and-so, so-and-so. So then she drones on about it, but posing in one of those little sort of outfits. Oh, here's me, and just take my thing off my shoulder and pretend I'm some sort of wag model. Listen, you had a relationship for 2 years. He's fed up. He's probably found somebody better who doesn't moan. To be honest with you, better off out of it. But anyway, somebody says he's very saddened that Millie has taken this route for herself and their child. Well, of course, it's her only claim to fame. Apart from that, nobody knows who the hell she is. She was just a girlfriend of a footballer that not even I'd heard of. You know, she's apparently a beautician. Is she? Oh, no, I tell a lie, he's got somebody new who is a beautician. There's obviously a certain type that footballers go for, isn't there, really? You know, they go, so where'd you work, love? Model. Okay, what sort of model? Do lingerie. You know, like, oh, right, okay, is that a career? It is now, yeah. My parents are, like, really pleased. I went private education, and now I just get my tits out. And it's great fun. And you think to yourself, it's not really a career, is it? It really isn't. People don't hold you in very high esteem. But unfortunately, poor old Millie, she's trying to move on with her life. Well, get over yourself, dear. Get over yourself. Listen, so it's been bitter for 2 years, and then you wonder why he finishes it. I mean, I'd have thought you'd have been eternally grateful. But obviously not. Can't have everything, can you? But I love a good footballing story. I love a footballing story. I really do. Lawrence Fox has had to hire a bodyguard to protect him and his kids. Do you think bodyguards are any good? Do you think, bodyguard would be... Yeah, I suppose it depends on who it is, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, I've never had a bodyguard. I'd be good. What, as a bodyguard or having a bodyguard? I'd be good at having a bodyguard. Lorraine Kelly was on a programme the other night. Well, it's very difficult to get Lorraine Kelly to say anything that is slightly controversial because she's so, oh, you're gorgeous, you're marvellous, you're wonderful, I love you, this is great. What are we doing now? Hello, where am I? How old am I? And... that's Lorraine Kelly. That's how she talks. That was a very good impression, I think you'll find. But anyway, so she goes on this programme, and I can't remember which one it was, but you won't let her to name anybody. So if she slags somebody off or is particularly unkind, she won't tell you who it is. And all she did was slate celebrities who break the COVID rules. Well, we know who she was talking about, but it's like getting water out of a brick with Lorraine Kelly. She wouldn't say who it was she was talking. We know who she's talking about. But she won't do it because otherwise people will go, oh, you're quite a bitch, aren't you? And, of course, she's tough as old boots. Do you remember she found out some years ago that there was one of the... was it a runner or producer on the show who dissed her? Well, they were off the show as fast as you can say, my name's Lorraine Kelly. Maisie Smith in the papers today. Go away. We've fed up. We've had enough. Goodbye. Thank you. Cheerio. Bye-bye. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu. The family are going to sell the house that's got the Banksy written on the side of it. It's the woman whose teeth have fallen out of her mouth. And the house was up for sale anyway. Banksy wasn't to know that. But it's now pushed the cost of the house up. But they're not going to charge the new people. So what they'll have to do is cover it with plastic or something to make sure it stays there. Because otherwise people chip your wall away to get a Banksy out. I mean, that could be worth, $500,000, $1 million. If not more. If not more. I mean, I've never seen any of them. I mean, we used to have... I'm sure we used to have one. I won't tell you where it is because people then go, oh, let's go and have a look at it. And it was a mouse. And it was near one of our buildings that we were in. But I'm not going to tell you where. So Vernon Kay's acting dreams have hit the skids. Have you noticed all the agents of all the folk in there, like the Jordan North and the Giovanna Fletcher, sort of going, oh, they're going to be huge stars. No, they're not. No, they're really not, I promise you, because there's another one of those tacky old things where some ne'er-do-wells try and find love in different little houses which they put up. And the whole idea is you meet somebody and then you move in with them straight away. It really does introduce you to the lowest of the low. The sort of people who you think, please God, you never move in next to me, love. Really, not so good. Prince Andrew riding into a new set of allegations. I can't tell you a story. I want to tell you a story, but I can't tell you a story. It's such a good one, actually. Somebody was... No, I can't tell you. Alan's early breakfast. Apparently, footballers, Steve, says Roger, tend to go for women that are happy to get their kit off at the drop of a hat. Models fall into that category. Well, do you know, you might not be wrong. You might not be wrong. It's this, okay, can we do a little bit of sexy? And then they always go, and this is what he's missing. He knows what he's missing. That's why he's ditched her and gone out with somebody else. This is England ace John Stones. John Stones and his ex called Millie Savage. They do have a 3-year-old daughter, but then she said the last 2 years have been hell. So a year after the daughter was born... I mean, it all went sort of pear-shaped. And then she's moaning about it. John has let fame go to his head. Well, what are you doing in the newspapers, dear? What are you doing? Has nobody banged your head against a wall and gone, don't do this, please don't do this? It's not helping. It really isn't. I mean, they've been around for a little while, and then somebody obviously says to them, listen, what are you going to do now? And they go, I don't know. What would you like to do? I think I'll be a model. That's sort of the be-all and end-all. But the trouble is she looks a bit like Rebecca Vardy, which doesn't help. There is only one Rebecca Vardy, thank the Lord. But she says, during the COVID lockdown, he was sending messages about my comings and goings. I was creeped out. Well, then you should be eternally grateful that it's finished, that you're shot of him. All right, he's a good-looking bloke. But then all footballers look fit, don't they? I mean, because they all run around, they all kick a ball, and that's what they do. They're fit people. I was watching some weightlifters the other day on the television. My God, what's going on in their bodies? They're built like sort of brick outhouses. They've got triangular bodies. It is... No, I don't want to look like that. Why would you want to look like that? They seem to have these enormous heads on these shoulders and they were trying to lift up weights. What for? What is the point of it? Get somebody else to do it. Oi, you, pick that up. There you go, done it. Why would you want to put yourself... I mean, one of them collapsed on top of the barbells. And I remember thinking, and they have these sort of, the strongest man on earth, and he's towing an aircraft or something. You think, oh, God, how boring. You're like, and then they had Exactly. Yeah, I bet the handbrake was off as well. And then you get the other ones. They go, listen, look at him, Man Mountain. He can eat, like 400 burgers at a sitting or 300 doner kebabs. And you watch these people eating this stuff. I'm not surprised you're fat. It's just ridiculous. Nobody wants... I don't mind somebody being fit, but not fit to the point of you start to look slightly peculiar. Where you can't put your legs together because there's so much weight on the legs. Well, I don't know if it's dangerous or not. I mean, but there's a lot of steroid use in the world of bodybuilding and stuff like that, which I'm not, oh my lord, which I'm not over keen on. Only because I've never wanted to be a bodybuilder. Yeah, look at this poor man. He looks like he's about to explode, doesn't he? What is he? I mean, and they go, he's Britain's strongest man. Well, who is he? Adam Bishop. Well, whoopee-doo. Doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know why people do it. I mean, it can't just be for the money, can it? I mean, is there a huge amount of money? A friend of mine got into bodybuilding years and years ago, and when he came up to a competition, because they have to wear these little... They're not even like Speedos. They're like little posing... I think they're called posing pouches, where if you're very lucky, you can shove it all into something about the size of, a jam jar lid. And then they spray themselves with creosote so that it shows off body definition. What's the point? It's very narcissistic. Narcissistic. And narcissistic. Such a lovely word, isn't it? Narcissistic. And you sort of think, do they go home? I mean, how do they fit into clothes? How do they fit into clothes? They walk down the street, they have to lumber a bit like that because they can't bring their legs together. I know some Page 3 girls a bit like that, actually. Couldn't resist it. So, Brexit. You won't believe it's in all the papers, will you, today? You won't believe it if I tell you that Andrew Castle's going to be talking Brexit later on this morning. Also, Prince William and Kate's family wear their winter woolies for a Christmas card to NHS staff. I told you they don't need to worry, the royal family, about their Christmas cards because it's always a picture of themselves. Always a picture of themselves. And so here you've got, it was taken at Anne Hall. It's taken in front of the wood pile, though I shouldn't imagine any of them know what that is. That's to keep the fires going. And they've got the 3 kids. They all look great. Trying to get them all smiling at the same time must be a bit of an achievement. And it's fine. But they all go to the Palladium Pantoland the other night, and they sit in the royal box. Obviously, because they think they're better than we are. But, as I say, I don't think you can buy the royal box. I'm not sure if you can. Although, no, you must be able to. They wouldn't have a box sitting there without anybody sitting in it. And did they get chalk ices and stuff like that in the interval? Did they have popcorn or sweet? We used to... every time I used to go to the theatre, because sometimes they don't allow you to take sweets in. You can't walk in with a bag full of, ready mix. And so I used to take in fruit gums. I could get, if I was watching War Horse or something like that at Sadler's Wells, then I would take in about 4 packets of fruit gums, one for each of us. So we'd each have a packet of fruit gums, and we'd have a competition to see who could make it last the longest. They were really good, actually. I like things like that. Here we go. Strictly Judge ends feud and says show needs former dancer. I don't know why. It's a feud between Craig Revel Horwood and Kevin Clifton. I like Craig. I've interviewed Craig on many... I don't know anything about Kevin Clifton. I really don't know anything about him at all, and to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. Craig on the final 5, he says Bill is incredible. And I think Bill is very good, very, very good. Maisie's one of the best we've ever had, but the trouble is she's so into herself. It's such an egotistic thing. Hervey is up there with Maisie. Harvey. Well, that would be Harvey. This one's Hrvy. Can he not spell or something? Has he got some inability? Ranveer's amazing. She could do it. And can Jamie go the extra mile? I think he's been the extra mile, hasn't he? We've all seen Jamie disporting himself all over the internet. Thank you very much indeed. Something to hang the towels on. And, I know, don't ask me why. I've obviously got to do one of these pictures where you show your body off to people. But to be honest, I think most people would be ill. They'd be going, Steve, it's not big, it's not clever, cover it up. Because but they seem to do it, these people, and it doesn't seem to do their careers any harm. Perhaps that's how photographers convince people to, come on, just take a bit more off. Just show a little bit. Babe Station. To be honest with you, I was thinking about Babe Station the other day, and I was going to write to them, because I've seen it before. Not once have they shown the film Babe. Not once. What is the point of it? Instead, you've got some half-hearted people who've been round the block about half a dozen times going, and sort of making the gesticulation of a telephone to their ear or something. Who's going to phone them? Sad, lonely people, I suspect. But no mention of the film Babe. And there's been 2 Babe films, and they've still not shown them. Not good enough, is it, really? Booze-soaked Christmas puddings. It's not going to encourage me to eat the stuff. But at Christmas, it's brandy, cognac, rum, sherry, cider. And it means that if you go out on the motorways, you're at risk. You are at risk. You know, very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. That's why John Terry's father, twice over the drink-drive limit. What a fool. What a fool. Pop fans in need of one love for the mother's pride, one love. It was all a bit dreary. I don't have a favourite blues song. The only time I went to see them was live in concert at Wembley, and I got drunk and fell between the seats and stayed there for most of the show. I couldn't get back up again. Dale's got very cross. Stephen, sit up. I can't. I fell down between the seats and wedged my leg in there. I must have looked as if I was in a circus contortionist act. I'd very stupidly been allowed to take my own money and go to the bar. And we were sitting adjacent to the stage. So you've got the stage, and the boys came in on, like, climbing ropes and things like that. The noise from the girls in the crowd was unbelievable. It was like jet aircraft taking off. I thought they were shouting at me, so I'm waving madly, you know, woo, hi, all this kind of stuff. But, no, I mean, I don't know why they're coming back again. I don't know what they've done since. Duncan James has done a few little bits and pieces. Lee Ryan, he was the one whose brain was not engaged, if you remember. Do you remember after the atrocity in America, he started talking about animals dying and everything else? He was completely off kilter with everybody else. Simon Webb always appeared to be the most sensible one. And Anthony Costa, I've met on a few occasions because he knew Dale, although Anthony had a bit of a misdemeanour, didn't he? In fact, just down the road from here, where he weed over a cash point. Unfortunately, all cash points have got cameras in them. And he'd staggered out of a pub, and for some reason, I don't know why, he weed over a cash point. Made all the newspapers. So they're saying that they could be back. They had a number 1 with Elton John. I think it was a version of Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest Word, which is where Lee Ryan, who lives around my neck of the woods now, God, I must have to get the house on the market as quick as possible. He's on EastEnders. Was he? Oh, right, I didn't see that. I saw him going into Waitrose. I know. He obviously looked at me and went, Steve Allen. And I thought, yeah, whatever. You know, try and be a little bit sort of oblivious to things like this. Also, Becky Hill. Anybody heard of Becky Hill? Oh, you've heard of Becky. Oh, you've heard of all the people I've never heard of. Apparently she's helping raise money for food waste charity Fair Share. Denise Van Outen's plotting a big TV comeback. Good luck with the Iceland advert, love. Good luck with that one. That'll be great. And she says here, she appeared in Babes in the Wood about a group of flatmates in London. That was instantly forgettable, wasn't it? And she's been talking to my friend Chris about the show she hosted with Johnny Vaughan. And as I say, I don't know what she does now, really. I really don't know what she does. I mean, she sings, does a bit of dancing, does a little bit of sort of everything, I suppose. And here's Victoria Beckham. God, I'll tell you what a good picture of Victoria Beckham. Here she is up a ladder in the most ridiculous pair of shoes you've ever seen. And she's, they say she used talcum powder before squeezing into her sex pants. Do you know, it's so tragically sad. So tragically. And the cheeky fashion designer posted, "Domestic goddess wears plastic pants. The one thing you ain't, darling, is a domestic goddess." You know, sorting the kids' snacks before date night. Can't wait to see what you're wearing at David Beckham, #sexpants. And so somebody had to take the picture of her climbing up a ladder. I mean, seriously. How sad and tragic. But never mind, I'm sure she's happy in her own little world. You know, they're thinking of putting in a wine cellar in their Cotswold place. I don't know why, actually. I suppose because it'll save her having to stagger down the road to Oddbins or something, you know. Last night's Jonathan Ross show, David Walliams said that Blue played at Dale's funeral. They did, yes. Down on the Euston Road. They did. I forget what they sang, actually. There was I can't remember what it was, actually. You know, these things go by in a blur. Somebody wants to know how many liqueur chocolates you'd have to eat to be over the limit. Oh, loads. I would say loads. I mean, there's the amount of liqueur in there is very minimal. Yeah, but they're all fairly sort of weakened, aren't they? I mean, you'd have to drink, I don't know, probably a whole box full. The ones I bought Luke. Did I buy Luke? Did I? Oh, right, I can't remember. Were they really strong? Do you have one? Yeah. Oh, right. Because, I mean, were they the ones that opened up like a bookcase? Oh, right, yes. They were, to be honest with you, I'd never seen them before until they popped up in Joe Allen, in Costco. And I remember thinking, they look really classy, but there was loads in there, about 60 or 70 of these liqueur. You didn't have one? No. Did he not offer? He's so mean. He's so mean, honestly. I've never known anything like it. He could have actually been sort of really, really generous. Sort of, giving you a liqueur chocolate. You are? Yes, yes, you are. You're always giving, aren't you? Very much a giver. And Steve Matthew says, I think you've got it wrong. Lee Ryan lives in Essex, not our way. No, he lives down the road from me. Okay? He lives down the road from me. He moved in a while ago. It's his mother's place. I know that because he's already talked about it, Matthew. So, and I'm never wrong, as you know. Never, ever wrong. I know who I see, and I know, where people live in there. I can tell you every single celebrity who lives in our area. It's as simple as that. Steve. Talking of theatres, I used to go to lots. I have to say The Wizard was the worst in Victoria. Didn't rate it. Are you talking about... Which one are you talking about in Victoria? You're talking about Wicked? Really? My God, that's absolutely garnered every award that you can get under the sun. I've done a documentary on it. It's fantastic. In fact, a friend of mine's the producer of it. Why did the bodybuilder buy a dictionary? Because he wanted more definition. You're not going to be a bodybuilder, are you, Jake? It's not going to happen. Never, ever. Even in your wildest dreams, you would have to... I would think... you could probably do it if you were very disciplined and they said, right, you only eat this, all the things that you would love to eat, they said that's out the window, because you would have to have somebody who would take you in hand and sort of make sure that you adhered to the food and to the regime. It would be too expensive, I know. Over the years, I've had lots of offers of personal trainers, many people who just wanted to laugh at my body. And I thought, no. I suppose it could be done if you put your mind to it. But I look at these people and I think, are you happy? Are all these people who spend... It's like body dysmorphia, isn't it? It's when people sort of look at themselves in the mirror and they go, that could be better, that could be better, There's always something to worry about. Nobody's perfect. I'm the nearest to it, but what the heck? Goodness sake. Steve, I'm glad you're better. I've had it since last Monday for the first time in years. Yeah, well, I've never had anything like that at all, really. Don't want it again. Happy 41st anniversary, Steve, from Darren and Katie in West Byfleet. And Steve, the Glenn Miller uniform was on Combat Dealers. I knew it was on something. I couldn't remember, actually. I remember thinking that about the best bit of memorabilia you're ever likely to get. Really something fantastic. Villa says, Matt won me £100 yesterday. I've never bet on... they're obviously playing, so I have no idea. I've only ever been in a betting shop 3 times in my entire life. And that's for the Grand National. I've only ever gone in there. And I just generally pick about 6 horses and then pray to God. Yeah. I didn't win last year. I had a couple of winners, but they didn't produce enough money, really. But the year before, I had 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So I did quite well. I walked away with about £600. You always wanted to go? What, to the National? Why? Good event. Oh, right. You should go to the Boxing Day meets. Not that we've got any this year, but you should go there. And that's where on Boxing Day you go there. It's freezing cold and they have the racing and people drink and it's quite a raucous event. Or dress up for Ascot. Yeah, you could dress up. You could have your top hat. It depends where you want to go. If you want to go in the Royal Enclosure, you've got to dress for it. It's an opportunity to clean your shoes. I know, dear, but if you want to go to Ascot, you've really got to look pucker. And you've got to go down in style. Yeah, you've got to spend a lot. Your shoes have got to be so mirrored. In fact, easier to buy patent shoes, really good. And then you've got to go down in style. You've got to go down in a Phantom. So that they sort of drop you. And you have to make sure that you've got a box. You can't do it any other way. There's no point. It's like going to the fun fair and only being able to play the coconut shy. You really need to go to a fun fair and go on the big rides. Yeah, and somebody won last night, apparently. We're so happy for them. In France, we couldn't be thrilled. 175 million. I'm so happy for them. It'll be some peasant living in the middle of a field outside of Paris, won't it? Oh, we've won 175 million. Brexit. That to Brexit. Thank you very much indeed. Can you name a movie that was highly rated by the critics, and when you saw it, you thought it was rubbish? No, don't think so. I tend not to go by what the critics say. I tend to go and see something if I want to see something. If I don't want to see it, then I don't really care about it. But I can't think of anything. Any TV shows? I still can't stand Celebrity Juice. It's the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen in my entire life. A bunch of pathetic nobodies, you know, with that ridiculous bloke who fronts it. I mean, it must be some joke or something on behalf of ITV. I don't know why they've even put it on the television. Every time you watch it, you think, you know, is this supposed to be funny? Does it just appeal to people who maybe have got sort of issues with other people in life? It's ghastly. What on earth possesses any so-called Z-list celebrity to go on it? I've got no idea. It's embarrassing to watch. Very embarrassing. But there we go. I think that a lot about stuff on the television nowadays. Also, somebody says, I've been listening to you for all of those 42 years. My goodness me. Yes. I did espy you once in one of your tremendous shirts when I came to LBC for an event. I still have a Save LBC T-shirt from the days that you were under threat. Yes. Your recommendation, I'm a regular at Joe Allen, and also the Secret Nuclear Bunker, which was fascinating. You see, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were saying, you know, when you recommend something on the programme, do you think people follow your advice? And absolutely, I've got people, if I mention a film that I love, and I really, really enjoy it, people will go out and buy it. Sometimes I've gone back to buy it again, and it's gone. You know? Roger says, keep away from betting shops, more fun in a casino. Oh, I wouldn't disagree. We all went. Moyles, me, my friend Danny and Jordan and Gav. The casinos are not on at the moment. Well, I wasn't sure, actually, if they're on or if they're not on. But we went, and we had a great time. And again, I walked out with money. Bella says, honestly, Steve, unless you have had cystitis, I don't think you can understand how miserable it is. That's what I've got. That's what I've got. I'm on the end of the medication now. I've got another 3 days to go on the tablets, and it seems to have worked. This morning it worked. Out of all the time, unless it's this time of the morning. I shall know, though, that when I go back home, I'll better go and have a little sleep. Leviathan, the movie, got the can. That was the Palme d'Or it got, wasn't it? And it was awful. I didn't see that. I watched a programme the other day. I don't know what it must have been, a film. It was about somebody who lived in water. Looked like an underwater person. No, not Finding Nemo. No, it was somebody who was... It was on yesterday. And sorry? Shape of Water. Was it a strange thing that comes out of this pool? It's chained in there. Fishman. Yeah. What a bizarre film. And there's some barking mad woman in it who wants to befriend it. I mean, she looked a bit of a worry. She's peeling a boiled egg in front of it. I don't know what was going on there. I didn't understand the connotation, so I sort of kind of left it to one side. I thought, I don't understand half these films. But anything like that, it's very... It came out of the water at one point and it blinked a little bit. Like, woo! Did it get Oscars? Probably for its effects or something, was it? Really? Oh. I mean, was there an end result to this water person? The Shape of Water? Did he... Oh, right. Oh, you've never seen it? Oh, well, spoiler alert. I've got no idea. I don't know what happens at the end. Perhaps they release him back into sea. A bit like Daryl Hannah in Splash. At the end, she goes, you can be with me forever if you jump in. Of course, idiot that he was. He went, yeah, I really love you. And so all the police helicopters, step back from the edge. They're very, very butch over there. Step back from the edge and all the rest of it. And Daryl Hannah, you know, as a mermaid, legs normally, but when you threw a bucket of water over her, she grew a tail and everything else. And it was very good. Very good film. 3 minutes past 5 on a Sunday morning, the 13th of December. You should have... And when I checked the other day, I would check that sort of family have got the turkey in, and they've discovered a place down the road from there which have their own turkeys, and they do the complete service, as it were. It's sort of like a pick your own turkey kind of thing, and because they live in a village, so it's quite a nice thing to do. It saves having to go to the supermarket and order a turkey, because they are going to be short supply, not huge short supply, but it's a case of you better get your order in now, because we're not that far away. We really aren't, and it's I mean, mind you might be one of these people that can't stand turkey and not remotely interested, in which case you could have anything. You could have beef, or you could have fish fingers and chips if you so wanted. No, it's not written down anywhere that says this is what you have to have for... I don't think it's written anywhere, is it, that says you have to have turkey? I don't know, because we never used to have turkey. We had goose. Goose was the thing to have. Nobody had turkey. Turkeys came along much, much later. But it was sort of goose, you know, so-and-so, the goose is getting fat. Please put a penny in the old man's hat. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. If you haven't got a halfpenny, well, God bless you. So we obviously came to it much later. I mean, 87% of you will actually choose it, but it came down to one Yorkshireman 500 years ago in 1526. There was a bloke called William Strickland who acquired 6 turkeys from American Indian traders while on his travels. And before that, you'd consume geese, boar's head, chicken, cow, and even peacocks. Do you remember before that? I don't remember those at all. I remember seeing pictures of peacocks in they were doing a big banquet at Hampton Court, and the peacock would be the crowning glory of this sort of thing, because they didn't think anything about it. They just thought, oh, you know, eat peacock. But no, geese were very popular. You know, the goose, you'd have to baste it because they're very fatty. And then all of a sudden, people went for something, because I think it turned out that turkey was quite cheap to produce. And so people said, let's have turkey. You can either do the crown or you can shove the whole thing in the oven. And for some reason, it just took over. But where all the other accoutrements came from, I've got no idea. I've got no idea. Whether or not it was, you know, somebody said, oh, let's stick Brussels sprouts with it. Woo! Little bit dark. No, I showed you excuse us. I showed you the colour. What did it look like that? Look, excuse me, look. Sorry, talk among yourself. Look at the colour of mine. Now look at the colour of yours. Sorry, I don't normally behave like a diva. Do it properly. Thank you. Anyway, so, but the mask slipped. I don't know where the roast potatoes came from, because they wouldn't have done roast potatoes when they first started doing goose, would they? I mean, that would be ridiculous. Because, I mean, some people just used to have potatoes. In fact, I remember in Tom Brown's school days, he goes there and he's got some money, and he goes to the local shop, and they do potatoes. You buy a load of potatoes, and people ate them because it was considered, you know, that she would sort of bake these potatoes. But I suppose the forerunner to us having fillings of cheese and tuna and chili con carne. But in the early days, it was just having this baked potato. So where did stuffing come from? Where did stuffing come from? Where did gravy come from? All these things that we sort of added to the turkey. So we started off with one thing, and then we ended up with sort of loads of different things on top of it. Either way, we like it. And it's traditionally seen now as the meal to have at the festive time. It's traditionally seen as the meal to have that sort of brings the whole family together, which is nice. I think it's quite nice. I shan't be having it this year, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to make a big deal about it. No, I'm not going to... Yeah, well, I don't know. I'll probably have a cold old buffet or something. I'll probably just have little sausages. I'll stick them on, you know, and sit there and stare at the walls, I suppose, for a few hours. Oh, here we go. Here we go. See what colour this is. So, it's quite dark, isn't it? So, don't cry, please. Don't cry. I couldn't bear it if you cried. Don't you think it looks a little bit dark?
Okay.
No, seriously, no, leave it. Perhaps it might change colour over time. I've never known anybody not be able to make a cup of tea. How is this possible? Why is it Brits can't make a cup of tea? All you have to do is you put a tea bag... He's colourblind. Oh, you're not really? Oh, thank God for that. Oh, dear. But it's a case that you put the tea bag in the water, you put the water on, you do a splash of milk, and then it emerges as the right colour. Did you squeeze the bag? So you don't need to squeeze the bag. I leave the bag in the cup. Always leave the bag in the cup. Here it is floating around in the bottom. Well, you don't need to take it out. Not on my behalf. Leave it in, and that way you don't need to... That's why it's looking that colour, because you've squeezed it. You know what happens when you squeeze... It's stewed. Exactly. That is exactly the word. But luckily, I'm in a good mood. You know, I'm not going to make a big deal about it. I'm not going to go on about it like some presenters would. I'm not going to be one of these people who goes, yeah, well, we've got the tea here. That'll strip enamel off your teeth. You know, I mean, but that's why it's that colour. It's because you squeezed it. You don't drink tea. What do you drink? You drink water. God, honestly. You can't drink caffeine. So if you go out for the night, it's just water, is it? You just sit there with sort of a glass of water. Wine. Oh, here we go. Let's run through Dubonnet, whiskey, gin, vodka, Captain Morgan's, Guinness, bitter, best bitter. Just not tea or coffee or anything like that. No, it's fine. But no, you don't need to squeeze it in future. I shall give you a hands-on demonstration of how you can make it so it comes out perfectly. You just literally pop the tea bag in the cup, hold it under the hot water tap till it's about yo far from the top, and then just do a splash of milk on the top of it, and it turns out perfectly every time. And so the flavour of the tea, as I'm sipping it throughout the programme, becomes slightly more intense. Slightly more infusion is taking place. You know, none of this, it turns out, looking as though you could creosote the M4 from start to finish. Sorry? Well, I don't know why you'd want to creosote the M4, but I'm looking at the colour of it, thinking, what sort of colour is that? I mean, 2 days ago, my wee was that colour. So it just goes to show how bad it can be. How bad it can be. Prices could rise. I'm not going to depress your Sunday. I've decided I think there's enough depression in the world. And demand for Scotch eggs has surged tenfold. This is after ministers ruled that they're a substantial meal and could therefore justify an alcoholic drink. Wow. So now you know. And TV chef and pub landlord Tom Kerridge warns our pubs face last orders unless rules are relaxed. Yes, you're going to be seeing a lot more pubs going under if they don't change the ruling, and they don't change it very quickly. The parents of Madeleine McCann believe a German probe into the key suspect is beyond bizarre, as he's not yet been questioned. Well, you know, Christian Walters spoke of evidence he had against Christian Bruckner. He said the public would be as sure as he is about Bruckner if they knew the evidence that we have. But the McCanns can't understand why he's not been quizzed. Well, presumably he's not going to add anything. I don't know. Perhaps their system operates differently. But we'll have to wait and see. So what happens then if they come back and go... Because let's face it, all he's convicted of is he's in jail, even though he's a convicted paedophile, he's in jail for drug smuggling and the rape of a woman in Prior-Deluge in 2005. There was nothing else that was mentioned. German cops, tipped up Bruckner, who may be a suspect, by asking him in writing to come in to be interviewed. This is before he went to prison for the other offences. But he's never been quizzed under caution. It's almost like they're saying, we've got this information, but we haven't got this information. Where do we go from here? Watch this space. Lorraine Kelly. Here is the Lorraine Kelly story. I've got to bring you the Lorraine Kelly story because she let rip at famous COVID-19 rule breakers. She was on The Last Leg. Have you ever seen The Last Leg? It's okay. It's all right. It's got Josh Widdicombe on, and he's okay, but he's on everything, you know. I mean, there's going to be a limit to when he gets to about 60 and he's still playing cheeky chappy kind of stuff. But anyway, and in a mock Queen speech, Lorraine said to all of us that sacrificed so much this year, I wish you all a Merry Christmas, unless, of course, you're a celebrity who broke rules of lockdown, in which case you can go and... yourself. Can't see Lorraine swearing, can you? Not at all. She didn't name anybody in this post-watershed rant. But the comments sparked cheers in the studio. See, the trouble is, she won't commit herself, you know, on who it is. We know who she's talking about. You know, there aren't that many people who've broken rules of lockdown who've been in the papers recently. I can only think of 2. As indeed, I'm sure she did. Why does she not 3? 3? Yeah, and second, and the third? Who? Who's that? Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean. No, I was just thinking about the main protagonist in this. My new word of the day. We're all protagonists. I love it. Mark Steele's column today talks about the fact he hasn't put his tree up yet. He says there is a superstition it brings bad luck to keep the tree up after January the 6th, but it's daft. He says, try to name one thing that's gone wrong in this country since the middle of March. Love it. And he talks as well about Nigella Lawson, who made banana bread chic. I've never had banana bread. Never had it. Have you had banana bread? Oh, you've had it? Oh, right. Is it actually bananas and bread? Is that a stupid thing to say? Oh, it's like a cake. Oh, okay. But she's constantly... It's all a bit sexual with her, isn't it, in the kitchen? I can't watch the programme, seriously. I can't walk through the kitchen department, you know, without all these sort of, you know, implements leering at me as I walk through, mentally undressing me. You know, when you've been undressed by a whisk or a Kenwood chefette, you know, you don't want to go back in the department again, do you, really? You've got to be very careful. But she does make it chic. Mind you, everything she makes is... What did she do the other day that we went, we were all watching it, and we go, and it was mashed potato. She did this mashed potato, which was like a colcannon, and then I think she put roasted garlic on the top of it. Well, it looked fantastic. A mashing machine, I know. There's a thing called a Bramix, I think, and they keep selling it on Ideal World. I think it's Bramix. And what it is, it's a long, thin thing which pulsates at the bottom, and it does the best mashed potato you've ever seen. And hers was like that. And we all looked and we all went, oh, we want that. I think it was like mashed potato with cabbage in, which then makes it colcannon. I wanted her to put grated cheese on the top, but she then put on the garlic. It looked sensational. I mean, it really did. You could just eat the bowl of it by itself. I would have done. Lovely. Mel C says Jerry Horner is now boss of the Spice Girls because they're completely unmanageable. Well, they would be, actually. They fired Simon Fuller, big mistake, 1997 to manage themselves. And it's a case of, they're pretty much unmanageable. They did the tour last year and worked with another company. It was on a collaboration between Simon and this other company, and we felt like they were a good management company to work with. And so then it's sort of gone off a little bit on the boil. Most recent tour was last year, but without Victoria. The sold-out date saw them perform to more than 650,000 people. They each raked in a reported 10 million quid. And Victoria got roughly the same. There it is. There you go. Brown butter colcannon mash. Welcome to Sunday morning. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. It's a time for doing nothing unless, of course, you're going out to do your shopping today, because some people have left it a wee bit late. Because this is practically, if we're up to the 13th, this is practically your last weekend. Yeah, your last weekend for getting all the stuff in. So I suspect that the shops will be rammed today, and people will be rushing about getting the last minute things. Whereas if we've actually set a precedent and gone, we're not doing presents this year. Worry about it later in the year and do things like that. David says, my dad used to like his tea brewed in a teapot on the cooker ring. Yeah, that was quite good. And did I watch Half a Sixpence yesterday? I certainly did. Certainly did. We all watched it, actually. It was lovely. Really good. Hot potato covered with cold salad cream, says Jane. Yes, I've had that before. That's nice. Have you ever had that? Or with Hellman's mayonnaise. That's very nice. Very nice. And Florence says, why aren't you going to your brother's? Mind your own business, you nosy old baggage. What do you mean, why aren't I going? I've already explained it 4 times. Goodness sake, Florence. You're not with Dougal and Zebedee, are you, at the moment? No, it's because there's too many families. I'm going to my brother's. No, I'm going to my brother's. It's my godchildren I'm not going to. There's too many families. There are like 5 families. And we want to socially distance, so we're going to do it later in the year. And we don't want to risk anything. I should have been going for lunch today with a friend of mine, Bonnie. And then and I said to a friend of mine, I'm going for lunch on Sunday at Bonnie's. And she said, you can't. I went, I suddenly realised. So I had to do a quick apology to her. And so she said, we'll do it later in the year. Which is fine. Listen, it doesn't make any difference whether we do it this year or we do it later in the year, and then we'll all go out for dinner and go out to a theatre or something like that and then swap presents. It means it's going to be quite cheap this year, which I like. Steve, I'm in Vienna and I hate Austrian Christmas dinner, says Declan. Fish soup with schnitzel and baked liver. They don't use electric lights on the tree, they use real candles. I've had the Christkindlbaum. They do little holders. They come in gold, red, silver, blue and things like that. And you clip it onto the tree and then you put a little candle in it. And so it's a proper tree. And they also don't use balls on the tree. They do have balls at the Opera House, but on their tree they tie red ribbons. It's simple. Or they hang gingerbread biscuits and things like that, which I think was quite nice. Mind you, when we went to see Father Christmas, yes, we did, and we saw all the houses there, they used to put outside blocks of ice with night lights inside them, which looked absolutely fantastic. But I agree, real candles, lovely. Scariest day of the year for me. Well, the trouble is, if you're in Vienna and it's over Christmas, everything shuts. It's not like here. I could go out Christmas Day here and I would find a garage open, a corner shop open. I'd find all sorts of places open. In Vienna, nothing. Nothing at all. It was the most miserable time, but beautiful, but dangerous because of the snow. So, in other words, if you're driving in Vienna, because it's all built on hills, it's a bit like San Francisco, it's a case of you need snow tyres. Snow tyres. Other stories in the papers. This is... I'm trying to find something that sort of puts a smile on your face. Unfortunately, there's so many So many dreadful things in the newspaper. So many things which are sort of depressing people. Apparently, the BBC's Diana probe can't force Martin Bashir to give evidence. They've got no oath or power to seize files. I was in two minds over this Martin Bashir thing. I don't know if I like him or I can't stand him now. I really don't know. Somebody was telling me the other day they thought the worst mistake that the royal family made was allowing Prince Andrew to do that interview with Emily Maitlis. They said that was the biggest car crash of the decade, the worst he obviously thought he could just sort of bluster his way through it, and of course he couldn't, and didn't do it very well at all. Somebody from the Real Housewives of Cheshire, they ask her what she's watching. Who cares? The worst programme on the television. Apart from the ones who've come from Australia, which is even worse, actually. Even worse. Tom Kerridge is such a big cheese on the box, he's valued at $1 million. He's already a millionaire because of his restaurants, books and TV shows. Now accounts. They put a price on his value as a presenter at a whopping $900,000. Good. And he lost loads of weight. Loads and loads of weight. He did really, really well. Nigella Lawson's got something here. How to make the perfect roast potatoes. Do you know what the key ingredient is for the perfect roast potatoes? Goose fat and semolina. Goose fat and semolina. I think don't have them too big, because I only like crispy roast potato. I can't bear them if they're soggy. They've got to be proper. And what you do is you preheat I'm not going to run through the whole recipe, but anyway, what you do is you bring them to the boil, cook for 4 minutes, drain them, tip them back into the empty dry saucepan and sprinkle semolina, shake them around, and then with the lid clamped on, give the pan a good rotate and the potatoes a proper bashing, so the edges blur a little bit, and then you put them in. You've got to turn them. When you do them in the oven, roast them about an hour until they're dark, golden and crispy. So about 25 minutes aside, and then they actually come out and they look absolutely lovely and crisp. Oh, crispy! I could almost eat cold roast potatoes, but hot roast potatoes are lovely. It's terrible, isn't it? The things you eat on a sort of a Sunday morning. There'll be people having that today, but most people on a Sunday have chicken. We seem to enjoy chicken, don't we? Because it's, you know why, it's cheap and cheerful. Cheap and cheerful. Other stories in the papers today. An exclusive interview with George Clooney, probably moaning about the fact he had to lose weight for his latest film. Also, you can take a peek inside the Queen's Royal Train in Love Sunday magazine. Plus, Sally Lindsay says, I love being on television at Christmas. But the trouble is, most of the Christmas stuff is filmed. It's in the can. They've already filmed it. And how long ago the Jane McDonald programme was filmed, I've got no idea. I was watching it the other day. Tony Hadley was on, and a very tight band. But the audience are all sitting together, so it must have been filmed a while ago. It must be over a year. Over a year. Every paper today... Every paper today has got tributes to Barbara. I mean, I said at the beginning of the programme, and I said it on Friday, and I've said it countless times before, you won't see her like ever again. You really will not. You know, she was Little Miss Showbiz. She loved showbiz. She loved all her mates. She loved a good gossip. She loved everything. And that turning point for her in a very varied career was the EastEnders gig. And she got that the day after she appeared on my show on LBC. Because I asked her, I said, what would you like to do in the future? I'd love that EastEnders show, right up my street. And, you know, she wasn't wrong. She wasn't wrong, and it opened so many doors, and she loved every minute of it. Why not? It's a tough enough business at the best of times. But now, I think even Biggins has said she's at peace now. She'll have she can go upstairs, sit on her cloud, and give them hell. She can give them hell. She can have a chat with all her old mates who aren't here anymore. It'll be fantastic. It'll be fantastic. And it also takes a lot of pressure off Scott. Terrible situation though it is, you know, the coverage. She actually even got her name, Barbara, on the post office tower. It went round the outside. I thought, wow, I haven't seen that for ages. Other stories, David Walliams has revealed his mum flirted with Roger Moore. Well, I mean, so he says, but I mean, Roger Moore's not here to answer that one. Plus, Towie's Lauren Goodyear. She hasn't been on Towie for years. She reveals her father's ignoring her messages and has unfollowed her on social media. Well, there you go. Also, Warner Brothers gives cinemas a kick in the teeth by announcing all of its 2021 releases will be available to stream at home at the same time. Zara Sindell's expecting her third child with that rugby ace husband Mike, who doesn't seem to do anything. He's been on a few reality shows, but not really achieved anything. And Asda staff will be getting a Boxing Day off, as the stores will be closing to allow them to spend more time with their families. I thought they were all closed Boxing Day anyway, but apparently they're not. Loads of places. So in other words, when you see people pushing trolleys out of supermarkets on Christmas Eve, laden to the gunnels with everything you can think of, you'll be thinking, I'm sorry, but in a day, all the supermarkets are open again. The only thing you need to make sure you got in is the food for the day, plus your Satsumas, of course. You know, a huge tin of Quality Street and milk. Make sure you got milk in and stuff like that. The rest of it you can go and buy on the Boxing Day. Goodness sake. Snow tyres. Snow tyre. You're not allowed to drive if you drive outside in the Tyrol without snow tyres on. They're chains that fit onto your tyres to make sure that you don't slide round the hills. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? Steve, I work 6 nights a week and always look forward to 5 a.m. as your show's so entertaining. I was a die-hard Hellmann's Mayonnaise fan, but I since found Sainsbury's. And I love Christmas, but I'm working this year, says Asin the Patrolman. You see, I'm a Hellmann's Mayonnaise bloke. I mean, I'm sure that somebody said to me once, they said, Marks and Spencer's fish fingers are better than Birdseye. Well, I tried them and they weren't. They really weren't. Sometimes they can be in different things, but not in this case. And I've always enjoyed Hellmann's Mayonnaise. And I stick it on everything. Absolutely everything. Mind you, Double Cream does that as well. Roger in Edmonton, what like you, dear? Oh, Lord above, no. Good Lord. How tedious. I mean, you know what they say about you, Roger, don't you? Goodness sake, honestly. And why does Engelbert Humperdinck not talk to Tom Jones? They always used to share the same manager, Gilbert and Sullivan, Tom Jones and Engelbert Humperdinck, and he just wants to be pals again. I had dinner with Engelbert Humperdinck. I mean, the funny thing is the Austrians, going back to Austria again, they don't have any... If they have celebrities in Austria, they don't hold them up on a pedestal or anything like that. They just treat them as ordinary people. And I remember sitting in the canteen at the ORF, which is their equivalent to the BBC, with a singer called Falco. Falco had a big hit single with Amadeus, 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 rock me Amadeus, and then he was killed in a car crash about 3 months after that. But we sat down in the canteen, just had a cup of coffee and just chatted about nothing in particular. I don't think he had the faintest idea who I was. And then Engelbert, because in Europe, Engelbert Humperdinck is Engelbert. Engelbert Humperdinck is the composer. So he's only licensed to use the word Engelbert. And he was playing the Stadthalle in Vienna, which was one of their big concert venues. And then afterwards, he wanted to go to a Heuriger. And Heuriger is a little place out in one of the little villages. There's loads of them, hundreds. And they grow their own grapes, and they serve their own wine, and then they serve up food, very plain, ordinary food. And that's what Engelbert wanted to do. And for some reason, I found myself sitting next to him. And we were chatting away about all sorts of things. Absolutely. All sorts of things, including the house that he has in Vegas that he rents out to visiting celebrities, where the entrance hall is as big as a football pitch. I think it was owned by... there was an actress in Hollywood who went out in her car and got herself decapitated. Was it Jane Mansfield? I can't remember. I just know it was... I think it was known as the Pink Palace. I might have got that completely wrong, but it was definitely the Pink Palace, I'm pretty certain. And we were talking about that. And he was just such an interesting person, so I was quite disappointed to hear that he wasn't talking to Tom Jones. Because I remember going through this building with Tom Jones and just thinking, it's Tom Jones. Tom Jones. You know, you just have to accept the fact that that looks delicious, doesn't it? Will we be having Yorkshire puddings for Christmas? Absolutely. I might just have to go and buy some Yorkshire puddings and then just make up a mix and put them in there and just eat them. Just for the hell of it, I think. Lenny Henry has written a TV show inspired by his mother's move from Jamaica to England. It's called Three Little Birds, based on the stories Winifred would tell him about forging her new life. He had a complete... turnaround with his career, didn't he, Lenny? I can remember him being on television, doing his impressions, and then he went on, and then a short while ago, a couple of years back, he then went on to be a very successful actor, a very serious actor, and so turned himself around. I thought he was great, actually. I thought he was great, absolutely great. So we look forward to that one. Was it Kylie? Might have been Kylie, actually. I remember thinking it was Kylie at the Royal Albert Hall. It was actually quite good. And well, you know me, anything to do with Christmas, I'm quite excited about. So I was very pleased with that. Lots of tributes, say, to Barr in the papers today. A 16-page tribute in the Sunday People of, you know, what she was like when she was 10 years old and when she was little Barbara Deeks. And, you know, and so it was ironic when she actually got her damehood. She goes to see the Queen. She must have been, I mean, so thrilled. I mean, as I say, she's had ups and downs, and she's probably had more downs than ups. She was with Cliff Richard he's dressed as Tarzan. Got his shirt off and everything, honestly. Very racy-pacey stuff. Back in 1960. Nominated for a BAFTA for Sparrows Can't Sing. And then a Tony Award for Oh What a Lovely War. She did Cabaret with Una Stubbs. And then she played Mari Lloyd, the musical legend, in the stage biopic Sing a Rude Song. And they say here, you know, I mean, of course, it was in The Bells of St. Trinian's. She was with Alistair Sim and Sid James, her beloved co-star in the Carry On movies. They had a little bit of a fling. And, you know, she sang on the sunny side of the street when she was auditioning for a place in a dance troupe, the Eleanor Beam Babes. And there's a picture of her here in the chorus line at the London Palladium in 1964. There was no doubt about it. You know, if you cut her in half, it had the word showbiz, and all people remember for is her bust. And it's only because she had a small back that it made her bust look bigger. But she was pictured with all of them. But she was a little lady, and great memories, great memories. Daily Star today, they've got a 16-page picture special of Barbara as well. Manchester City stars have been staging their own version of the Great British Bake Off. And Dawn Ward has announced she's leaving the Real Housewives of Cheshire. Thank the God for that. You don't know who she is, no, you wouldn't know. Nobody knows who even watches the programme. She's been a fixture on the show since its launch. She said, season 12 has come to an end and filming has finished. It's been difficult this season with the pandemic. She wants to concentrate on projects with her family. It's the last you'll ever hear of her. They disappear very quickly. Once they're not on the television, you know, they disappear. And she was never the best person on there. Never the best person. Millions of us will ditch turkey, Brussels sprouts and roast potatoes because we'd rather make pizza. Well, for Christmas? Who has pizza? Nobody. 4 in 5 families say, yes, peasants, absolute peasant food. Goodness sake, 4 in 5 families say they're planning to hold scaled-back celebrations and they'd rather have a homemade curry or a pizza. Well, I mean, I couldn't disagree. I mean, a turkey curry would be very nice, thank you very much. No? Yeah, turkey curry with over Brussels sprouts and mashed potato and stuff like that. Oh, I love it. Definitely. Strictly Star, they're not stars. She's just a working professional, Ranveer Singh, and they're not stars. I wish they'd stop calling them stars. They're really not. Who are the people who credit Des O'Connor with their very being? Joe Pasquale, of course, Bradley Walsh, Alan Davis, Jonathan Ross, and a whole host of people. Linda Lusardi's going to strip off. She's 62. The worst thing is you've got to put up with Colleen Nolan. Have you noticed on the credits? I wonder why they were bringing back that ghastly programme on the Nolans. Here they are again. It's Colleen showing off her new house. Oh, so would you like me to show you around? No, thank you, dear. We've seen show-offs before. Oh, dear. Also, Royal Variety Performance. About as much fun as root canal treatment, says Nick Ferrari, writing in the Daily Star today. What was the other one that I quite liked that he was writing about? Oh, that's right, he said, if it's true that 7 of our top banks are trying to wriggle out of refunding customers who fall victim to online scams, then it's a scandal. These are the same banks that have closed branches, sacked staff, forced us to go online against our wishes. Yes, I mean, I do online. I don't need to go to my bank at all. In fact, I don't think I've been in my bank in years. We do everything online. Everything. If I need money, I can go to RBS or I can go to NatWest and just take out more than I can get from the diddly dip machine thing outside. You don't need to go into the bank ever. What do you need to go into the bank for? Everything you need to do, you can do online. You can phone. Yeah, company. I'm never that desperate for company. I'm going to go into the bank and say, I think I'll stay here for a cup of tea. Thank you very much indeed. No. Olivia Attwood. In tonight's episode of her dreary show, and God knows it's dreary, what an ego for somebody so talentless. And in tonight's show, Olivia admits she can't wait to go to Vegas to get hitched with her footballing little handbag, Bradley Dack. The pair are due to wed next summer, with the big day costing $200,000. For that read, it's sponsored. Can't think of anything worse. It's the most boring programme I've ever seen. What a talentless so-and-so. Really, good Lord above. A man who ballooned to 24 stone on junk food is fighting off women after losing 11 stone. Josh Nichols used to eat a fry-up and 2 McDonald's lunches every day. Somebody said to me the other day, the worst thing you can ever do is buy a McDonald's and eat it whilst queuing in Greggs. Half of millennials can't cook beans on toast. A poll of 2,000 snowflakes found 48% didn't know how to make baked beans on toast. I know, they've asked some really stupid people. And this one, 22% between the ages of 40 and 54 said they wouldn't be confident attempting the recipe. What? Opening tin of beans, emptying into saucepan, heating until it bubbles, and then putting it on the 2 pieces of toast, one of which you cut into half, and then sprinkle some grated cheese on the top. How complicated is that? They were a bit worried, the 28 to 39-year-olds, that they would get it wrong. I mean, seriously, if you're getting opening a tin of beans wrong, you might as well give up now, mightn't you? More of your texts and emails. It's a tradition to keep your decorations up until Candlemas, Pancake Tuesday. Yes. Steve, you can't say supermarkets are open on Boxing Day when most are closed this year. No, they are. Most of them are open this year. There's only a few that have decided to close. Boxing Day, says Doug, is cold sliced gammon and a bowl of chips and half a jar of the best pickled onions. I took pickled onions down to my godchildren yesterday, but big jar. And my godson, who can't never seen a pickled onion either, he said, they're huge. I said, no, they're not. They're just the right half a mouthful. Oh, dear. Jackie says, you must have started on LBC when you left school then. Well, very kind, yeah, very kind. I love the idea of sort of people sort of saying that. Also, so you must have started when, do you know, can you imagine if you started a job? Mind you, it wasn't far after I left school that I was working. I left school at 15, I was working at 15. So, never shied away from work. Never shied away from work. So keep your decorations up till Candlemas. Jane Mansfield opened the Hammersmith flyover. Oh. Have you noticed the mall to Buckingham Palace and Horsecars Parade has been resurfaced in black tarmac? It has been pink for decades, says Ed. Was it? It was red. It was never pink. It was never, because it's a private road, isn't it? That's what they say. It comes up to Admiralty Arch. And who goes through the middle? Only the Queen. Only the Queen goes through the middle. Nobody else could go through the middle. And they're always doing roadworks. I'll be quite glad when next year gets here. And we can also go around hugging everybody and, you know, tweaking and doing all sorts of things. And we can sort of celebrate, and restaurants will be open again. It'll be fantastic. You know, it'd be lovely, lovely, lovely. Really lovely. Gary Bushell says, R.I.P. Barbara Windsor. She was always such fun to be with. Gossipy, saucy and indiscreet. Yes, her laugh alone was a national treasure. Yep. As I say, I've had her bottom sitting on the seat of my cars. In fact, two of my cars. But, no, she was lovely. And who's this? Call the Midwife star Cliff Parisi reckons the show's Christmas Day special will cheer up the whole nation. Wasn't he in EastEnders? I'm sure he was, wasn't he? He was Minty. Oh, right, that's good, isn't it? But I've never seen Call the Midwife. Doesn't interest me. I always thought it was a programme for girlies. I didn't think it was sort of for us boysies to sort of be into a programme. Blokes, you know. It's all right to be in the programme, but not to actually watch it, Steve. You know what I'm saying? Mind you, that's what somebody said the other day. In fact, I'll tell you what, it was Scott Mitchell. He said whenever they got in a black cab in London, you know, normally it would be the black cab drivers going, all right, bar? But she was the first one who started talking to them, and that would be it. She talked for the entire journey. I'm not allowed to do that. I get into trouble. If I'm with friends and we get in a black cab in London, they say, keep your mouth shut. There's a very good chance they might have heard your programme. We did it twice in one day. It was so funny. We went to the... where did we go? We went to Wilton's Musical. So we get a cab from the pub, and the first driver went, know your voice, mate, don't I? And you think, is it that recognisable, my voice? And then the second cab, we got away from it. He went, I know who you are. I was tempted to say, I know who you are. It's got your picture here in the back of the cab. We know who you are completely. Very distinctive voice. When I used to go to the theatre with a friend of mine, Darren, he used to say, keep your mouth shut. Because we'd be in the middle of a row, and And then, you know, if somebody heard you talk, sometimes you could see people leaning in thinking, that is his voice, isn't it? And so that's why you get people saying, I know who you are. And I go, I know who I am as well, which is lovely. Steve, I'm stupid. And, but at least I know how to cook baked beans on toast, says Shane in Sydney. Well, I can absolutely agree. I can absolutely agree with it. I mean, I think they must be daft as a broomstick. Daft as a broomstick. But I'm liking the idea of Boxing Day, cold sliced gammon. Actually, just ham or cold turkey is very nice. Cold turkey is absolutely delicious. Sorry, turkey sandwiches. What, on Boxing Day? Can you do... Oh, do they? Oh, no, I'm not sure about turkey sandwiches. We just have cold... We'd have it with bubble and squeak. You know, mashed potato, which you'd sort of fry in the frying pan. And then you'd have that with some Branston pickle, probably some pickled onions. And that'd be quite nice. I'm not sure if you'd have baked beans with it. You probably wouldn't have baked beans with it, would you? I would. I'd have baked beans with just about everything. Especially my favourite, baked beans over mashed potato with grated cheese on the top. Followed by some Hellmann's mayonnaise. That's actually quite nice, actually. There's a little bit of a tempter for you for a Sunday morning. For a Sunday morning. What else we got? Elton, 65 million quid for the tour that was axed. That's how much he raked in. He's the highest ranked live performer on the planet. He's 73, forced to abandon the show, but he still earned 14 million, more than his closest rival, Celine Dion. You ever heard Celine Dion sing? An amazing voice. Amazing. Even comedian Jack Whitehall earned 4 million from his tour before it was cancelled. 4 million. I'm in the wrong business. And poor old Warren, he said he's had computer problems again last night. 6 hours of computer problems. You've got to change the computer. Honestly, it's driving you mad. It's ridiculous. You can't keep going on like this. You know, you've got to be sort of better, and then... but, I mean, to have these... I mean, he's had these problems for ages and ages. It's something... Tippy Company, welcome to Sunday morning. I know, it's ghastly, isn't it? If you're lying there and it's warm... And my bed at the moment is very toasty. Very toasty. I don't know why. Even when I was getting in and out of bed for the bathroom, I sort of got back into it, and it's sort of amazing how quickly you find that groove where it's all very, very nice. Steve, I've started running and given up booze for a while. Trust me, cold turkey is not pleasant. Yeah. Actually, I stopped drinking completely about 10 weeks, Tony. It can be done. People like to do a diet, don't they? Before they sort of do so, especially coming up to Christmas. People sort of say, I tell you what I'll do, I'll go on a quick instant diet, and then I don't feel so guilty about eating. But I don't. We had a lunch yesterday. It was lovely. It was a buffet lunch. And all I wanted to do at the end was just lie down on a settee and put my feet up. That's the most fatal thing for me. If I'm sitting in front of the television, I'm good, as long as I'm sitting. However, the moment my feet slip up onto the settee, no, because you close your eyes and you drift away. We've all done it. I used to fall asleep in the car when my dad was driving. And I would sort of sit in the back of the car, and then the whir of the engine, well, it makes somewhat whir, and you sort of, and then you gradually just close your eyes, and then you find yourself stuck to the window. But I used to love that. We get there, it was very relaxing. I could fall asleep. I could fall asleep on a studio floor, believe it or not. I used to years ago. I had a 2-hour break between the end of the programme and the next bit that came along, so I could lie down on the floor and go to sleep. I could sleep anywhere. I sleep with my bedroom light on. I've never turned the light off. Yeah, I've never turned the light off. In fact, I wouldn't want to turn the light off, to be honest with you. I've now got a fear of turning the light off, so I leave it. And I've got about 2 or 3 lights on in the bedroom. I've got lights on all the time, 24 hours a day. I'm not very green, I'm afraid, which is a shame. Steve, I can't believe so many people can't do beans on toast, says Gary. My son's been doing it since the age of 11. We do the right thing and open the tin so not to cut himself. Quarantined in Norway just now. Loving the show. Norvège. It's the only thing I know because I've heard it on the Eurovision Song Contest. But, see, cold turkey with piccalilli, bubble and squeak. Boxing Day, lovely, says Tony in Spain. Ooh, piccalilli. I quite like that, actually. But no, a lovely plate of sort of cold turkey. Never goes to waste. Somebody the other day was complaining, weren't they? One of these groups of people saying, oh, it's terrible. And, people waste all this food and throw it away. We've never thrown away food in our house. Never thrown it away. It's just something that you you just, you're so grateful for the food. And it's always so nice. Danny, London Recovery Night Shift. My mum used to make pickled onions in a roasting tray, salt on top overnight, then into jars of non-brewed condiment. I love pickled onions. Love pickled onions. I don't mind if they're big or small. I'm really not particularly fussy, as long as they're sort of crunchy. They've got to be crunchy. And there was some pickles they used to sell years ago. They were called Haywoods. Still buy them, I think. And it was a case of Haywoods pickles, the last pickles to bite back, because they were so crunchy. But sometimes the vinegar's a little bit sharp, like that. But but I'm amazed how many people have never had pickled onions. They say, are these real onions? You go, of course they are. That's why they're called pickled onions. What do you think they are? Ridiculous. Steve, says Angela, 41st radio birthday to you. Wishing you many more. Yes, yesterday was 14th. 41st anniversary. The 41st year. Amazing, isn't it? Even I can't believe it. Even I can't believe it. Boxing Day is the day since Stephen got stoned. Is it? That was on the Feast of Stephen, I believe, which is quite significant. I used to love singing. Every time I used to sing that, I used to think to myself, it's all about me, It's all about me. Never was. I'm still trying to get over the fact that Jane Mansfield opened the Hammersmith flyover. There's probably a joke there somewhere, I should imagine. And so somebody else talking about, you're not serious that there are people who can't do beans on toast? Yep. Students, once they've actually managed to master how you open the tin, then as opposed to heating them up, they will actually just sort of eat them cold. And if there's one thing I can't eat, it's cold beans. There's something glutinous about. It's awful. I mean, it's just the kind of thing that you just don't eat cold. Mind you, I've seen people in this building when they've had elections overnight. People have come in and they've picked up on ice-cold pizza sitting around on the table. People eat cold pizza, and I can't eat that either. In fact, actually, I can't remember the last time I had a piece of pizza, probably about 6 months ago, which is ridiculous, isn't it? So Rodine old girls come to blows. Rodine is a school, and it's perched on the cliffs down outside Brighton. There is a strong rumour, that boys will be allowed in. Not sure about that. They were saying that the other day. There was some other bastion of maledom. Eton, that's right. They thought that girls should be allowed into Eton. And they're resisting it because it's an old private school. But now to let boys into Rodine, I'm not quite sure that there's some boys who would love to be at Rodine. Steve, kettle chips or Walkers? Walkers. And that's only because I don't like kettle chips. I'm not wild about Walkers either. We used to like Golden Wonder. That was the first crisps that we had. We went to a beach years ago. Me, my mum, my Auntie Ivy, her two boys, and we went to the shop and we bought them. They were threepence a packet. 3D old money. And they were just plain. And they came with a little blue packet, which you took out and you emptied the salt in. And that was, we loved them. We became addicted for crisps. Absolutely addicted for crisps. Lovely, lovely. Bruno Tonioli. He's been paid. How much do you think? This is lovely. He's been paid around £33,000 by the BBC for every minute he appears on the show by video link from America. Absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? £33,000. That is a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. But that's what they're offering. If that's what they offer, they sort of say, well, that's what the fee is. He'd be daft if he didn't do it. If somebody says, can you do this job and it pays 33,000 quid, he'll go, of course he'll do that. That's what it pays. It's like, if my boss comes to me and he says, oh, Steve, we're offering you this much money, and I go, no chance, pal. We've got a little bit more in the coffers. And because it's all based on what you produce. That's how it works. So how they prove whether or not Bruno Tonioli makes a difference to the programme, I've got no idea. Probably doesn't make any difference at all, whether he was there or whether it was sort of Jack Frost or the Cuckoo sitting there. It makes no difference at all. But on radio, it's very much geared to your audience figures. If you get terrible audience figures, why would they want to keep you? They only want to keep people who bring something to the table. And I do. Sweets, cakes, biscuits, satsumas, the old blooming lot. The litter stars here. Find a granny for a bit of tissue that fell from her handbag. Now, every lady I know over a certain age keeps a tissue up their sleeve, just in case you need to go like that. And this one was in a handbag, so she used it, pop it in the handbag, went to close the bag, and it fell out on the floor. She got fined £100. I think that's taking it a bit too far, isn't it? A little bit too far. And then a furious taxi driver is accused of dropping a cigarette, but it wasn't even his brand. I mean, they get so carried away, don't they? Did you get fined? What, for dropping a cigarette? £100 fine? Where were you? Balham, that's your own fault, isn't it? Balham. Gateway to... Have you ever heard that? Balham Gateway to the South. Very good. Peter Sellers. So you got fined £100 for dropping a cigarette end. Oh, no, on your birthday as well. What are you supposed to do with them? No, there's not enough bins, are there? I hate the people who put them out at the top of the bins by the bus shelters, and then they just blow off, and they're all over the place anyway. Why don't they give us something like, I don't know, something you just drop the cigarette into and it extinguishes it. I used to have a little glass thing, my business, and it looked like a little mushroom with a hole in the top, and you put it in an ashtray, because if you fold a cigarette over and put it out, it's very messy. This thing, you literally dropped your cigarette into, it's only about big, about an inch, and I got it in Austria, and it would extinguish the cigarette. So it was terribly clean, and everybody had them in Austria. Everybody had them. You've never seen one? Yeah, well, I don't know whether you buy them over here, but it was really brilliant. So you did literally just sat it in your ashtray, little mushroom thing, hole in the middle, and then you dropped your cigarette in and it extinguished it, and then you could just... get rid of them. Much easier. Oh, look, another picture of Victoria Beckham's bottom. As if we really need that. I mean, it's just a posed picture. I mean, who's seriously in their right mind climbs a stepladder in ridiculous heels? Because she's a show-off. Of course, everybody willing her to fall off the blooming thing, which is a bit unfair. But you don't climb stepladders in high heels about 8 inches tall, because she's only about big. Teeny tiny. What else we got? Oh, dear, this was awful. This was in... Blair Drummond Safari Park, and it's one of Scotland's busiest tourist attractions, and families watched in horror as an endangered monkey was grabbed by lions. I mean, what they were all doing in the same place, I've got no idea. The incident in the lion enclosure has never happened before, and we share the shock and concern that took place. So I don't know whether or not the monkey... it did. It climbed out of its own reserve and climbed into the lion's den. I mean, not a happy ending. Lions didn't, one of the park keepers tried to shield the monkey by parking his pickup truck over the body, but the lion snatched it from underneath and ran off with it in its jaws. See, the trouble is with lions, you can't blame the lion. It thinks it's food. It runs its food. They were hoping, one couple here, for a happy day out with their child. But unfortunately not. And so what do the Brits do? We film it on the phone. And then we pass the pictures on. So you can see 4 lions. One's got the monkey, it's a macaque, carrying it off in its teeth. I mean, put it this way, to be honest with you, they're only a snack. But even so, apparently the screams could be heard all over the park. Substantial, I mean, but it's food, isn't it? They don't see it, they don't go, oh, that's a monkey, that's our friend. They would probably spend ages and ages looking through the bars going, come on, play with us, we can play with you. Steve, you've just gulped your coffee down. I never have. And now I've got to get up. It gives me the irresistible need to have a cup myself, says Nigel in Wimbledon. I don't do coffee in the morning. I mean, how many years have I been saying I don't do coffee in the morning? Steve, Golden Wonder, a packet of salt and some wine and a can of Lilt. How lovely. I haven't had a can of Lilt. Is that the typically tropically fruit drink or something like that? I don't think I've ever had one of those for years. I don't have fizzy drinks now. Is it nice? I like those San Pellegrinos. Have you had those? They're very posh. You can buy a case of those. They're very nice. All in orange. And then somebody said, December. Nice to have it come miserable weather, honestly. Not very exciting at all out there this morning. I'd stay in bed. No, you can't. I've just remembered you've got to go and do the shopping. Because this is your last weekend for doing shopping. So get out there and do it. You know, the people cashing in on the success of The Crown, which is on Netflix. This was the interesting one, wasn't it? And somebody raised it the other day, and I remember thinking, oh, you're right. This was after Harry and Meghan. Remember them? No, probably not. They decided to opt out the royal family and take the golden shilling from Netflix to the tune of £110 million, so we're told. And yet, here they are, you know, talking about Diana and her affairs and all the rest of it. You think Harry would have gone, I'm sorry, I'm not having that, and given the money back? Funny they didn't, isn't it? Very funny. But anyway, there is now a thriving trade in royal memorabilia. Guess what's come up? I mean, all sorts of... First of all, a full invitation to Charles and Diana's wedding, including tickets to St Paul's, order of service, and even car park passes. It's on eBay for £2,000. They've got a lock of Diana's hair, a strand of Diana's hair. He's a US dealer, £300. And so that was going well. What's the most expensive? Oh, most expensive item that I can note here is a bicycle. When she was engaged to Prince Charles, pictures appeared in the newspapers of her riding around Kensington on a blue rally traveller bicycle, later dubbed the shame bike, as courtiers said cycling in public was not becoming for a future queen. It's on eBay for how much? How much do you think? Come on. 15,000, 20,000, 20,000. I could do you something better. I've got a half-eaten bit of wedding cake. Half-eaten bit of wedding cake with the original cream cheese frosting and a rose of yellow icing. It's inedible, I have to tell you. And they're looking here for £180. However, if you want an ultra-rare original order of service for Diana's funeral in 97. It was handed to one of the mourners attending the Westminster Abbey service. This piece of treasure is up on eBay. You can buy it for £4,500. You can get a copy of it for 30 quid. However, a white Andre Van Peer shift dress, previously on display in a Connecticut museum, it's the princess's frock with its puff sleeves and gold collar, is on eBay for what the buyer calls a conservative price of £11,500. Now, I've been to Kensington Palace years and years ago and saw all the Diana exhibition with all the dresses. And, of course, the Americans go crackers for this sort of stuff. Absolutely crackers. So to actually get a Christmas card, people sell their Christmas cards. And generally speaking, it will be a picture of members of the family. In this particular one, this was dated 1992. The Annus Horribilis, as we all remember, in which Charles and Diana split. This card features William 10 and Harry 8, now addressed simply to you both. Gives nothing away, because if it had somebody's name on it, people would come back to them. This one's on sale for £1,250, because people collect Diana cards, and her autograph is still worth money to this day. You check with the autograph dealers, and they will tell you she's been a consistently good seller over the years, and people want to buy memorabilia. Who sells better? Autographs. And well, I would think she's sort of up there. There were certain people who didn't sign autographs. For example, there's an actor who's not with us anymore, and he said, I'll shake your hand, but I won't give you an autograph. Paul Newman, I think that was. The ones that do well, people who've been on the moon, that's a fairly popular one. But Diana, I think, a sort of a proper Diana thing, a letter or something like that, they can go for quite high amounts, £15,000, £20,000. Yeah, if it's something very personal to people. And I suppose the people selling it then decide, if it's like the medals, people who've managed to get the VC. And they go, they're having to sell it because it's sitting in a drawer. It could be worth, £100,000, depending on what it was. And so people then decide to sell them because they can do with the money more than they can medals sitting in a drawer. And I can quite understand that. I understand where people are coming from. I personally wouldn't do it. I've told you before, after my parents died, me and my brother have split our furniture. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of it. I absolutely wouldn't dream of getting rid of it. It's a case of it was my parents. They had it, and it's got its family history. In the same way, the Queen doesn't wander into the throne room and go, oh, that'll go. Shift out a few of the Chippendales. We'll go and sell those. Doesn't work like that. Really doesn't. So that's it. So yeah, she's doing well, Diana, even in death. She's doing very well. Much better than anybody else in the royal family. The Queen's a fairly difficult one to get, because theirs is, it's very limited. Marilyn Monroe still sells. Yes, I can imagine that. Because it's also if they didn't do an awful lot of things. You know, so in other words, Marilyn Monroe, I don't know how many autographs she would have signed. James Dean, of course, because he died young. That would be one that would do quite well. Who else is on that list? I bet Bruce Lee, the Kung Fu Man, because he died young as well. It's interesting, isn't it? But also, what do you do with them? I know it seems daft, but you've ended up with a piece of paper, generally paper, and it's not like having Van Gogh written on something, or, you know, Rembrandt. This is a drawing, you know, or a piece of paper that was done. JFK, Einstein, also fairly high. And what they tend to do now is somebody will go in there with an autograph book. They see them on sale at country sales. Somebody's stood outside cinemas or stage doors for years, and they've got loads of famous autographs. Now, the problem is you get loads on a page. Loads on a page. And, of course, there might only be one on the page. So, the Beatles sell well. A set of the Beatles would be a very good autograph to have, you know, provided they were genuine. And there's so many fakes out there because they used auto pen, and because girls in the Apple office could sign for them as well. So it takes an expert to go, fake. You know, that's been done. We used to have a girl on called Poppy, and she could tell you, you know, somebody would phone up and go, I've got a complete set of Beatles autographs, and she'd look at me and go, they haven't. There are very, very few of them, because they would disappear off after they'd done gigs, so it'd be left to Paul or George or Ringo or John to sign for somebody else, and then it would just go back to the stage doorkeeper. Or fairly that the auto pens completely confused everybody. It was a proper pen, but it was a computer thing, and it could do it in ink, so it looked as though it was, looked real. I mean, a signed Abbey Road album, that iconic crossing and everything else, signed by all Beatles, $500,000. $500,000. I mean, that's about... But what do you do with it? You get it framed, and you put it up on the wall in the loo or so. Then you go, I've got the... See, I'd rather somebody said to me, what have you got there? And I go, actually, it's a Constable, and or a Canaletto, or something like that. Steve, I've got a craving for pigs in blankets in Twickenham today. And, yes, well, you can buy them. They're all over the place. You've just got to cook the blooming things. They never do them ready cooked, which is a shame. And Shane says, I do remember having Smith's crisps. So you call them chips, don't you? We call them crisps. With a little packet of salt as a kid in the 60s. Thank you. And we watched our Christmas film ritual last night. James Stewart in It's a Wonderful Life, says Duncan. It is a fantastic. Decided on the coloured version. I'm quite happy with either of them. I think it was... But as I said before, the film, when it first came out, was a dismal flop, I'm afraid. Very dismal flop. But now it's good. Sainsbury's have launched pigs in blankets flavoured noodles. But the good news is they're vegetarian. Vegetarian. Have you ever heard of such a thing? It's a festive take for £1 a pot. They did pigs in blankets in Greggs. I would sometimes go in the morning, pick up two pots of pigs in blankets and eat them. Dreadful, really. But quite delicious. Still not busy. But, we get there eventually. Steve. Barbara Windsor, Judy Garland and Jane all came and pulled a pint at the famous East End pub, the Waterman's Arms, as guests of the Krays, says Ted. Barbara was very good friends with the Krays. Very good. I think she went to the funeral of the mum. I'm pretty certain. Who? She was married to Ronnie Knight, Barbara. She tells some very funny stories. Prince Andrew went riding yesterday with a groom. So, in other words, an ordinary person, a commoner, got to ride with Prince Andrew. My God, you'd be asking questions, wouldn't you? But he was wearing a wax coat as he rode round the grounds of Windsor Castle with a female groom. And they've got all sorts of things about him. You just want him to go and talk to the FBI. If he can give them any help whatsoever in the Jeffrey Epstein case, then surely that would be brilliant. But obviously, he's so arrogant, he's decided not to. It also emerged that his bodyguard for the weekend, who may have been able to confirm his alibi, has died. Good Lord. This is, working out who was in Pizza Express that day. Oh, back again. And, you look very stressed today, Popper, aren't you? It's just too much, isn't it? I get the same. I sit here sometimes and get so stressed, I can't believe it. I'm like, my brain is pulsating in my head. I'm like a Tom and Jerry character. I like your little jacket.
Yeah, it's all right.
Marks and Spencer's. Top man, is it? Not for much longer. And have they closed? Have they gone? I don't know what's closing and what's opening at the moment. I like it. Suits you. It's very much you. I got so different colours. I've got them in about 3 different colours. They are nice, aren't they? Well, I bought this the other day. This sort of, whatever they call them, I don't know. Puffer jacket, mate. The trouble is the hood, it needs to be a bit further down because it's sort of, you sometimes feel it rubbing on the back of your neck and I feel somebody sort of touching me. So I generally slow down. And, but it's not, it's very irritating. But it's still nice. It was only cheap. I've got so many of these blooming winter coats, I don't know why I bother, actually. Steve, I've got Paul Newman's autograph. He gave it to me when I worked at the Connaught Hotel, says Sheila. Well, you're very lucky. Very lucky, because he was known. Yeah, I mean, it's worth... We don't know what it's worth. What's it worth? What's a Paul Newman worth? We can probably give you a rough idea. I might have another... Well, after the break, we'll tell you. So one thing that they used to do with the autographs, just going back to the autograph story, we just found out actually how much certain things are worth. And it's quite interesting. But again, it all depends on who's in the sale room on the day. If there's 2 people and they're all after one, or they're both after one particular autograph, then the price can go through the roof. If it's only one person there and there's nothing bidding on the internet, well, then you're not going to get as much as you thought you were going to get. They might have said, full set of Beatles autographs, £27,000, for example. But then if there's nobody who wants them on the day, they might go for 10. So you have to sort of check very carefully. But what a lot of people do with the autographs is, so somebody will go out, and I've seen this on numerous occasions, and they'll get an autograph. You see all the people outside the theatre stage doors for the first nights. They're all there waiting to collect the autographs, but they don't want them personalised to themselves. Personalised is no good, because if your name's Eric and you've got something saying to Brian, what's the point of that? It's only of interest to somebody called Brian. And so what they would do is they would go and get the autographs, and they might get them time and time again. Just sign this, please. Just sign it. Or they might take stuff and get them to sign it. Can you sign this book? Can you do this? And all the rest of it. And then somebody will take the autograph on the piece of paper. They will cut it out, and they'll then do a frame with a photograph of the star, and then underneath a little box with that piece of paper with the autograph on it. I mean, it is a pointless thing, but it's a nice thing to have. They started selling them on the television. They've started selling, gold discs and stuff like this. I've seen them being sold on Ideal World, and I remember there was a bloke who used to sell in the markets years and years ago, and you go, have you got David Beckham's? Oh, having one in next week. And he would go home. He got prosecuted for it, and he had David Beckham's autograph, and he just traced it through a piece of see-through paper, tracing paper kind of thing. And so he got it, and he was making them all up as he went along. And people were sort of going, oh, right, have you got a Thierry Henry or something? Yeah, that's coming in. Oh, that'll be here tomorrow. I should get that in tomorrow. And they were charging huge amounts of money, and he was doing them himself. And then it turned out that all these things that they give to the artiste when they go, you've got a gold disc. The disc that you're looking at in that frame is probably not them at all. It's just a disc sprayed gold. It's all very disappointing. But I mean, people buy this stuff. They were selling them the other day, and one of the presenters on this particular channel was sort of getting into rapt. Oh, I can't believe we've got this. And I'm thinking, what a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. There you go. Most valuable in the world, James Dean, followed by Bruce Lee, and Lord Nelson, Admiral Lord Nelson. Well, who'd have thought? Now, one of his letters came up for sale a short while ago to Lady Emma Hamilton. I'm pretty certain, in the back of my mind, I've got this story that Lord Nelson did a letter to Emma Hamilton. It was actually also William Pitt the Younger. There was one of his letters came up for under £2,000. It just depends what you do with them. You can only bring them out in a book, can't you? You shouldn't really touch them because the moisture in your fingers can ruin autographs. So you've got to be very careful. But James Dean, you see, had he not died young, would he be worth anything? Probably not. Let's have a look. What do we got here? Fidel Castro, £3,750. Paul McCartney, he signed loads. But because he's a living name, £2,500. Prince William, 2,250, easily beating, remember Harry? 500 nicker. But that's only if they've got people there. George Harrison, up to about £3,500. Before, when he was alive, 195 quid. But £3,500. Neil Armstrong, you see, this was the first man to walk on the moon. He's gone up to 8,500 because he died in 2012. The only person the index doesn't take into account is Shakespeare. As they say, only 6 examples exist, and they're all held in museums, so they'll never come to the market. What it would be worth, I've got no idea. I really can't imagine. But there's all sorts of things. So this survey carried out by Fraser's Collectibles, which is who we used to use on the press, who Pop used to work for. She used to work at Fraser's. They used to be in the Strand. They used to be in the same building as Stanley Gibbons, the stamp people. Because it's very interesting, isn't it, that on what people's autographs are worth. You know, if somebody signed a lot... So here's this one here. Winston Churchill, £7,000. Also at £7,000, Marilyn Monroe, whilst Elvis Presley, £3,500. Interesting. Protocol dictates that the royal family can't sign autographs, so people tend to collect things like the Christmas cards that they've signed, some of which would be auto-penned, I would have thought. But it's still interesting when you think you might be sitting on something. If Diana corresponded to you on a regular basis, if it was a charity or something like that, they're all worth money. I wonder how much an Andrew Castle is worth. I don't know. Or a Steve Allen. Andrew Castle is here from 7 this morning. Look at that. Honestly, you don't get links like this anywhere else. For LBC's Weekend Breakfast, he'll be looking at the impact, wait for it, of a no-deal Brexit as the government enters the final hours of negotiations with the EU. All of that and a whole lot more with Andrew from 7 this morning. And then at 10, it's Tom Swarbrick with Swarbrick on Sunday. Tom's discussing the political week with guests including the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab, his predecessor Jack Straw, and former Chancellor Ken Clarke. So it's all singing, all dancing all the way through. That's all coming up later on this morning right here on LBC. There's no you don't need to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stick a pair of mittens on, make yourself a piece of toast, try and open the tin of beans, pour them onto it, but making sure that you cook them as well. Steve, the old lady who dropped the tissue by accident should not have to pay the fine. The rules are that only deliberate littering is an offence. Your producer did deserve it. Oh, very bitter. Very bitter, Chris. Your producer, capital letters, did deserve it. In fact, really, actually, we should have brought back the guillotine, I should imagine. I don't know how you managed to get away with it. Only £100 fine, and it was his birthday. Shame on him. Shame on him now. Hang your head in shame. But the trouble is, everybody does that. I used to, when I smoked, throw them out the car window. You know, that was what everybody did, because I didn't want to use the ashtray in the car. I don't know, I didn't want the ashtray to get dirty for some reason. Didn't mind the smell of smoke everywhere. Most famous autograph, Walt Disney. No, I don't think so. We'll find out a price for Walt Disney. Have you got a Walt Disney autograph? I mean, that probably looked quite nice. Julianne, you see, the trouble is, once you've started, it's quite a difficult thing to do because you get carried away with it. Here you go. A Walt Disney goes from $1,000 to $17,500. Okay. So, and then there's Disney items, because I actually collect all sorts of silly things. I collect Steiff. So I've got, they make teddy bears, the ones with they've got a little button in their ear. But they do lots of other things. I've got a Paddington, and I've got Piglet, Winnie the Pooh, stuff like that. All that sort of stuff. Still in the boxes. I haven't touched anything. Totally useless to me. The only thing I can do is, when eventually I get a huge mansion to live in, when I win the 175 million on the lottery. Oh, I can't. It went to a French person. We're so excited. I mean, to be honest with you, if it's gone to the... No, I'll try not to think about that, Stephen. Try not to think about it. Isn't it amazing? Mind you, that'll be the last Euro Millions that we'll be talking about, isn't it, really? Because after the first, there won't be Euro Millions. Oh, I can't see them running that. Can you see them running that? How are they going to run it? They don't even like us in Europe. It's not like we're adored, isn't it? Steve. I remember the blue salt bag crisp being made by Smithson called Salt and Shake. Do you think baked beans are tasteless now? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They've always been made to the same recipe. They've hardly changed it. I loved it. I loved it. There you go. Can the UK still play Euro Millions? Yes, you can play it. You don't need to live in an EU country. For example, Switzerland's not an EU member and has played Euro Millions. Says, how many people are playing this? How will the jackpots and prizes be affected? Well, if it goes abroad, I'll be furious. The outcome of the referendum... Oh, right. Oh, I see. Yeah, we're not going to win on this one. In 2012, Adrian and Gillian Bayford won a jackpot worth 190 million euros, which, with the exchange rate, was then worth 148 million. I wouldn't complain about that. 100 million euros was on average worth about 73.2 million. That's what they were saying, based on, current exchange rates. Imagine winning 175 million there. I'm so happy for them. I couldn't be happier. You wait till we find out who they are. Oh, my goodness me. So just going back briefly to Prince Andrew. So here it was that Andrew had a manicure booked during the afternoon of March the 10th when he says he dropped off his daughter in Woking at a party. During the interview, he claimed he took Beatrice to a Pizza Express for a party of, I suppose, 4 or 5. However, a family diary revealed by the Daily Mail and appearing to set out the York schedule for that day lists a party at Woking's New Victoria Theatre. It's something's not adding up here, is it? On that particular Saturday, the theatre was hosting Noises Off. Matinee performances normally begin at 2:30. At the same time, the document lists the words manicure, which is booked for A, understood to denote Andrew, and was due to be carried out by Jean. The third entry for the diary simply states Pizza Express. But there's no mention of him going there at all, even though it appeared. But they say the person who could confirm the Duke's alibi, his police bodyguard, has died. I mean... And then a spokesman for the Duke said it would not be appropriate to comment on these matters. That's all you get. That's all you get. No, we're not talking about it. Okay. Why not? Why not? Good Lord. Steve and... do you know... it's an old joke. Joe won't have heard this one. What's the difference between Walt Disney and Bing Crosby? Come on. Well, Bing sings and Walt Disney. What? You heard it. I thought you might have done. And, Steve, I lived in Charlotte Street next to the Scala Theatre and had people like Alma Cogan, Johnny Ray, Frankie Vaughan. Wow, how much are they worth? Well, not a lot. Not a lot. I doubt the producers even heard of Alma Cogan. And Johnny Ray, who was a deaf singer, very, very popular, and Frankie Vaughan. My mother was a huge Frankie Vaughan fan, huge. So I don't think they'd be worth a lot of money. Don't think so. I'll be very surprised. No? Oh, here we go. Oh, look, the cogs, they are returning, ladies. We could have a result on this one. Company, Tabby Company, nice. Oh, the Magic Circle have got a show coming up. I think it's next Saturday. I'm pretty certain it's next Saturday. But if you go to the LBC... Go to the Magic Circle website and you can find details of it. And Phil Vickery sent me a thing the other day saying right after all the frivolity, there was a cracking recipe on TM last Friday. What's TM? Oh, this morning. Oh, right. My mum's sausage meat and leek pie. Oh, how lovely. That sounds quite nice. We've just found the biggest sausage you've ever seen. In Aldi for £5, which is lovely. Had it many times when we were little. Simple and bloody tasty, he says. Cheers, Mum. Good old Phil Vickery. That's what we like. And Henry has retweeted the Steve Allen making his debut on LBC 41 years ago. It's not possible. Seriously, I'm far too young. That 2-metre long pig in blanket looks delicious, doesn't it? I mean, you could eat that by yourself. I don't think you need to worry about that. Charlie Pride has died. Charlie Pride had a big hit single, Where the Crystal Chandelier Lights Up the Feeling on the... And he was 86. He got COVID-19 complications. So Charlie Pride, I know all about Charlie Pride. And a friend of mine saying, after Barbara's name went up on the post office tower, he said, do you think ours will? No. Probably not. Oh, that was nice. What was that? Was that the leek pie? Looked delicious. Whatever it was, it looked absolutely cracking. Look at that. Phil Vickery's, which has got chicken and leek pie. Oh, that looks delicious, doesn't it? Oh, it's got everything. Chicken thighs, boned, medium garlic, chopped leeks. I still like leek and potato soup. Anyway, we had one in from Declan, who says, I deal in signed memorabilia. Recently bought an album for $6,000. That's free. I'm waiting for one more and it'll be priceless. A signed Beatles album with just John Lennon or Paul McCartney would probably go for about $3,500 at auction. Lennon and McCartney, $7,500. All my items are double certified before I'll even entertain the idea of buying anything. People know the price of everything and the value of nothing. I see it as an investment. Never buy anything off eBay. I just got Yuri Gagarin's autograph 2 days ago for 25 quid. Passed on a signed photo of Barbara Windsor. Always go through an auctioneer's site, but eBay, you throw your money away. I bought some years ago, and of course it's stupid me, and I only realised it about a year ago, and it's Liberace's autobiography, or biography, signed by Liberace. Well, of course, when this came out, he was dead. So, of course, I didn't twig to it. Buzz Aldrin's very expensive. The MTV Award for Guns N' Roses is on sale for $75,000. You see, if you had limitless money, you would be buying these. One here, he says, I've got 30 vintage Action Men in boxes. Wow. I had loads of Thunderbirds puppets. About 100. I bought them off a friend of mine for 400, and then I gave them to my brother, and he sold them at car boots. Interesting. How much would I get for Skippy's paw print? Nothing. Nothing at all. I don't even know what a David Beckham's worth now. I'm not sure if a David Beckham's worth, probably 100, 125 quid or something like that. Yeah, because he would sign at the drop of a hat. Nothing for Victoria. That'd be a 10 quid jobby, I should imagine. Can't see it being anything else. Somebody says, listening to in Steeple Aston, where I'm celebrating my 63rd birthday. On Friday, I saw an autograph, black and white photograph of Barbara for sale at a Christmas Village shop for 29 quid. Probably gone up in value now, says Terry in Leighton, home of the earthquake. You should get it. You should get it. If it's autographed, get it. But the trouble is, if you buy on eBay, take your life in your hands. I only warn you now because all the dealers will say the same thing. There is more fake stuff on eBay than anything else at all. I remember a friend of mine buying a pair of Gucci shoes. He said, I bought a pair of the latest Gucci's. I went, they'll be fake. He said, no, they're not. And they were priced at I think they were something like 360 quid. They were doing them for 140. So, of course, if you'd done them for 20 quid, you'd have known they were fakes. Doing them 140, they weren't too sure. They arrived, he went, they're fake. I said, I told you they're fakes. That's what the whole thing is about. You know, people buy wander around the markets. You'll see fakes. You'll see fakes. Rita Ora has angered children's charity UNICEF by breaking lockdown rules 3 months after she appealed for donations. They appear to distance itself from her after her refusal to isolate. That's twice. I mean, either she's the world's biggest idiot. Firstly, she went to a party, then she came back from this place in Egypt, and she didn't self-isolate. And, you know, apart from coming up with the old guff, you know, I'll donate my fee to charity, you shouldn't have broken it in the first place, dear. You know, I'm sorry, but rank idiot, I'm afraid. Rank idiot. Also, the floating factories as big as football pitches, plundering the seas and killing dozens of dolphins. The German-flagged super trawler Matja Theodor, which is 462 feet long, and they kept finding all these dead dolphins on the sea floor, which is not very good, is it? Sometimes I read the papers and I can't believe some of the stories that we read to you. For example, in Dr. Ellie's column today, the GP who's always here for you, which is lovely. Don't let illness put you off the jab. Exactly. Listen, go for it. Go for it. It's been tested. There's been a couple of people for the NHS who are ill. They're fine. They're absolutely fine now. It's as simple as that. I've got a signed kimono, My House by Sparks, and a signed Exodus LP cover by Bob Marley. How much would you think? Well, I mean, a signed kimono, My House by Sparks. The trick is, did you see them signing? That's what everybody will always ask you, especially with the Beatles. They'll always say, you know, somebody will say, oh, I've got the Beatles autographs. And the person who's valuing will say, did you see them signing them? And they went, no, I gave it in at the stage, not genuine. Simple as that. Another one here, Gordon Ramsay and Friends. Old Gino D'Acampo's a bit of a non-entity, isn't he, really? And the other one, Fred Cyrex, who points people to a table. Hello, darling, the other one table? There. And he just points you to a table, that's it. That apparently makes you famous. Ridiculous. The Hairy Bikers have got a dairy-free Christmas trifle. I can't begin to tell you how exciting. I love a trifle. I love a trifle. I could kill for a trifle right now, actually. I could kill for a trifle. But especially... Oh, you know what's touring? I don't believe what's touring. We've got Back to the Future coming in down on the Strand. That's coming in next year. What else do you think is touring? It's a UK and Ireland tour 2021. Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Did you ever see Bedknobs and Broomsticks? Yeah. That's coming back. It's coming back. I didn't know there was a stage show, but they're using original music and lyrics by Richard and Robert Sherman. So they say it's time to start believing. Well, if that bed flies, it'll be roughly the same as the car, I should imagine, in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Piers Morgan in his column today, My Life and Other Celebrities. He says, no, I won't do Strictly with Giovanni. That stick insect couldn't lift a lump like me. Who did he said something the other day. Oh, that's right. The woman who won the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. He said, who is she? He didn't know who she was either, which I thought was hilarious. But he's talking about the fact that Susanna Reid is 50. I think I got it wrong. I think I said she was 60. I'm pretty certain. I can't remember. Which it's a complete genuine mistake. I think I must have misread it. I think the glasses had steamed up or something like that. I wonder how much Leonardo da Vinci's autograph would be worth. You'd imagine getting, to Steve, best wishes, Leonardo. You'll find that on eBay. That'll pop up later on. I've got, Steve, Billy Wright, the footballer, and Ronnie Barker, says Jeremy. Not a huge amount. Billy Wright was married to one of those singing sisters, wasn't he? I think. Sophia Loren's autograph. Again, it always comes down, doesn't it? And by the way, we're not valuing autographs today. We're only doing it because we're interested in how much things we're going for. Mark from Chelmsford says, I've got a signed Bible. Imagine. That's what I love about that. Can you imagine if you actually got something signed? There's a new documentary coming up, I think, on Sky Now, and it's the Bee Gees. And it's called How Can You Mend a Broken Heart? It's the sad life of a supergroup, because they were a supergroup. I remember distinctly the day they walked off television. Do you remember they walked off, one by Clive Anderson, one by one? I think what he'd done is he'd gone down the route, poor soul, and he couldn't come back, and they just decided it was too rude. So they left one by one, and I love them. Early Bee Gees is just about the best as far as I'm concerned. Also, coming up Tuesday, Wednesday on Channel 5, Accused, Trial of the Outback. This is the baby, a dingo, and a cruel stitch-up. This is the story of Lindy Chamberlain and the baby, who they say was taken by dingoes, wild dingoes. It was a story that ran and ran and ran. Books for Christmas. There are literally books all over the place. You cannot move for books everywhere, and I've always recommended people. Unfortunately, I don't read books. I'll get a virtual book on the phone or something like that, but I tend not to read it. I don't think I've got the attention for it. Steve, and a Blink 182 signed photo, says Gary in London. I don't even know what that is. What's Blink 182? They're a rock band. Oh, I'm not going to know that, am I? And and I like the idea. He said, I've got a photo of John Lennon on his lawn with his arm round a pig. How much is that worth? Well, if it's an original photo, somebody will hold copyright to it, so you couldn't give it to anybody. I've got one as well of John Lennon backstage with his son Sean when he was very young, and that's a rarity. It's a one-off. It's a one-off. Ranveer Singh left fighting for a place on Strictly. You know, the trouble is that the moment you get so much publicity, then it kind of peters out, and then it all goes sort of thing. Anyway, what have we got here? Oh, they're all talking about Lorraine Kelly and a sweary COVID rant. She used a rude word. Most unlike her at all. And yet she wouldn't tell you who she was talking about. Well, it's Rita Ora and Kay Burley, quite clearly. They're the only people we know who've broken the COVID rules. What else have we got? What else have we got? Oh, it's this picture of lovely Louis, proving he's a card at Christmas. Prince Louis stealing the show because he's having a whale of a time. Do you think he realises how rich they are? Do you think he's got any idea that Gran, who lives down the road, has got the best house you've ever seen everywhere? It's got, you know, a staircase to die for. Nice to have your company. Talking of people, you know, who were famous. We talked about the Bee Gees, actually, and we were sort of saying, you know, they were a family. You know, tremendously popular from the early days of Cucumber Castle, you know, right up to once they did the Saturday Night Fever, that opened up everything for them. But one man who was the keyboard player has just written in. And his name's Rudy. And he said, Steve, I was the keyboard player in the Bee Gees, one of the best groups I've ever played with. Robin Gibb was an amazing man. He was, wasn't he? I interviewed him once about a Christmas album that he had out, and I interviewed his wife, Dweena, as well. She came in and wrote me a lovely little letter afterwards. And I saw... No, I didn't sign it. And I saw Barry Gibb. He went to... I was in Davenport, opposite the British Museum, when they were there, the magic shop. And Barry came in with his young son. He was looking to buy everything. I want a cape and a top hat and a magic wand and all this kind of stuff. And I remember thinking, it's Barry Gibb, you know. It's in the Bee Gees, which is fantastic. But Jeff says, walked out, they did, the Clive Anderson interview. Yeah, one by one, they got up and walked out. Yeah, I spoke to Clive about it. You know, one of those sort of things. Jake says... talking of collectibles, I've got some Davenports and International Magic props, if you're interested. I have... listen, I don't need to buy anything else. I don't need to buy anything else. I mean, the funny thing is, magic props tend not to make much money unless they're sort of really, really sought after. Really sought after. And in which case, David Copperfield has a huge warehouse outside of Las Vegas. And he's got everything. I mean, everything. For magicians, it's like the Holy Grail. He's got things from magicians who died years ago. He literally bought complete shows, all the back cloths, everything. He bought everything. I mean, it just unbelievable, unbelievable. Also, did the waterworks sort themselves out? Well, this morning, surprisingly. Well, you know, yes, I mean, you know, been a few times, but it's certainly getting tons better. So literally, and I mean, I remember I told you, I said to Zora Suleiman, it's been 3 hours since I've been. And miraculously, here we all... I mean, I've been a few times, but I mean, much, much better. Doesn't look like gin at the moment, no. But I mean, amazing. So, obviously, the new tablets are working, which is good, which is very nice indeed. I've never seen ballet. I've lived with ballet dancers, but I've never actually seen it. And the Nutcracker gets a 5-star review, because when they do something at the Royal Opera House, believe you me, they do something at the Royal Opera House. They chuck everything in. It's just a vast stage, a vast set, everything. And this one got, you know, rave reviews. Absolutely rave reviews. And so good luck to them, actually, because at least people are still going. And the Royal Opera House got a £21.7 million loan from the government. And lots of other theatres have had some money given to them as well. But when you get something as perfect as this, that's why it gets the 5-star review. So good news there. Glenn Close says at 73 she'd quite like a bit of How's Your Father. I don't know, do you ever stop things like that? Obviously not at 73. And so she's talking about it in the paper today. I love Glenn Close, I think she's great. And then the drug overdose death of the rock legend Tom Petty should be treated, says an American forensic expert, as a potential murder case. Now, I can't remember very much about Tom Petty at all, but he died in 2017. The accident was caused by, they say, mixed drug toxicity. That means it was a combination. Motorists were clobbered with a record £1.76 billion in parking charges last year from local councils, including £1 million a day in parking fines. Car owners are shelling out more than 50 quid every second to town halls for parking permits. They treat you so badly, don't they? Which is the top one? Brighton and Hove. Avoid that like the plague. They raked in 24.8 million in 1 year, just on the parking. City of London, 10.7, but I mean, that's closed at the weekend. Nobody bothers going there anyway. Hackney, 15.5. Haringey, 20 million. Hammersmith and Fulham, 25.5. Westminster, 69.8 million. Seriously? Is that here? Yeah. Manchester, 8.8 million. It's only in the Londons. I mean, Kensington and Chelsea, 38.8 million. They raked in on parking fines. Islington, 26.6. I mean, out of town, Bristol, 11.5. It's cheap to go and park your car in Bristol, get a ticket and come back and work in London. Makes it much easier, doesn't it, I suppose? Other stories which are running in the papers today. The Carry On films were naughty but nice humour. And you can get, as I said, the complete box set of everything, I think, on Amazon for about 23 quid or something. All the films. It's the best value you're ever going to get, and you will not see the likes of the Hattie Jakeses and the Barbaras and the Kenny Williams and Sid James and Charles Hawtrey and all those sort of people. I mean, she never resented the fame. The only thing that the Carry-Ons never came with for Barbara was the money. The money were terrible. I mean, she did St Trinian's when she was 16, but it was the Carry-Ons that sort of pushed her forward. There you go, box set, $26.99, and that's the complete DVD collection of... Does it say how many there are? There's 43 hours. If you've never seen them, you must get them. How many discs are in the box? It doesn't say, actually, does it? 30 films. Everything from 1958's Carry On Sergeant up to Carry On Emmanuel, not my favourite. Not my favourite, because by that time it had been diluted. But they would then sort of Carry On England, Carry On Behind, Carry On, that's a Carry On. But definitely, listen, for 30 quid, less than 30 quid, worth getting to relive those happy moments. But before she started filming, she was paralysed with nerves. But there's a picture of her in the paper at Sparrows Can't Sing. And that was in the 1969 premiere. I mean, there's no doubt in anybody's mind she knew some right naughty people. She really did know some naughty people. But she loved EastEnders. She absolutely loved it. So, you know, everybody she worked with there, from Ross Kemp to Steve McFadden, Frank Butcher, Mike Reed, Larry Lamb, of course, as Archie Mitchell, Pat Evans, Danny Dyer, everybody. Although he did echo, Danny Dyer, her catchphrase by telling her to get out of my pub. That was lovely. And there's some great pictures of her and Scott, you know, who was, you know, if anybody could be considered her rock, that'd be it. That'd be it. But loads of people have very good memories of Barbara. She was always the one who lit up the room. She never came in quiet, let me tell you. She came in like a little exocet. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. She's gone to a nicer place. Steve, I went to see The Nutcracker a couple of years ago in New York after paying over $300 for me and the girlfriend. I fell asleep after half an hour. I actually fell asleep during Evita. Well, that was the most boring show I'd ever seen in my entire life. Don't cry for me. Gone completely. And, see, back in the 70s, says Nicole, at a Superstar event, I got a few autographs, including Jimmy Savile. I bet that's worth nothing. I would have no idea how those things pan out now. I should imagine probably, you're right, nothing. Although, having said that, I think Rolf Harris's income has increased dramatically. He turned over quite a lot of money the other year. Somebody was looking at Company's House and they went, he's turned over quite a lot of money because he was painting. After all this came out, all of a sudden he was persona non grata. But now it appears to be sort of going back to where it was, which is not the best, is it? So the papers this morning, it's no deal, but we are ready. And then there's the boats that they're bringing out to sort of sort out the fishermen and, you know, if anybody strays into our waters. I mean, what the God's name we're going to be doing, I've got no idea. And Alex at Securit Locksmith says, give Dave a mention at Prop Dog. I love Prop Dog. I spend money with Prop Dog. And Sarah's in Eltham and says, Steve, I'm currently in the hospital. You've been keeping me going in the morning, so I feel less lonely. Very easy, isn't it, to feel a bit lonely in a hospital bed? You're sort of there, you look around, you think, you all look so ill. What are you doing here? You want to go round and ask them, actually. I love it. Christmas would not be Christmas without all the usual traditions and all the things that you forget about. So you have done a list, haven't you? You have checked it twice. You have decided that you've been naughty or maybe nice. Who knows? I, of course, have been absolutely perfect this year, but I don't think Father Christmas is going to be delivering anything down my chimney anytime soon. Mainly because, as anybody will tell you, when you get to a certain age, you don't need anything. There's nothing that I need. When you're a young person and they go, what do you want for Christmas? And you go, whoa, I don't know where to start. I've got no idea. Do I need some more toys? Do I need some clothes? Because we didn't class clothes as being Christmassy. We thought clothes were just something that you got bought. I mean, I don't think I ever bought clothes myself up until the age of about 15 or 16. But we did want... I don't know where we ever thought of it for, but I used to get some most peculiar presents. They were always very useful. I thought a present would be useful. But then you get to if you get past 50, what do you need? You don't need anything. You've got everything. The only thing you need is your health, and of course that's not the easiest thing to maintain. But everybody was spending money over this weekend. That's what they're saying. They're saying, oh, you've gone mad. £4.5 billion we've been spending. You watch, I bet you anything, after Christmas, as we throw ourselves with gay abandon into Brexit, it'll be a case of, oh, we got no money, you didn't spend enough money before Christmas. And people will be saying, well, we seem to spend a lot of money. Because not everybody is in a bad situation. Somebody said to me the other day, they said, you keep talking about the people who've lost their jobs, because I'm concerned. I'm very concerned for people who've had a job for years and years and years, and all of a sudden they haven't got a job, and they have to make adjustments to their life. They have to start thinking, you know, if you've got a family, I mean, my driver this morning, he's averaging 3 jobs a day, because there's so many drivers out there, private hire vehicles, and I have an account, but there's not enough people. The hotels are empty. There's nobody coming in. So if we get rid of the virus by the middle of next year, which is what they've hinted, provided you're good over the festive season, you know, we might get back to normal. People might start flying in, because we're not doing too badly. There's not as many deaths as there were before, which, I mean, how do you dismiss something like that? The answer is that you can't. You can't. We just want it to go away, and we don't want it to come back, thank you very much indeed. So I can't wait to have my vaccination. Can't wait. I think I'm probably about 3 or 4 down the list, which is okay. And I can't wait for that, so we can have a normal Christmas. There's places I can't go to because it's not my family, and but I'm coping with that. I'm not going to make a big deal about it. Goodness sake, honestly, I'm in a very fortunate position. Very fortunate position. There's other people who are not in fortunate positions, and it's those people that we were helping out with Global's Make Some Noise. I mean, doing a fantastic job. I mean, seriously, millions has been raised, and you, all of you lovely people out there in the dark, have been raising money by buying my glasses, my tea towels, my tote bags. I mean, seriously, you've absolutely gone over and above this year, and don't think I'm not grateful. As I say, all I wanted was for Little Italy to open in Soho, and we hear from Patsy and from Tony that they're back on again, and Joe Allen's, mainly because Biggins has said he's going to take me and Phil Vickery out for lunch. I can't imagine what going out for lunch with Phil Vickery is going to be like. Do you think he'd be going to be very critical about food? That would be good. Piers Morgan's in the papers today. Why? Apart from that, they repeated his Barbara Windsor interview last night on the telly, and you suddenly realise it was very good. She's very honest. She's you know, done these stories time and time again. She remembers most things, and they had Scott in the audience and all the rest of it, you know. And the one thing that they do is talk. That's what they did when she was alive. They talked. You know, they were more than happy with each other's company. Like going out. He has his own showbiz friends. Lovely to see Barry Burnett on there as well. That was done a little while ago, and it was a case of, you know, even Paul O'Grady said if you cut Barbara down the middle, she's got showbiz like a stick of Blackpool Rock, because she was showbiz, you know, and she made time for people. You'd never find her lacking when it came to sort of me, you know, Barbara, could you sign this? Yes, of course, darling. And she'd sign it, and she was very good at things like that. And that's why, I'm sorry to keep going on about it, but she's got loads of coverage in the papers today. There's an OK special coming out with her on it. There's calls for a statue as well, because she was just... It was Barbara Windsor, for God's sake. You know, we weren't talking about... You know, she was never the world's greatest actress, but she had that infectious humour. And Piers said, you know, of course, the carry-ons were the making of you. And she went, no, they weren't. Because the trouble is, after she'd done the carry-on, she got to sort of 50, and she was like box office poison. Nobody would touch her until she got that EastEnders gig, and then all of a sudden, she came into her own. And loved every minute of it. So, you know, I don't know where she's gone to. I'm hoping she's sitting on a cloud looking down going, you tell him, Stevie, you tell him. And as I say, I remember once we'd been to a Lady Rattling's do, and I parked the car about 5 minutes away up in Russell Square, and we crossed... I should have actually left her by the door talking to people, and I'd gone and got the car, but I didn't think about it. So we walked across the road. She's in high heels, and she's going, Stevie, how much bleeding for... I said, it's just over here. And you could see the look of relief on her face. I can imagine she got in and said to Scott, he made me bleed and walk from the hotel to the car. But that's nice, isn't it? You know, if you've got memories of people you've worked with then that's good, and I think it's wonderful. Other stories in the papers today, Russian agents. To be honest with you, it's more like a James Bond film. Every time you hear about somebody who's criticised Putin, they tried twice to poison Putin's critic. You know, you don't mess about in Russia. Somebody starts criticising the president, who's got a lot of people in high places or low places, depending on what you think about it. And it was a bit of a shame, really. But what was the other one? Oh, the family who've given 24,000 prezzies to the needy. Oh, nice. Very good. Linda Nolan says her cancer's back. It's in her liver. She said, I'd quite like a few more Christmases. As indeed everybody would. You know, if you're in that unfortunate situation where you have no control over what's going on inside your body. Not a clue. You know, some days you have good days, some days you have a bad day, other days... Because, you know, they say at some point in your life you're going to know somebody who has been touched by cancer, and you're going to have to be there. And you're going to have to sort of live through it. And it's a difficult thing, especially for the person. I always, you know, it makes me laugh when my mum said at the funeral, she said, you will look smart. And I said, well, you're not going to know about it, are you? Thinking, you know, bring a bit of light to it. But she knew it was back in the same way that Linda Nolan said she knew it was back. You know, you can see it on the x-rays and everything else. You see these dark patches. And it depends how fast it's spreading. As you can feel it, apparently. But it's like lots of illness. You know, sometimes you're there and people say... It's like me with my diabetes, which, I mean, is... You know, I'm pathetically way down the line on the list of illnesses which do you serious damage. I mean, you can do a lot of damage with diabetes. But people say, how do you know when you don't feel very well? I said, I don't know. You just feel it in your stomach. You just feel, I don't feel 100% today. And somebody would say to it, do you feel all right? And you go, not 100%. I'm all right. I can move, I can talk, I can walk. But if you remember the other week, we had this disastrous with this cystitis. I was telling a friend of mine on the phone yesterday, I said the worst thing was getting to the end of the platform at Waterloo Station and suddenly realising that you had to go to the toilet. You had to go to the toilet. There was no, and don't even ask. No, there's no toilets on trains. Well, there's certainly not on my trains. And if you've got cystitis, even though you're not going very much, boy, do you need to go. Boy, do we not do the emails? We do an email, and it was a case of I would get on the train. I could go 2 stops, and then I was literally sitting there willing it to go away because of the pain and because of all the other bits and pieces. Terrible, absolutely terrible. So if you're going through it at the moment, it generally goes about 7 days, about 5 days. So first number is, yep. Next, sorry, we just have to do this thing here. Next one is. And the next one is the same as that. Next one is... And then it's +2. And the last one is... There you go. I don't know why we do this. We do this every time. It's like a bit of a charade on the programme. I do apologise. It's because it's a code. When somebody else goes to sign into my account, like Joe... the company will send you a thing saying this is, and you need to put the code in. So because I can't give you the code, or I choose not to give you the code, I have to hold up fingers. It's like being in playgroup. It really is. Steve, glad you're feeling better. Go straight home after show and keep warm. Oh, I'm keeping warm. But believe you me, what have I got to do today? I'm going to go out and buy a few bits and bits. Nothing particularly special. I sent this year's going to be a frugal Christmas. Not for any other reason, apart from the fact that it's a messy Christmas. You know, nothing is sort of happening in the way that it's supposed to be happening. And so we'll probably get back to it about the middle of next year, which is okay. By which time, of course, being a diabetic, we might not be getting insulin through. That's what they've said, come the 1st of Jan, because most of the insulin comes from abroad. The trouble is some people have started stocking up, which is a bit naughty. And also, people have started stockpiling food. I mean, but you know what, stupid people are like, unfortunately. Plus, Kay Burley. Remember Kay Burley? She thinks that there's somebody at Sky who exposed her and gave the story to the newspapers. Otherwise, how would somebody know these things? Unfortunately, the papers pay tip-offs. We used to get tip-offs years ago. There was a list of things in LBC. If somebody phoned up and said, I've got a good story for you, that paid £17.50. Now, I know it doesn't seem very much. I did a story once. I won't tell you what it is, because I know the person very well. But it was a tip-off story about something that was going on. And so a paper ran it on a front page. And I got 1,500 quid for it. Which in those days I thought I'd arrived and landed the lottery. It was very exciting. But they do tip-off fees. So if somebody was going to tip off somebody who's on the television that they were doing something that maybe they shouldn't have been doing, that can pay a few. I know people who'd sell their grandmother down the river. Seriously. I mean, people, they'll just go, yeah, I'll tell you all about that. How much you pay? And it can pay anything up to £10,000-15,000. So if you come from a council estate up in Merthyr Tydfil or something, you won't have seen money like that. And somebody says, oh, you've got a story about somebody famous? Yeah, I've got a story about somebody famous. Oh, right, what is it? And so you tell the person the story and they go, yeah, I think we'll actually run with that. They then put it down into writing. Unfortunately, after that, it's out of your hands and you just then get a cheque. It could be £5,000. That's a lot of money, Hiring a car for the getaway, £1,000 extra. £1,000 extra. I don't know why people bother driving over Christmas. It used to be, years ago, when I used to drive down to my mum's in Henley, I was the only car on the road on Christmas Day. I came in here, did the breakfast programme, went home, loaded up the car with presents. Nowadays, because you don't need to. I just give money, it's in a card. And I would drive all the way down there praying to be stopped by the police. Because I would work on the assumption that they would be looking at me thinking, I bet you've had a drink. And I don't know what it is, but sometimes, when you're driving down a motorway or a road and you see that police car right behind you, it's like a giant laxative. It's the kind of thing that sort of makes you go, oh my God, there's a police. And all of a sudden your driving starts getting worse. You start drifting a bit to the right and you pull it back again. It's really awful. But I never got stopped. No, even though my mother worked for the police, I never, ever got stopped by the police. And I was so wanting them to stop me and go, have we had a drink? And I'd be going, no, we don't drink. I never used to drink over Christmas because too much driving. What else we got coming up? We got a good story about the jet fighters, Marcus Rashford and Gemma Collins in drag. I know. I didn't believe it either. Yeah, hope you're well. Cystitis going can be a long, painful time. Fingers crossed for you, says Noreen. You mentioned the Bee Gees. We only saw them once at Wembley. September 98. Most professional show we've ever seen. Robin's voice is unique. Well, yesterday, we had the keyboard player from the Bee Gees sending us a nice little email, which is lovely. And Richard says, I was going to buy you a nice bottle of Prosecco for Christmas, but as you don't need anything, I won't bother. No, I don't need anything. I seriously don't need anything. If you thought that was a good dig, and you're sort of going, oh, I was going to spend some money, because I've heard you're as tight as a very squeaky barn door. I don't need anything. I really don't need anything. I'm one of those fortunate people. Until I read, Steve, Barbara Windsor's autobiography, I never knew she had a stage career before Carry On. I'm glad some instinct made me go to the panto and see her in Dick Whittington, says Jane. Oh, yes, I mean, she was... The Carry Ons were good, but it didn't change her career. They just had a laugh, as she said. It was the same thing all the way through, just different costumes. And then they'd all relax. Charles Hawtrey would moan about his piles and all the rest of it, sitting there, chain smoking. Kenny Williams and Barbara probably spent most of the time. He was the only person, I think, who ever went on her honeymoon. He went on honeymoon with her, which sounded bizarre, didn't it? But no, I think Sid James used to play poker, and it was a little gang. They had the same crew, the same lighting, the same cameramen, the same everything. So you sort of did it, and you just got on with it. Pamela says, I turned 50 this year. And I wanted it to be a year to remember. Be careful what you wish for, eh? I think we've all lost someone or something this year. I have to say one person that has helped me motivate me to get up every morning and get to work and then chilled me out in the evening on catch-up is you, Steve. So keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You do need motivation. I've said it a million times before. It's so good just... If you're lying there in bed at the moment, and I took a hot water bottle to bed last night. It was lovely. It was really... And in fact, when I woke up last night to sort of start getting ready for work, it was still hot. Well, warm, hot. It was sort of and I remember thinking, God, that's lasted really well. I bought 2 of them the other week. Where do I put it? Well, it varies. It starts on my feet, and then I sort of move it up a little bit because my feet, the circulation is not brilliant, so I quite like to have warm, toasty feet. And then I move it up my body, and then I move it back down to the feet again. Yeah, I mean, I should really buy about 20 or 30 of them and just sort of rotate them around the body. But no, it was very good, actually. Very, very good. Steve, stop raining on the coast, says Monica, and it is hot. 13 degrees right now. Brilliant weather for our laminating, but definitely not Hanukkah time, like, and yes, you guessed it, I overslept again. What is this oversleeping? Mind you, I've got friends, Monica, who can't get to sleep at all. Absolutely terrible. They just can't, they climb into bed and they go, oh, God, I want to go to sleep. And then yesterday I was ordering something from a supplier online, and I completely forgot the password. I've had to reset it all over. It's so stupid. It's so annoying. And then I put it on PayPal, and then PayPal wanted to verify me, so they sent me a thing to my phone. Then I had to send that number back to them. All very confused. Very stressful yesterday. Very stressful. But I did buy on the way home, after I finished yesterday, I bought some little chicken... I don't know what they call them, actually. It's bits of chicken on a skewer, and you just heat them up. Like a little chicken kebab thing. You only get 2, but you got 3 packs for £7 in M&S. So I had those. In the end, I was quite sick of chicken. I decided I didn't want chicken ever again. I thought I'd go for something better today. Might go back for the chicken Kiev, which I'm particularly fond of. Height of stupidity. We found another complete lunatic. And this one is on a cliff. On a cliff. And it's very close to the edge. In fact, it's so close to the edge, the kids can dangle their feet over the edge. This is a cliff. What happens to cliffs? They collapse. And he's there, and he's got 2 little children. And he's taking a picture of them. And I'm thinking, there's a name for people like you, pal. And it's not pleasant, and I couldn't use it on this programme. I mean, I've never seen anything so stupid in my entire life. What would you have done if all of a sudden there'd been because they don't give you warning on these cliffs collapsing. They either get rain sodden and they just collapse in front of you, and you see it on the Jurassic Coast and all over the place. Down in Brighton, you'll see cliff fall. These kids would have been killed instantly. And what would you have done then? Oh, let's have another photograph. I mean, what a stupid person. Luckily, he's identifiable in the paper. Do you remember there was that woman years ago? I don't think we ever found out who it was, and she's up at the pond at Highgate in Hampstead. It's frozen over, and she's got a kiddie in a pram, and she's pushing it over the pond. I mean, a real thicko. But I mean, somebody who, you can't imagine that people can be that stupid. Really. I was thinking, if all of a sudden the ice cracks, it's like people who decide to dive in to save dogs who've fallen into ice-covered lakes. Dogs get themselves out, take my word for it. They're much better than us. You're the one who looks like the dipstick, I'm afraid. Terrible. And I was watching on YouTube yesterday the episode you were breakdancing, says Sam. Thank you. Joanna says, don't drink alcohol, tea, coffee, cola or tea until you're completely better. No, I've carried on doing everything exactly the same. And I'll tell you when it happened. It happened yesterday morning. When I came into this... I was sitting talking to Zora Suleiman, and up until then, I'd been up every 5-6 minutes, to sort of wee nothing, basically. And I said to her, do you realise that I've been sitting here for like 2 hours, I said, and I haven't been to the toilet? And it was then that I realised I'm on the road to recovery. And believe you me, it was so much better. Sue Ann says, 15 lots of antibiotics. I had to attend urology for a year. Hot water bottle, hilarious. If only you'd seen me. Sue Ann says, my Christmas tree's up at last. Good. Do they do cold water bottles? Yes, of course they do. It's called fill it with hot water and leave it. It's not complicated, is it, really? Yeah, so George, just fill it with cold water, do what you like with it then. Or failing that, just stick yourself in the fridge. Much, much better. Also, first day back at work today after being off with COVID for 3 weeks. Steve really thought I was not going to come through, it says Nicola. But thank God it's okay. I've done nothing for Christmas, so I have lots to do this week. But that's all right. That gives you purpose. As I say, I'm just going out today. I shall probably buy a few little bits and pieces, come back home, feet up, heating on, feet up, and do nothing. If you haven't got to do anything, don't do it. But if you haven't done anything, do it. I know that even my oldest goddaughter was saying that she's got to get all her presents out and decide who's getting what. And my oldest male godson, he bought his girlfriend for Christmas these Dyson heated. It's a heated thing. How much are they? £500. Have you seen them on QVC? It's for doing your hair. You wrap your hair round it or something, and then it curls it. I don't know why. And they're like £450, £500. To be honest with you, I'd rather sort of shave all my head off and stick a wig on. Yeah, a Dyson Airwrap. They go, oh, it's really lovely, and it comes in an exclusive copper. Look, it comes in a really posh box. Stick it in a bag. How much is that one now? How much is that? I've never seen prices like it. I thought it was a joke. There you go. £449 or a year at 40 quid a month. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I began to think, I thought it was bad enough to pay, but look, it comes in a posh box with all the accoutrements. And you know who it'll be bought by? Chavs. Chavs will buy it and they'll be going out, yeah, I've got his Dyson things, like really good. Yes, and my godson for his girlfriend. I thought that was so expensive. Don't you think? I mean, I bought a hairdryer for 60 quid some years ago and it's still going strong. Yeah, Zora wants what, this? I'm not surprised. It is a desired object, but every opportunity on QVC, they flog it to death. And they always do the same thing. Oh, we look like we could run out of it. They started doing the same as Ideal World. Let me tell you now, 60% of the stock has gone. I think, well, there still leaves 40%, dear. You know, and I'm shouting at the television every day on a regular basis. Order more in, love. Don't be a buffoon and stand there going, oh, stock's very low on this. If you don't buy your electric bicycle now, you won't get it for Christmas, will you? And then you think, yeah, lying old baggages. They've got loads of the blooming things. They're just trying to shift bicycles. Get an electric bike. You know, this one, 40% of the stock has gone. You think, yeah, 60% left. Why don't you get it to the manufacturers? You want to flog this bike? Send them down to us. Really annoys me. I get very annoyed. The festive forecast is rain, not snow. Don't tell me. We've got it here. Is it still tipping it down? Calm down. Thank God for that. And Piers Morgan gets in a taxi. No mask. No mask. What's the matter with him? He's supposed to know, you know, out of everybody. And Eamon Holmes apparently binged on 6 breakfasts a day. Please don't make me say it. I can't help it. And that's why he's Fatty Holmes. 6 breakfasts a day. Bacon roll, donuts. Seriously, every day. That's why you're fat, mate. That's why you're fat. But anyway. Oh, and Maisie Smith. Really boring and dull. OK, it's 4. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful. Very, very grateful. Very nice indeed. Carol, long-time listener to LBC, which is very good. Mary, she says, enjoy your special time of the year. No doubt in a special bubble. Always in a special bubble. Linda in Cromer. Morning, Linda. Hope you're well. And another card. Luckily, glitter only on the outside from Merle. She says, have a happy and healthy new year. I can certainly do with that next year, I promise you. And. This sort of, the cleaners are going to absolutely hate whoever's put glitter in an envelope and sent it over. But the moment it appears, it goes straight in the bin. So, sorry about that. And somebody says, hoping for a better new year. I think we're all hoping for a better new year, aren't we? That's all we want. Good Lord, honestly, it's like living in a grotto in the studio. It really is. Tyson Fury's dad is willing to bet £1 million on his son beating Joshua. Where'd you get £1 million from, pal? Where'd that come from? And the mum who sent her son to school in a dress. He wanted to go as Elsa from Let It Go, Let It Go. And of course, he walks into the class in his sister's dress. He's 6. And immediately they all start laughing and things like that because they're children, they're little children. And the mother says they're horrible people. Well, you know, that's what happens nowadays. Not everybody's wonderful. Lockdown savings give households £7,000 Christmas present. Really? Tell me where. Show me where that is, which is very nice. Actually, I got a thing the other day. It was at home, and it's from an investment company, and it's not me. It's somebody else, but it's my address, and they've got £129,000 invested. So I was thinking about phoning up and going, this sort of money I've got here, can you transfer it to this account? See what happens there. They won't make that mistake again, will they? Can you imagine? Fancy sending something through like that, you know, with 129,000. And I know because I'm with the same company. So it was actually quite easy to find. Central China are using drones for extinguishing wasps' nests. The drone has got a flamethrower on the front of it, so they can they can take it up into the tree, and they can just go and send flames out, and then the wasps are no more because the nests are enormous, and you have a look at it and you think, blimey, that's quite. I mean, the wasps are going, kill that thing flying there. And they just go, because they used to use these in the war, these flamethrowers. Have you ever seen them? They used to come equipped on tanks and things like that. And it was a giant flamethrower. So you can imagine just how dangerous it would have been. I was reading something about Henry VIII one of his wives, because he claimed, he was a liar, of course, a compulsive, filthy little liar, that she cheated on him and had sex with, I think, her brother and also various people. So she was to be executed. He just wanted an excuse. The excuse was she didn't bear him a son. So, and he got bored, and he decided, and he planned it all the way through to the place where it was going to take place, at what time it was going to take place, bringing over the swordsman from France. And but he was very generous. He decided that they weren't going to set fire to her, because apparently that would be the worst execution ever, because you're burning, and it must just be absolute agony. So when people used to do it in London, when we used to burn people, friends used to buy gunpowder and put it in their pockets, so that when the flames reached the gunpowder, effectively they would blow up, and it saved them having to suffer. Unfortunately, this poor ex-wife of filthy little midget bloke, this is the ghastly Henry VIII, decided that she would just be executed. And you think to yourself, you really were vile, weren't you? But that's what they did in those days. I mean, now, can you imagine if you upset the royal family nowadays and they had the power to send you to the Tower? Imagine. Because all sorts of people were in the Tower, weren't they? All sorts of people. I think the Krays were in the Tower at one point. Tower of London. It acted as a prison. And I've been to the Tower of London. I love the Tower of London. I'm a big fan of sort of history. Big fan of history. Steve, my love for that talentless Gemma Collins is as bad as yours. Yet, reading at the weekend, she's in a bidding war with BBC and ITV. They both want her. Yes, they want her so they can go and drop her over Russia and leave her there. No, there's no bidding war at all. There's no work for her. In fact, the worst thing is that the best the poor old baggage can get is RuPaul's Drag Race. And the producer or somebody from the programme is going, oh, it's a fantastic signing. I thought, well, she's never been a fantastic signing. She was always dull, boring, not funny, not interesting, not attractive, nothing going on at all. Why not? I mean, but then, of course, she does look like a drag queen. So that would be the bonus. But fancy saying rubbish like that, you know, she's a big sign. That apparently it took weeks of negotiation. Jem, all right, love? Do you want to do it? OK, send a minicab for you tomorrow. All right, a transit. We'll send a transit van for you. OK, thanks. Yeah, there'll be food in it. All right, see you later. Bye. That's it. You don't need to do weeks of negotiations. You haven't got anything else to do at the moment. Yeah, there you go. The Kray twins, Guy Fawkes and 9 other people, prisoners in the Tower of London. Guy Fawkes didn't last too long, I suspect. I think he was another one. Rudolf Hess was in there. Ranulph Flambard, he was the first person, he was Bishop of Durham, first person to escape from the Tower. Can you imagine? He threw a banquet for the guards. This is in 1101. You remember it vividly? Lots of wine. But in those days, you could buy in. You know, even if you were in debtor's prison, you could buy in wine and food and everything else. And basically, the guards were a bit simple. In fact, they were very simple. And in one of the barrels was a rope. When the guards were clearly too drunk, he climbed out the window and down the rope to a boat and sailed to Normandy. Joseph Jacobs, last person to be executed at the Tower of London. This was in 1941. And he was found guilty of espionage, accused of being a German spy. He'd been found in farmland in Cambridgeshire with his parachute. Although he protested his innocence, they found a wireless transmitter, a code wheel, sentenced to death. But because it was military trial, his execution was by firing squad rather than hanging. So, in fact, that actually took place at the Tower of London, where they had their own firing squad. And also Rudolf Hess died in 1987, age 93. Guy Fawkes as well. Unfortunately, poor old Guy Fawkes was hung, drawn and quartered. And believe you me, it didn't get any worse than that. He was on the rack, which was a nasty contraption which pulled limbs until they dislocated. They just kept going. And then in 1606, January the 31st, he and his fellow plotters were dragged behind a horse through London to Westminster Yard, where they were hung, drawn and quartered. I know. But we were very barbaric. I mean, we were very... If you did it nowadays, it would draw the biggest crowds ever, because we are barbaric. Yeah, people would be filming it. I mean, you see something now. Remember that story the other day of the monkey that climbed into the wrong enclosure in the zoo? It climbed over and got into the lions thing, and the lions went, hello, lunch has arrived early. Grabbed it. This thing screamed for its life. But, of course, I mean, they're lions. They're just going to eat it. And people got their phones out and were filming it. Anne Boleyn... was executed inside the tower. That was the second wife, but instead of going to the dungeon, she was in the apartments. She was surrounded by luxuries. She still met a fateful end. She was found guilty and sentenced to death, and they got a French swordsman in to do the job rather than the axeman. I mean, it didn't make any difference to her, but the swordsmen were more skilled and could do it in one, whereas the axemen were generally drunks, and they got paid for doing it. The first Duke of Clarence was also there. Lady Jane Grey. Lady Jane Grey was a very interesting one because she was also executed, poor soul, but she's buried in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, which is just behind where they executed them. I mean, Edward, I think it was Edward VI, nominated Jane and her male heirs as successors, but then because she was a Protestant and would support the Reformed Church of England, after his death, she was proclaimed king, and then it all went pear-shaped. Convicted of high treason, 1553, and that normally meant a death sentence, but Mary spared her life at first, and then left it a couple of years, and then decided to execute her. The princes in the Tower were the two young boys, probably the most well-known of the people in the Tower of London. Edward V, who 12, and his younger brother Richard were brought to the Tower for their safety by their uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, who was the Lord Protector for Edward. However, the Duke claimed they were illegitimate, and the boys vanished without trace. It is widely suspected that they were murdered in the Tower, and in 1674, two small skeletons were unearthed by workmen at the Tower. They were assumed to be the princes. Charles II then had them reburied in Westminster, and in 1933, a re-examination proved the skeletons were of two boys, aged 12 and 10. Do you not know that? Yeah, I knew that they'd found them again, and then they had verified them. Also, Queen Elizabeth I was held prisoner in the Tower, put there by her half-sister. Don't fall out with your half-sisters. They're a nightmare. Sir Walter Raleigh. I mean, you know, very, very interesting, isn't it? I mean, he could have been a prisoner, but he was charged with treason. Sir Walter Raleigh, lay down your coat. I thought he was a hero. I thought everybody loved him. No, they didn't. He was executed outside the Palace of Westminster. I mean, it was not too much of a hardship compared to some of the other things. He could grow plants, family could visit, and he started on his book. Didn't learn from his mistake because he made the king angry. The one thing he didn't do is make the king angry. Like upsetting Vladimir Putin. You don't do things like that. You just sort of accept the fact that's what he does. And so he was executed, charged with treason. And there was only one way out if you were charged with treason. Death. You know, and the crowds would gather in London. They you know, people would go out there and they go, get your souvenir toffee apples here, get your sort of Anne Boleyn head, you know. I remember it well. I was there all the time. I was flogging the toffee apples. I was the one doing it. Because you either got executed outside the Tower of London. There's a place there where they said all these people were executed, but most people miss it. It's where the bus drops you off. And then the others were executed inside the Tower. Well, I don't know if it was better or not. I mean, what would you rather have? You go to your execution and there's thousands of people watching. Yeah, I think I'd go private. I'd go, could I just have an injection? Is that okay with everybody? I'm voting for the injection. Thank you very much indeed. It is terrible when you think, but mind you, we weren't half as gruesome as some other countries. Some other countries still to this day who do the most horrendous things, like throwing gay people off towers to kill them. You know, you want to take the people who put them up there and throw them off the bloody tower. That's what I want to do. But that's just me being caring because it's a Monday and because it's the 14th of December and today is your day. You have checked, haven't you, your bank accounts? Actually, you might be in the fortunate position that you might get paid again before Christmas if you're in the fortunate position of having a job, in which case, then just remember, January is a very long month. It's 6 weeks before you get paid again. I mean, Joe doesn't know what to do with all of his images. It's ridiculous, honestly. Every time he sort of bends over, more money falls out of his pockets. I'm having to go behind him and go, Joe, you've just dropped a whole bundle of money, and then put it back in again. Nice poem for you this morning, because it's all about Christ. 10 to 5 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's a bit wet today. In fact, it's quite a bit wet today. But it doesn't matter. It's only water, isn't it? You've had showers before, some of you. And you can sort of get out there and try and get all the little bits and pieces of stuff. You know, people nick Christmas decorations. They pinch Christmas decorations every year. You know, you wonder where they all go to. You've got no idea. You sort of go, oh, I wonder where they are. Lovely little bit of freebieism going on in the world of the attention-seeking Victoria, I design dresses nobody wants, Beckham. And it's her and Harper having facials. She's a child of 8, and she's having facials at the age of 8. Slightly disturbing, but there you go. It's her family. She can do what the hell she likes. But then she makes it worse by plugging the salon where they went to. Is it because they're hoping to sort of drum up business because Victoria Beckham went there? It just sounds wrong, doesn't it? It's like anything that's plugged by poor old Gemma Collins. I mean, you avoid it like the plague. It really is. It's scandalous, because what they don't tell you is some of them have actually been paid for promoting these things, depending on, if you're a vlogger, I think they call them, or floggers. Steve. The public executions you discussed probably attracted the same kind of people who watch the Jeremy Kyle show, says Jeff. Thousands of people turned up for all these things. I mean, thousands and thousands of people. It was like a public holiday. When they did the hangings up at the hanging tree up at Hyde Park, there, can't remember what it was called now, but they had a tree there, and they would take the person or persons on a cart, and they would take them all the way up, and people would buy them drinks at all the pubs. Tyburn, that's right. There's a plaque in the middle of the road. Very peculiar place to put a plaque for Tyburn, but it's in the middle of the road. I mean, if you want to take a picture of it, you're gonna die because you're going to be run over. But they would take them all up there. People in the pubs would go, yeah, good on you, whoa, all the rest of it. And they were on a cart, and they'd take them all the way up to Tyburn. By this time, they're completely sozzled, which is probably the best way to go. And then they just attach the noose to them, and I think they could do like 6 at a time. And the cart would move away and just leave them there. And people would whoop and cheer and everything else, with your toffee apples, with all your little things. Didn't they do a Carry On, Don't Lose Your Head with Sid James and Barbara Windsor? Sid was selling, get your execution things in. Had a little model of the guillotine. They were flogging the guillotine models. Only a franc. Because they used to, I still can't believe that, was it Marie Antoinette was beheaded? I think guillotined in France. And you think, what? The woman who had Versailles? I mean, that was a dreadful situation. Bloodthirsty. Around the world, bloodthirsty people. It was Marie Antoinette. Yeah. And she can't have thought, when she sort of started and lived in this fabulous palace, which we now go to as a tourist attraction, without realising she walked the corridors and then she didn't walk no more. And she was taken on one of these tumbril carts. Terrible, really. Steve, I know what you mean. I wonder who decided to drown London. Thank you, Monica. And have you ever tried oat milk in your coffee? No, I just do cows. I don't do any of this posh, fancy stuff, Oh, sorry, have you had almond milk? No, I'm just having milk, thank you. Have you had coconut milk? Yes, I've had coconut milk, but not into your coffee. It's people, it's so complicated now, isn't it? It becomes a bit pretentious, soy milk, goat's milk. OK, the goat's just over by the hat stand. If you'd like to help yourself to as much as you want. Ridiculous. And Steve, do you think in 10 years, as little Harper becomes an adult, she'll be a mini-me of Victoria? God help us. Who knows? And another one here, talking about somebody else asking about milk, actually. In the olden days, King or Queen would have ordered that, no, they wouldn't. No, definitely not. But you see, because if it was somebody who went out with somebody who was titled, somebody in the royal family, most of those kind of escaped things. What they did was sort of get rid of them. I was watching The Godfather on the television the other day. I've not seen it for ages and ages, and it's very good, but by God, it's violent. Terribly violent. It does it look dated? Oh, does it? Oh, right, okay. On one of them, Michael, whatever his name was, Corleone, is there, and there's obviously somebody who's married to his sister, and he goes, listen, you let me down, you did everybody talked like this, and then it let me down, and all the rest of it. He was French, yes, he was French. Slight Chinese influence, which made it more interesting. And they sort of said, listen, your penalty is you're going to be kicked out the family. So he goes, yes, have a drink. So they give him a drink, and I'm thinking, he's not going to get further than the garden gate. They put his coat on, take him out to the car, and sitting in the back of the car is this gorilla of a bloke. And all of a sudden, the bloke who's got in the front, who's the one being sort of sent off to Las Vegas to do whatever he did, and they just garroted him in the back of the car, so he kicks the windscreen out, as you would, you know, and they don't think anything about it. I mean, people were killing people left, right and centre during the Depression and and it still goes on. Go to Mexico, there's executions on a daily basis. Not intentional ones. It's a case of if you're in the wrong gang and you've crossed the wrong people, and you think living in certain parts of London's a bit scary. I'm telling you, we've actually got it good compared to some parts of the world. Honestly, thank God for programmes like this, actually. It can cheer you up before breakfast in the morning. I dreamt about breakfast yesterday. I dreamt that I was living in a hotel with the 175 million, which went to somebody in France, which I'm not bothered about. I'm trying to be good about it. And even I bought tickets. And I was sort of thinking to myself, and I'm in this hotel, and they go, what would you like for breakfast, Steve? And I go, do you know, I tell you what I want. I want 2 bits of fried bread, 2 rashers of bacon, some beans, and an egg, but fried on both sides. And they go, is that all? I go, well, I'll see how I feel at the end of it. I just had this thing about fried bread with bacon on the top of it. It just appealed to me. And I woke up with this sort of dryness in my mouth, thinking, oh, where is that breakfast when you really want it? I went, I can't, sorry. They were just giving that woman, the 90-year-old, the COVID virus, the vaccine thing, and they just stick the needle in. I'd go through the roof. Maybe go all queasy watching it on the television. I don't have injections like that. No, they have to go careful with me. I'm liable to cry. I'm not very manly at all. Even though I inject all the time, it still hurts. Sometimes it doesn't hurt. Sometimes it does hurt. I'm a bit sort of a bit varied in that department. But no, I love it when they take the needle. You go, ouch. You go, ew. But I'm looking forward to having it anyway. Steve. When people were beheaded in the French Revolution, they used to take the knitting. Well, they used to sit waiting, didn't they? That's what Madame Tussaud did. She would sit there knitting, waiting for the heads to roll into the basket, and then she'd take them and she'd do the waxworks of them. Madame Tussaud was just a little Frenchwoman who opened a wax museum. And the Wax Museum, in fact, you get exactly the same at New Scotland Yard. In their crime museum, they've got lots of death masks of people who've been executed. Lots of them, because I went there. I was invited. Can't just go in and have a look. Blimey, if you could, people would be having heart attacks. But no, I was invited. But that's what she used to do. And then she had a wax museum, and then gradually it's turned into what it is now. And you've probably never been to Madame Tussauds, have you? When you see these things up close, you seriously believe they're real. I know it seems really bizarre. We were at the Ideal Home show one year, and we had there was a Madame Tussauds exhibition opposite us, and they had I think Alan Titchmarsh and loads of other people. You could go up to them and look at them, and you expect them to turn around and go, boo. They're that realistic. Every sort of indentation, absolutely everything. It was phenomenal. I was ever so impressed. Hair looks good. It's all put in individually, individual hairs. I mean, so they can get it exactly right. They never bothered to do me. And, of course, the moment you fall out of favour, they take you down. They save the head but melt the body. Just thought I'd let you know now, just in case you were thinking of having it done. Steve, if they brought back public executions day, they would get huge crowds, says Jane. Sad to say. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's, you can go to YouTube and you can watch people being executed in the war for war crimes. You know, people led out for the firing squad, and it seems to be over in a matter of a second. They literally lead them out. They tie them to a post, put a band... Oh, frightened the life out of you, didn't it? Put a bandana around their head, and that was it. Very frightening. Very, very frightening. Galileo, Figaro. So, after the news at 5, which is coming up very shortly this Monday, what an odd programme today. What an odd programme. Perhaps we'll talk about something different. It is very macabre. We'll talk about Princess Beatrice, accused of flouting the COVID rules. Apparently it was a business meeting. Yeah, Jackanory. Former One Direction Zayn misses his sister marrying a bad boy lover. And nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to another wet bloomin' day. But that's Christmas, isn't it? If it rains over Christmas, nobody will care about it this year. It's going to be a very odd Christmas. It's the 14th of December, so you've got 10 days. 10 days to make sure you've got everything sorted out. You know, mince pies, good time to probably buy that. Check sell-by dates. Sell-by dates, very important on mince pies. But if you buy them now, they will last you for Christmas. And not that many people eat mince pies. In fact, we probably eat more mince pies in the run-up to Christmas than we do actually over the festive season. Make sure you've got the stuffing ordered. I mean, you can do most of this stuff online. It's not difficult. Just go for it. Make sure you've ordered the turkey or a capon or whatever it is you go for. You might just have gammon, or it could be anything, really. It's just that family meal, isn't it? If you're lucky enough to be able to have a family meal for today. Talking of food, Eamon Holmes says he would eat 6 meals before lunch when doing early morning television. And he revealed he was 3 stone heavier during his GMTV days than he is now. Yeah, shame he doesn't show, isn't it, really, Eamon? But there you go. He presented the show. He said he didn't miss the stress lifestyle forced on him by the early morning stars. No, and you loved the money, didn't you? How much did you earn, Eamon? Would you be telling us that? You know, telling us everything else. But they present this morning, soon to be replaced by Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary. He said in the early days he'd have cereal at home, a bacon roll at work, just the one, a donut on air, snacks, breakfast after the show, 11s, and then lunch. He said, you've suddenly got 6 or 7 meals before lunchtime. Why are you telling us this? Why would this be of any interest? We assumed it was due to overeating, because you never mentioned a thyroid problem. So I'm assuming it was overeating. Still to come, Princess Beatrice was last night urged to set a better example. Stupid. I mean, if the story's true, really stupid. She was part of a group of 6 enjoying a 3-hour meal inside a swanky restaurant. That means it's not for you or I. It's posh. Despite being from at least 2 different households. She also posed for snaps. And a royal source said Beatrice had been attending an introductory work meeting. What a load of old codswallop, honestly. Of course she was, dear. A work meeting? For what? What does she do for work? Do tell us. But, so here they go. But unfortunately, there's also loads about her father again. They're turning into the ghastly family from hell. They really are. Buckingham Palace wouldn't comment on Beatrice's meal. A royal source claims she was attending an introductory work meeting, but would add no further details. What do you go out to a public restaurant for, then? They must think we all fell out of trees or something. It's very embarrassing. No explanation why Beatrice's husband and best pal were there, nor for the princess's social distancing breach as she posed for snaps in the restaurant. I mean, perhaps I don't know. Perhaps she's not the brightest penny in the box. Seems to run in the family, doesn't it, really? And then poor Piers Morgan, he got nicked in the back of a cab, didn't he? No mask on. You see, I'd be telling people, you know, put a mask on. If I was driving a bus, there was people got on the bus the other day when I was getting on a bus. Nobody wearing a mask. And they sat right behind me. I thought, oh, dear. Very selfish. Maisie Smith was followed by police into the studios after she was seen driving at speed. She's not the brightest penny in the box, is she? And in July, she was accused of smoking marijuana at the wheel of her car. The BBC declined to comment on her studio questioning. I mean, are they not bright enough at the BBC? I'm sorry, do you know about this? We have no comment to make. You know, that's their answer to everything. Close the blooming thing down, I tell you. Once we got rid of local radio, we should be on the way forward, I think. But they sort of had people there, and also some people arrived while she was being questioned. They looked on puzzled, along with presenter Ryland Clark-Neil. What was he doing there? I thought he's finished in the business. I had no idea he was still working. He was complaining bitterly about how little money he made from the Celebrity Big Brother. Only 100,000. Oh, that we were all so poor, eh, Ryland? Don't worry, love, won't last forever. We have a poem for you. And this one's very appropriate. It's called It's Soon to Be Christmas. I don't know who it's written by, actually, which doesn't help either. It's soon to be that time of year when carols are sung for all to hear, when mince pies are eaten and stories are told, and we all come together, young and old. It's soon to be that special day when Santa flies high in his sleigh and puts our gifts under the tree, lots for you and loads for me. It's soon to be here and I can't wait. We must begin to decorate. A ribbon here and a bauble there, wrap the presents, there's lots to prepare. But when it's done, we'll all sit down and by the fire we'll gather round. We'll hang our stockings and wish for snow. Then off to bed we'll swiftly go. I'll close my eyes and fall asleep fast. And when I wake up, it'll be Christmas at last. That nice. We used to do that. When we were younger, you go, right, I'm going to bed now. You think, if I go to bed now, Christmas would arrive a little bit quicker. You know? And then I could always remember, because we used to leave our Christmas tree lights on, and you creep downstairs. It'd always be one stair. You think, oh no, I hope nobody's heard. And you go down, you look at all the presents under the tree, and you'd think, I wonder which one's mine. And you'd pick out the biggest present. It would never be for you. You'd always picked up your brother's present or your father's or your mother's or somebody like that. And then you look at them and you find your and then sometimes you'd be counting it. 1, 2, only got 4 presents. What's the matter? Perhaps it's a surprise present. And then we'd sort of look at the clock. It'd be 4:20 in the morning. And you'd be debating whether or not to come wake your parents up. Can we do the presents now? That was the exciting thing. The exciting thing was doing presents. And that's what it's all. That's what kids think it is now, isn't it? You know, people think that, you know, Christmas is presents. They don't think it's anything at all, because it isn't really. It's nothing at all. It's all been hijacked by people. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Madame Tussauds removed the waxworks of Harry and Meghan back in January. Have they melted down the heads? No, they don't melt down the heads. They keep the heads. It's the bodies they don't really want. Thank you. They just keep them in a storeroom. They've got loads of storage areas, and they just keep them in there. So, you know, if they come back into favour or something happens, then they sort of dig them out again. Steve, having a discussion about time travel, do you believe it's possible? No, of course not. Don't be so stupid. The only time travel there is if we're in a rocket going to the moon, and nobody had told you you're going to the moon. You know, they sort of drug you, and then they put you in this thing, and then when you wake up, you look out the window and go, what the heck is that I'm looking at? Oh my God, it's Earth. It's Earth. I love it. And Ted says, Barbara was not in Don't Lose Your Head. I didn't say she was. I didn't say she was in Don't Lose Your Head. You need to wash your ears out, Ted. You're getting really old and ancient now. What do you say? What do you say? Barbara was in... No, she wasn't in that one. She was only in 9. But never mind. At least I'm educating you. Jeff says... No, that was an old one. Somebody says... somebody else talking about, you know, that they would have, a public holiday for the executed. I know. They did. It was sort of a day out. I don't think anybody ever thought anything about it. Is the wager still on for anybody who can stay the Chamber of Horrors for a night without coming out? The bet is £100. Says, who cares? It's a tourist attraction. That's all it is, isn't it? It wouldn't frighten me in the slightest. I could sit there quite happily. Although when you go to the Chamber of Horrors, they've got people employed as actors who will creep up behind you. I just warn you now if you were thinking of lashing out at them. which is very nice indeed. So, Boris and the pound falling, the fear there. Old Lang Syne, they're saying. Boris hints the talks may last until New Year's Eve. I would assume that was absolutely on the money there. Plus, a golf centre forked out £6,000 to clear up 35 tonnes of fly-tip junk. Who fly-tips junk? I saw somebody doing it the other day. I was driving down the motorway, and on the right-hand side, just past Sunbury, there was a little cart track, and this bloke had a van with names all over the side of it. He was turning rubbish out the back of it and just throwing it onto the side. Peasant. No, not on the hard shoulder. It was in a field. So I was driving down the motorway, and I could see the van parked there, and I remember thinking, what's he doing? He was tipping rubbish. I think all these people we should sort of pick it all up, take it up in an aircraft, and drop it on their houses. How much better would that be? Here he is, the reckless dad, and let's call him rank stupidity. This is the bloke with no brain. He's got his children to pose on the edge of a 150-foot cliff. A girl dangled her legs off the sheer drop as a boy sat next to her. A woman and a dog were also standing near the precipice. Unbelievable. The family ignored multiple warning signs on the sandstone cliffs down in Dorset. Onlooker Maz Blaze said, my husband spotted them first with his binoculars. I couldn't believe it was so dangerous. I felt ill. Jake Lanning of West Bay Coast Guard said, what photo is worth risking your life or the lives of your loved one? Well, he's obviously a thicko, isn't he? He's obviously one of those buffoons who thinks it's fun to have, on the edge of a cliff, which is full of loose rocks, and you stick your children on there. What a stupid man. What a stupid, stupid person. I hope they find out who it is. It'll be better, isn't it? Once you've found out. Plus, homes have gained on average 19,920 quid. I don't know, they've just gone up in price now. If, of course, you don't own a home, that doesn't apply to you. That only applies to people who've got them. And a boy of 8 was lucky to survive. He swallowed a battery. How did you swallow a battery? Well, he put it in his mouth or something. Lucas Brooks accidentally gulped it down after he'd been licking it. What? Mum Tessa said he ran into the room and said, "Mummy, I think I've swallowed it." Well, you'd know if you swallowed it, wouldn't you, dear? It was a little battery. It was one of those coin-sized discs. Taken from a nightlight remote, was passing a current and burning his esophagus. Medics pushed it into his stomach rather than risk it going to his lungs. Tessa of Nuneaton, obviously where they all come from, said the battery then passed through naturally, saying he's fine now, he's very lucky. What sort of stupid person puts batteries in their mouth? Pass through naturally, I know. We don't want to go there, do we, really? That's not very good. But you imagine putting a battery in your mouth, and he's how old? 8. Oh, blimey, honestly. Needs to get some education, I think, in that family. Definitely. Here's a lovely picture of Lady Gaga. Gaga. She hasn't done anything for a while, has she? I don't think so. And Becky Hill. You've heard of Becky Hill, haven't you? She's a 60. I'd never heard of her. I'm looking at a picture. I thought, who can be in the charts called Becky? But she's got her debut album in 2021. She's all wrapped up and ready for Christmas. Needs to get her hair done, I think. Louis Tomlinson had to postpone his world tour due to coronavirus, but he still managed to play the equivalent of 8 nights at London's O2 Arena on Saturday. So it was only the one show, but of course, because it was a reality show, 160,000 people globally, a figure only beaten by BTS and Dua Lipa for such shows this year. I can't think of anything worse, actually. One Direction. I mean, well, not on a computer, yeah. His album came out in January. He's now hoping to get back on the stage for proper concerts in February. He said, "I can't wait to get back on the road." No, we can't wait for you to get back on the road either. She's quite sweet, isn't it? A bit like sort of go to see Justin Bieber. He was a huge sensational, wasn't he? I can't imagine what he's like, actually, Justin Bieber. He's one of those sort of people. I think he's sort of grown up a little bit now. He's a little bit better than he was when he was sort of younger. He was a bit odd. And an irate farmer. I love irate farmers. This one's fantastic. He rammed a taxi with a tractor and lifted it up into the air after a row with the driver. Good Lord. James had earlier thrown a chicken kebab at the cabbie on the drive home. Well, what a waste of a chicken kebab. Not the brightest penny in the box, are you? The pair argued at the court. He admitted dangerous driving, but denied deliberately ramming the taxi. Just lifted it up in the air. Love it. Love it. That was what did they do a while ago? It was ages ago. They did it on candid camera. And what they did, some bloke parks his bike against a lamppost. So they bring in, while he's in the shop, one of these cherry pickers, lift the bike up to the top of the lamppost, put it over, and bring it all the way down to the ground again. So when he comes back, he can't get his bike back again because it's the pole from the lamppost is going through the bar. And so he's looking at it, trying to work out what it is. It was really hilarious. They also put a microphone and a speaker inside a pillar box and had somebody going, "Help! Help!" And people are going, "Are you all right? I'm stuck in the post box." People are so stupid, which is what we thrive on. 5:15. Let's get the latest. Pretty nice to have your company. It's Monday. Monica says, no, it isn't Monica, actually. It's Chris who says, Christine, did Eamonn Holmes get paid for children in need? I didn't know he did children in need. No, they don't normally. They don't normally. I think the only people who got paid on children in need were the orchestra, because it was a deal with the MU. But I shouldn't think so. No. Definitely. Harry says, read time travel. We're always travelling to the future. No, did I tell you the other day? I did, didn't I? That they're bringing that show in, Back to the Future. It's going down on the Strand. And then what was the other one that's coming in? There's another show. No, we've had Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks is coming in, which actually is quite nice. There's some nice songs there, which is good. And Steve, your whole life lies before you like a sheet of driven snow. Be careful how you tread, for every mark will show. I love treading on new snow. I think that's lovely. Oh, there's Eamon. Look at that. Children in need, bless him, honestly. The funny thing is, he gives the impression of being, funny. No, he's not, as you noticed when they were dropped. But they weren't dropped. I never thought they were dropped. I was always the one saying they weren't actually dropped at all from that programme. They just decided they'd had 14 years of him, and they wanted to try something different. And Alison, what's she got to do? Wait till he dies or something before you can take over a programme? No. Roger says, I always got caught sneaking down the stairs, but I did get the biggest present, which annoyed my sister. Aha. And they've released an updated Godfather 3. Godfather 3 was the least interesting out of the films, as far as I was concerned. I thought 1 and 2 were good, but at the time you'd seen more people being shot dead in barbers' chairs. I mean, I'd had quite enough of it, thank you very much indeed. My passengers didn't give me the chance to throw them away. They all remembered about masks so far, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. I think people should wear masks. They should wear masks. I mean, sometimes, though, even on the buses, the driver's not wearing a mask. You know, it seems to be a little bit sort of hit and miss. It's like on the buses, it's got a big sign on my one, 14 people on a single decker. Well, I was on a bus with 30 people the other day. Obviously, the bus driver is an idiot and can't count, or he's got no idea what that, and perhaps he just thinks it's a joke. 14 people. There's people, I wouldn't let anybody sit next to me. Nah, sort of. Not sitting next to me. Have you heard of the pandemic? Where are you? God, blimey, we don't want any of this to come back. I mean, there are some seats which are blocked near the driver, strangely enough. Right near the driver. Do not sit here, do not talk to the driver. And yet you get another driver who gets on the bus, and what does he do? He leans up against, chatting to the driver while he's driving. Idiots. I've taken pictures before. That person is in charge of that bus and your life. And he's talking away to somebody. I've seen it so many occasions. Dreadful. What was this other programme? Oh, here we go. Is this the one here? Is it? Oh, no. Dancing on Ice champ Alex Murphy. Who? No idea. Has landed her first presenting gig 6 months after her controversial axing from the show. Again, none the wiser who she is, but bless her. In fact, I thought it was a bloke up until then. I had no idea it was a woman. The US pro who won the 2020 series with Joe Swash, that's the one with the candy floss hair, you know, will front Celebs Go Skating, quizzing stars about their careers and relationships whilst out on the ice. Wait till you hear the lineup for this one. This one will have you wetting yourself in delight. It's already proving more dangerous than her last job, as Alex revealed she escaped serious injury when footy wag and Real Housewives of Cheshire, Tanya Bardsley. Who? Who in God's name is she? Tanya Bardsley, another talentless one, accidentally knocked her over. In an exclusive chat, Alex told poor Andy Hall, who, I mean, honestly, I feel a bit sorry for him. I've skated with some tough boys before, Brian McFadden and Kem Ketinay. Also, Brian McFadden and Kem Ketinay, do us a favour. The hairdresser and the bloke who used to be in a... Oh, that's Tanya Bardsley. Oh, she's had everything done. She's had every bit of Botox you can have done. How is she? 39? More like 59, I would think. But anyway, other stars appearing on the series. Wait for this one. Anthony Costa, Amy Tapper. This is the one from Gogglebox. I mean, dear God, they've tried her on a couple of things. She can't do anything. Seriously, it's like watching Scarlett Moffat. Scarlett Moffat, who's on a programme at the moment about something to do with cooking. It's the most pitiful thing you've ever seen in your life. And poor Scarlett, who is now ballooned to the size of 2 beach huts, hoves into view wearing clothes which she thinks hides the weight, but they don't, unfortunately. And also Love Islander Amy Hart. I mean, who? Good God, your career finished ages ago, I thought. Plus, they've also got Paul Klein. Ever heard of Paul Klein? He's of the duo Woody and Klein. I'm still no on that one, loves. Still no on that one. But anyway, good luck to Alex, fronting a new skate show. It kicks off... she was told her contract wouldn't be renewed 3 months after winning the last series in March. It really is getting pitiful on television, isn't it? It really is. Soon we see the end of these. And Dr. Zoe Williams is stripping off on telly for cancer, probably because nobody's heard of her. She writes, I believe, in the Sun, and so she's doing this sort of take your clothes off for cancer. Nobody knows who she is. She's a columnist, and that's it. God, you'll be telling me next we can put Dan Wooten on the television. Dear God, no. Please, no. Not for ages and ages. 2-fight deal. How much is it worth? For Fury versus Anthony Joshua. I mean, who cares? Honestly, the whole thing is just a bit of a laugh, isn't it, really? They say $500 million lined up for Fury versus Joshua. That's what they've called him now because there's so much money involved in it. Have you ever heard of anything like it in your entire life? Absolutely hilarious. Boxing. That's almost as bad as wrestling. You know, and out they used to come, you know... They were like giant powder puffs with legs and funny little leotards. Taxi for Piers Morgan, and Elton John trousered $65 million from his tour this year, which is lovely, but you can't take it with you. It's 65 million. You know, he's a miserable blighter at the best of times, as we all know. He has his little tantrums. So he did better than Celine Dion, and that'll be the only thing that he goes on about. A friend of Elton says he's in great shape, but he can't wait to get back on the road. He obviously hates being at home. OK, Dave, look after the boys. OK, I'm going touring. And so he does. I mean, he's 65. Did you ever see that Tantrums and Tiaras thing? Sorry? He's 73. 73. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, he's 73 with a dead hamster on his head. What can you tell the poor boy? It's, you know, it's sort of good. Chris Waddle has told how he made his move to play in France. When he made his move, he was mobbed by journalists who thought he was Dave Gilmour from Pink Floyd. The ex-England footballer had been told to expect a rapturous reception. He said about 20 or 30 journalists ran in and said, "Are you looking forward to playing in the Velodrome? You lead singer of Pink Floyd." Unfortunately, on that night, Pink Floyd were playing the Velodrome. It didn't look at all like that. Chris Waddle had a record out. It was called Diamond Lights. It was Hoddle and Waddle, Glenn Hoddle and Chris Waddle. It was the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my entire life, because it was in the days when they took footballers and they didn't know what clubs were and girls who were free with their affections. And so they made them pop stars, briefly. And so it was 1987, I think, something like that. Got to number 12 in the chart. You know what? Rubbish. Diamond Lights. May the 12th. No, sorry, it was beginning of May, I think. But can you imagine? Hoddle and Waddle. It was the funniest thing ever. But that's what people did in those days. People, they went, "Oh, right, you can be a pop star." And they went, "Ah, great." What else have we got in the paper today? Symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder, that's OCD, can be halved by a component of cannabis. Seems to be the cure of everything, doesn't it, cannabis? You know, feeling a bit down, take some cannabis. Feeling a little bit worried about it, take some cannabis. Just don't drive the train, drive the bus or anything else, thank you very much indeed. Honestly, you do laugh, don't you? Fans of Barbara Windsor have launched a campaign to have a statue erected in her honour. She'd like that. She'd like that. The Barbara Windsor erection. I can see it now. Well, I don't know where it would go. Would it go somewhere in the East End? In which case people would say, well, wait a minute, you know, perhaps you could find out where her parents live and do it there. Or it could go in Marylebone, because that's where she lived for a long, long time. And then Scott, who I'm assuming is going to stay in the house, could go and visit it. That'd be quite nice. Or failing that, outside a theatre, yeah, Shoreditch, somewhere like that. But the trouble is, Shoreditch is just party town now, isn't it? It's just people boozing. Sad people boozing. Have you been to Shoreditch? Yeah, I thought you might have been. I've never been. I drove through it once because the sat-nav got it wrong. And I'm driving through thinking, what the heck am I doing here? It's all just bars, people falling out of bars and everything else. It's a bit like being in Newcastle. You know, people just falling out of bars 24 hours a day, or Manchester or Birmingham or just about anywhere else. The pictures in the papers of the people not socially distancing are just unbelievable. I went up towards Centre Point the other day, and there's about 10, 15 people outside one of those late-night tobacconist shops which are open. They sell booze as well. What their licence says, I've got no idea. And there's people standing on the pavement, no masks, no social distancing, swigging out of wine bottles. You know? You get everything that's coming to you. And I've got a story in a minute. A BBC presenter has claimed gardening is racist. To have your company nice. And Nick says, if Scarlett Moffat's the size of 2 beach huts, Steve, do we take it she's already started stockpiling food? No, the big mistake she made, and I can tell you this now, it'll happen to Gemma Collins, you watch, is you lose weight quickly. She went on one of these starvation diets in Switzerland with a trainer. So basically, you just eat this. So what is that? Dust. And you just eat that, and then you exercise, and it's all to flog a video to you. So that you believe that if you use this video, you will lose weight and end up as slim as her. Within a short space of time, she was huge again. And now she's even bigger. Even bigger. Because dieting doesn't work. It's a lifestyle you're buying into. Diets don't work. You might have a diet that you've had, you know, they've tried everything, haven't you? The F-Plan diet, this diet, the Hay diet, you know, the juice diet, all these other, they'll work for a short space of time, and then you will pile on the pounds again. It happens all the time. You ask models. When I say models, I mean models who do drugs to keep the weight off, because the drugs act as an appetite suppressant. Because the one thing you have to do is educate your stomach to accept smaller amounts of food. You know, little and often. But look at Eamon Holmes, 6 breakfasts, and he wondered why he ballooned. You know, I mean, you have to ask yourself the question, where is his brain? It doesn't work. If diets worked, there'd be one. That one diet would be the one. They go, this is the one. You can eat as much food as you like. You just sort of pop a tablet or something. Less food, more exercise. Little and often. You know, so as opposed to the fully cooked English breakfast in your local transport cafe, you know, 3 sausages, 2 mounds of chips and everything else, you know, cut that down to a salad. Well, you could just see it, can't you? Lorry drivers everywhere going, you're having a laugh, aren't you, Steve? A salad for breakfast? But that's the only way. And also it clogs your arteries up. I mean, I could sit here and preach, but I won't because I'm not the slimmest person in the world. I'm not hugely fat. I think I'm quite robust, actually. I think I'm more sort of Rubenesque. But when you get people that sort of try and flog you a diet, and you will get them this Christmas, I promise you, they're already doing them now. And you know which celebrities are going to be doing them because you'll see a picture in the paper of some fat, bloated old has-been in a park with their personal trainer and a photographer to take a picture of them with their gut hanging over the top of their ever-expanding knickers. And that will be the DVD that comes out and they go, and then they'll start popping up on everything going, oh, I lost all this weight. And you think, you're going to put it back on again. You know, Gemma Collins still droning on about, I've lost 3 stone. I think it's going back on. You could see that already. They put her in leggings. Big mistake there. Big mistake. You know, it's very, very dangerous to go on diets if your body's not used to it. And there was some bloke, he's flogging a juice diet. You just do juicing and you think, what, are you mad? Absolutely mad. But you get some people. Everybody's different. So in other words, you know, Joe and I might eat exactly the same food. I find it unlikely, but we might eat exactly the same food. He might put on the weight and I might not put on the weight. We might change diets. I then start putting on the weight and he doesn't put on anything. It's just the way it goes. It's the way that your body treats it. Believe you me, over the years, I have done more diet books and more people claim it, but it's this ridiculous world of the naff Z-list celebrities who bring out a DVD which probably earns them between £50,000 and £60,000. The company will sort of say, I mean, I've seen them before. They'll all be remaindered by the time you get to March because they don't work. Yeah, bargain bin, you know, would you like to buy that? They've all done them. They've all done them. People you've never even heard of before. Oh, so-and-so from Love Island. When was the last time you saw a fat person on Love Island? Nobody. Even the little boys on there, I use the term loosely, you know, aren't sort of fat people. They're all slim because they're young. Show me a 70-year-old who hasn't got her boobs round by her knees, you know, and I'll show you you'll never find any workout DVDs apart from people like the Green Goddess and things like that. But the majority of these things are aimed at the young Twinkie little market. They're not aimed at people our age. It's aimed at sort of people who go, I want to look like you. If I buy your clothes, Gemma, no, don't. Might as well go tenting with Billy Smart Circus to sort of get something roughly the equivalent of it. Because they don't work. But it's that quick fix, isn't it? You see people out on the town. You see pictures in the papers today of girls in Newcastle, and it's mainly girls, wearing clothes which are A, wholly inappropriate. I'm not a prude. But freezing cold, middle of winter, and something that's not even a skirt. It's more like a belt. And then little girls going to school in the morning with skirts so short that as they go up the stairs in front of you at the train station, they've got to hold the back of the skirt down so you don't see their knickers. How do their parents let them going out looking like that? They just do. But here he is, a BBC presenter. He's been dubbed a bit bonkers. That's obviously the polite terminology. Oh, you're a bit bonkers, you are, aren't you? Crazy, crazy. His name's James Wong. I've never even heard of him. He said he's claimed gardening is racist. How does he claim that? He says calling plants and flowers heritage and native showed how UK gardening culture has racism baked into its DNA. The star, if you please. A minute ago he was bonkers, now he's a star. Who's appeared on Country File, said they were based in ideas of what and who does and does not belong in the UK. Bunny Guinness, 65, a fellow panellist on Gardener's Question Time, said it was bonkers, adding, I don't know anyone who's racist in the gardening industry. Listen, he's an attention seeker. He's been in the business a little while, as James Wong. Nobody knows who he is. He's doing it so he makes the papers, but he's only made one paper today, so obviously not really worked. And to be labelled bonkers doesn't really help, does it? Doesn't really help. Robbie Williams dresses up as Boris Johnson. Well, no, it just looks like Robbie Williams with a bad wig on. Poor old soul. But he said of the transformation, prosthetics, couple of hours, heavy makeup, padding, of course, and the voice. No, you still look like fat Robbie Williams with a silly wig on. See? No point in not telling people the truth. No point in lying. Oh, you look really gorgeous. No, you don't. You really don't look gorgeous. You look fat and bloated. I'll have one more drink, Steve. No, don't. Go home now. Go home now, please. I like the idea of the family giving away 24,000 presents. Nora Wilkinson, who died, aged 92, used to give her 7 kids 10 quid each to buy for children who would otherwise go without. Now the whole family appeal for donations, collecting gifts worth more than $250,000. That's good, isn't it? See, there's a family who are doing something. Well done them. Well done them. And there's a woman here called Andrea Hilliard, and she's made a wreath for your door out of sprouts. Don't know why, she just has. Sprouts, a sprout wreath. I always get a sprout tree every year from one of our fellow presenters at our classical music station. And she always turns up here on Christmas morning, and she always presents me with my sprout Christmas tree. Seriously. I take it, so it's yeah, I love me and sprouts, I tell you. Me and sprouts, I mean, I'm Happy Bunny. Happy Bunny with sprout. I like little sprouts. I like little sprouts. Somebody says, your show is like no other. Well, ain't that the truth, Sarah? She says, lots of information, lots of educational stuff, and yet entertaining at the same time. That's the whole idea, but that's what I thought radio was. I thought radio was supposed to be entertaining. I mean, there's no point listening to a radio presenter. Hello, everybody, and it's Monday. I don't feel very good. I mean, you'd be sort of going, what's the matter with him? You know, that was like Adrian Childs. Hello, welcome to the television I mean, seriously, people were nodding off. What with him and Christine, how are you? You know, Bleakley, poor soul. I mean, she was a little bit sort of smiley, Carol Smiley on the television. We just want normal people. And who they're going to get to cover for Anthea... No, it's not Anthea, it's Andrea What's-Her-Face from Loose Women, who's disappearing shortly. And I think she's only got... Sorry? No, I can't remember what her name is. Andrea McLean, yeah. Former weather girl on the television, and who sort of got ideas above her station and train station. Very nice indeed. And so she's going, but they haven't announced who's actually going to be replacing her. There must be a vast choice. They've even tried Loose Men, and that was seriously the biggest part of dross you've ever seen, because putting the people on the panel just because one of the producers fancied some of the blokes does not make a good programme, because they just don't have the gift of entertaining people. I mean, it was a huge embarrassment. Also, what have we got here? Oh, house prices going up. And drivers had to fork out £361 million in parking fines to local councils. That's almost £1 million every day. And the most expensive places to park, London. Hello, welcome to London. We're open Monday through Saturday. You know, pop in if you like, but unfortunately we're going to fleece you for everything we can get. That's how it works. And then I found my favourite recipe by a top chef called Miguel. Miguel has made speedy meatballs. And to be honest with you, they look absolutely delicious. Although this one's got strawberry jam in it. I know. I mean, do you think they do it to be controversial? He says, get 8 sausages. This is for meatballs. Squeeze the sausage out of the skin. And roll the meat into approximately 4 balls. I don't want to point this out to you, top chef Miguel. Why don't you just go to Waitrose and buy meatballs? What would you want to buy? Sausages, cut them and then squeeze the meat? What's the point of that? But anyway, you pan fry them with a splash of olive oil, because most pensioners over the age of 90 have got loads of olive oil in. They'll be cooking that every day. Add the milk, and then the finishing result is a dollop of jam on meatballs. I mean, the ingredients, costing about 50 quid, I think. Well, it's got 8 sausages, long life milk, gravy granules, pinch of fresh or dried parsley, optional, and then some strawberry jam, olive oil and pepper. Why don't you just go and buy a tin of Dolmeo, get some meatballs, put them in a frying pan, stick the Dolmeo in, go off, have a couple of glasses of Prosecco, come back in 15 minutes, you got your lunch there. Buying sausages and squeezing them out. I'll ask you. Goodness sake. Here's another load of people. Oh, this is the stars from going down onto the farm. It's basically a bunch of sad, desperately lonely people who can't get a gig. And so who have you got here? These are celebs on the farm, but the trouble is they're not celebs. they're old has-beens. The lineup includes Montana Brown, not a clue, Cheryl Hole. Exactly, it really is. We have dredged the U-bend for this lot. Hollyoaks hunk Maliki Thompson-Dwyer. Comedy legend Linda Robson. What in God's name is she doing there? Lady C. Oh, I said to the Queen, she said to me, and oh God, Lady C. What a boring old fake. There's also reality star Kerry Katona. God, Struth, I thought she'd finished ages ago. Duncan James, Sean Williamson, sprinter Harry Akinis Ariete. I don't know who he is either. And Geordie Shore's Holly Hagan. God, blimey. I tell you what, I'd rather go and do a jigsaw, ladies and gentlemen. You get far more benefit out of it, and you can do it again and again and again. And if you take out one of the pieces and throw it away, it'll take you forever to finish it. There you go. That's my handy hint for today. Oh, is it celebs on the phone? They're not celebs. Lady C is just some poor old soul who can't even keep things together. You know, the wedding venue where I am. Company on Monday, the 14th of December. And I keep telling you, I know that, you know, it's only 10 days. And then you're going to be at Christmas Eve. And then you'll be going, oh, I forgot to get this. Because Christmas Day is traditionally the day where most things are closed. A lot of these supermarkets are not opening on the Boxing Day either. Which, of course, as far as I'm concerned, just means that people will be piling their trolleys high as if they're settling in for Armageddon. Seriously, I've seen people walking out with sort of sometimes they paid for them, sometimes they haven't, and they've bought all this stuff, and you think it's only going to be a day, and then all the shops are open again. I mean, it's just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. They do it every year. You know, there's always queues down Twickenham High Street. One of the very few places we do get queues, actually. People waiting to pick up their turkeys from Sandy's. We've got the butcher's next door. And so presumably he'll be selling different bits and pieces. Paul Cooper's got his wreaths and Christmas trees. Some people leave their Christmas tree until Christmas Eve. I've actually been outside Paul Cooper's shop where people because a lot of East European countries celebrate Christmas Eve. That's their Christmas. So they buy their tree at the last minute and they don't want to pay retail. So they'll always go, oh, can I have it for a tenner? And Paul Cooper always goes, no, it doesn't work. He actually said, you know, you should, if you're going to buy a tree, because he's had to buy the things in the first place, and he said it's quite funny. There was somebody last year, and he said, I'll give you £5 for a tree. It was like a 7-foot tree. It was worth about 50, 60 quid. He said, I'll give you £5 for it. He said, otherwise you have to throw it away. He went, I'll throw it away then, which I thought added to the interest. But no, because a lot of people celebrate on the Christmas Eve. We just do it on the Christmas Day. I don't know what we do Christmas Eve. I don't think we do anything. I think we flake out in front of the television, don't we? We've got some sweets. Go to the pub. I don't know if you'll be able to go to the pub this year. I'm not sure if you will. I think you might have to open that sort of bottle of Prosecco you've been saving all these years, you know, thinking it's vintage. Having that, and also you've got to have the tin of Quality Street, haven't you? It's not. Also, you've got to get the Satsumas in. Got to get Satsumas in. And also, if you're feeling healthy, you can go to most greengrocers and supermarkets and get bags of assorted nuts and things like that, and then you can eat Brazil nuts and hazelnuts and all the other bits and pieces that do the rounds. And then after you've stuffed yourself, you know, as much as you possibly can, then all of a sudden you can't move. It's like Christmas morning. My mother used to say, right, don't fill yourself up with sweets because you won't eat your lunch. I thought, I'll always eat my lunch. Always eat my lunch. That was the highlight as far as I was concerned. Absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. It still is, isn't it? It's still the thing to do. It's like, you know, the kitchen becomes like a hub of steam and the windows misting up and all the rest of it. And your mother's trying to juggle everything in the oven. You go, that in the oven, that's going on the top of the oven. Who's doing the gravy? Somebody's doing the gravy. Somebody's doing the gravy. Okay, put the vegetables on the top of the oven, so you've got this. Okay, somebody basted the roast potatoes. We've done the roast potato. Where's the stuffing? What do you mean you haven't put the stuffing in? You have to get the stuffing in the oven. And then at the end of it, you go, shall we have Christmas pudding? Let's not bother. I tell you what's really nice. Christmas Day, after you've had Christmas lunch, leave it for about an hour and then have some trifle. That's quite nice. Trifle with sort of custard and cream and fruit and jelly and stuff like that. It's a bit lighter than Christmas pudding, although I looked at the Waitrose Christmas pudding the other day. They keep putting it up on my television. I don't know why, me in particular. And it's got fruit, candied fruit on the top of it. It looks really nice. I could go for something like that. With sort of, Yes. With custard. I like custard. But it's the thing that can ruin it is not having the right roast potatoes. They've got to be crispy. They've got to be crispy, and I could just pile them, just put them on the plate. Do you want any more? I mean, literally in our family, in previous years, we start serving, and we always say the same thing. Listen, we're serving that. Start eating. Don't wait for everybody here, because we'll be here forever and a day. And then, so when the last person's just been served, I've generally finished. So they go, do you want some more, Stephen? Yeah, I'll have some more. Yes. I'll go and get it, because otherwise, no, your poor mothers spend all their time in the kitchen. Really, terrible. Roger says, poor Kerry Katona really is a has-been. Dug up from obscurity. She's obviously gone skint again. Well, it's a case of, what can she add to a programme? Nothing. She can't add anything. But they don't have any more celebrities. That's why I worried about Bradley Walsh doing Blankety Blank. And on the first one, they managed to get some people on it. But by the time you get to about third in the series, there's going to be nobody available. You're going to end up with somebody from Geordie Shore. Well, they're not celebrities. They're just drunks. That's all they are. Steve, are you old enough to remember the winter of discontent? No. Steve, dieting's very simple, says Monica. Whatever you call it, you can keep your intake in calories smaller than your daily uses of energy. You see, I actually, what did I do last year? Greggs were very naughty. They did pigs in blankets. You could buy a paper cup with pigs in blankets in it, and I did buy one of those. It was particularly good. I went, did you have any pigs in blankets? I was looking around for them for ages and ages, and eventually found the blooming things. Because you've got to hunt around now, and Pret do them too. Do they? Pret do them as well? Oh, I didn't know that. In a little pot, do they? Oh, how lovely. I might be paying a visit to Pret. Do you think they've got them now? Well, I mean, not at this precise moment. But if I go to Kingston later, there's a very big Pret. I might go and have a look. They do them in a roll? Oh, don't say that. You're teasing a poor old man who's a diabetic. Oh, pigs in blankets, hot roll, look. Look at that. Wrapped in streaky bacon on a layer of caramelised onion chutney and finished with a dab of mustard mayo. Hello? That's me sorted today. I tell you what, talk among yourself for the rest of the programme. I'm going to Pret. There's one down the road from here, but it's not blooming Oh, wait a minute. Is it open when I'm out of here? I cut the one just as on the corner. No, literally Charing Cross, as you're heading down on the left-hand side. Do you think it's open from 7? If it's open from 7, I could get something to eat on the bus. I'm not in favour of eating on the bus. I think it's not a very good thing to do in front of other people. But got to keep your mask on. Yes. Well, what I do is I sort of pull the mask down, take a bite, put the mask back up again. Do you think it's open from 7? Opens at 6:30. Oh, they'll still be hot. I should be going in there. I used to go in there to get... What did I used to get from Pret? They stopped doing it. It was a flaky pastry thing with a hot dog sausage drizzled with cheese, which melted. They don't do them anymore. Delicious. Delicious. And... No, it's not a cheese croissant. It was a Frankfurter in it. But now I know they do the pigs in this roll thing. And I go straight past it. God, I tell you, that's livened up the programme. Let's will it to go away very quickly. Steve. Another one here. Racism is rampant in the world of gardening. Look at yellow peppers and black-eyed peas, says Nick. No, I mean, to be honest with you, it's so obscure. It's really not... It's of no consequence. It's really nothing. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It was like, who was it who got into trouble some years ago for talking about a pink car was a gay car? That was Clarkson, I think, wasn't it? A pink car was a gay car, which is ridiculous. Especially after this little boy in the paper today, 6, wearing his sister's dress to school, and he goes off wearing it because he obviously likes the film. He's 6. He's 6. They like films like that. They want to dress up. The amount of times I've been in a supermarket, I've seen a kid dressed as Superman or Batman or something like that. They like dressing up. They think they're a superhero. If he wants to think he's Elsa in Frozen, then that's his business. Not sure whether taking them to school, I mean, the poor mother, she was getting grief from everybody. Which is not good, is it? Oh, that music, what does that mean? That means we're getting ever nearer that pig in blankets in a roll. I might have to buy 2. I could buy 2, couldn't I? I could buy one and then eat one on the journey to the station. Oh, I'm beginning to... I'm gonna look as big as Eamon Holmes And we don't want to be that big, do we? Definitely not. Definitely not. Nice to have your company. Welcome along to Monday, the 14th of December. 10 days past 6. It's Monday morning. It's chirpy, chirpy Monday morning. Chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep. And that means that you've got to... So, mind you might be one of those people who doesn't celebrate Christmas for religious reasons or the fact you just can't stand it. You hate the commercialisation of it. You always get that. Every year there'll be somebody going, oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's just commercial. You think, of course it's commercial. It was always commercial. It was always commercial. It's just that over the years, we've sort of adapted it, and it just means to many people presents. Ask kids what Christmas means. They don't see anything to do with the church, which it isn't, of course, because it's a pagan festival, and it was hijacked by the church. They thought, we'll have some of that. So they have it, and they sort of fill up the pews, and that's for the one day of the year. The rest of the time, they're three-quarters empty. But it's a case of you go out there and you do what you want to do. If you want to go and visit your friend, provided they're in the family and they're in the bubble, you're all right. But it's different this year. But if we're not careful, we could go back into really terrible, terrible moments. And it's a case of we would rather see the back of this next year than anything else. My friend Chris says, listening to you after 6 a.m. I don't normally hear you after 6, but I am today because I'm late for work. Very shoddy. Actually, that's funny you should say that, Chris. This is Mr. M from round the corner. Because Barbara Windsor was asked by Piers Morgan whether she had a temper. And she said, used to have, but not now. And she had a temper. Who was it she had? Oh, Jessie Wallace. She flew off the handle at Jessie Wallace because, and it's so simple, it's because Jessie was always late. And Barbara hated people being late. Unprofessional. Really unprofessional. I mean, you could always guarantee years ago, I mean, take me back, Elizabeth Taylor, if she was booked for an event, she could be anything up to 2 hours late. The other one, who was that model who had a bit of a temper problem? Black model, Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell, they did a feature in one of the magazines years ago, one of the colour subs, and they said, we're at the hotel, it was Posh Hotel and all the rest of it. Anyway, she was 3 hours late. Then she arrived, then she went, I'm going to go shopping. And she went off shopping, and I thought, well, I'd tell you what, darling, spend as much time as you like shopping, because we ain't going to be here when you get back. And Barbara said she lost her temper. And she told her, not get out of my pub, get into work. Because there's nothing worse than unprofessionalism. People who we used to call them in this business, Chris will know this, show and go. Somebody would show up 10 minutes before a programme, and then 2 minutes after it's finished, they've gone. That's called showing and going. Admittedly, after you've done the programme, you can't do anything else about it. You can't reenact it and although I relive the pleasure, of course, as you can well imagine, picking out the funny bits. I'm already planning the next one. In my mind, I'm planning it. It doesn't go any further than my mind, but at least I'm planning it. But that's what it was, and she said it was the professionalism. She said, I can't stand people being late. So, and I'm the same. I would rather be early than be late. So if somebody says, oh, we're having lunch at whatever time, I'll be there an hour beforehand. If necessary, I'll park a little way away so I'm sort of within striking distance, because I don't want to be late. Nothing worse than you walk in and everybody's sitting down going, I'm sorry, we hadn't started eating, we were just waiting for you. So that was the thing. That's why, when they call Gemma Collins a diva, she's not a diva at all. She's got no idea about anything. She's not the brightest penny in the box at all. But Gemma has agreed to be on RuPaul's Drag Race. Apparently, bosses convinced her to take part after weeks of secret talks. Sorry, we're looking for an old has-been, dear. Do you want to do it? That's it. That was all they had to say. They didn't have to say anything else at all. And she's taking part in the show's Snatch Game episode. But it's very good. But then, of course, it's the hilarious thing. They say, Snatch Game is all about having a laugh, so Gemma is perfect for it. Have you seen her diva programme? She's the most miserable person under the sun. I've never known anybody with so much angst going on in her life. Everybody's thrilled, says a show insider, a junior producer who won't be there much longer. She's a dream signing, yeah, because it is like you've been asleep throughout her entire career. Love it. And here we go. My friend Mr. Moyle says, blimey, I'm only a few minutes late and you compared me to Naomi Campbell and said Barbara Windsor hates me before being unprofessional. Yeah, if the cap fits. The cap fits. I always think that's so funny. Don't you think that's funny? I remember driving down the road one time and I was with an ex-producer of LBC, and he used to do voiceovers for the programme that he was producing, and he used to wind the window down if his voice came on the radio, whereas me, I turn the radio down. I don't do it any other way. Looking forward to seeing what Mr. Moyles has bought me for Christmas. Very excited. It's going to be something really exotic, I know. Probably. Did you realise the other day they were stopping people having certain pets, exotic pets? And what was something, I can't remember what it was. It was something like a marmoset or something. Whatever it was a sort of pet. I thought, who's got those? It turns out 5,000 people in the country have got these exotic pets. They want to clamp down on people having exotic pets. Because I don't think people should keep things like that. In America, Dubai, people keep leopards and stuff like that at home. I mean, really dangerous. Leopard decides to turn on you, you're not going to stand much of a chance, are you? But it was all sorts of these endangered animals that they didn't want people to keep at home. People keep the oddest things. I've never quite understood why people have vivariums, to keep exotic things in, like sort of, I don't know, things that got scales on and stuff like that. And lizards, that's right, couldn't think of the word, lizards. I never liked lizards. They sort of sit there and they don't move for hours. You think, I'm sorry, have you gone to sleep? Friend of the producer at school had a gecko. So I couldn't get excited about that. I always wanted a tame bee. Why can't you have tame bee? There we go, geckos. Common leopard gecko, lifespan 15 years. Mind you, you're better off with the Texas banded gecko, only 1 to 2 years. Just in case you get fed up with it and bored. I think they say I don't like things like that at all. I got quite frightened. Where's that place where they've got these monitor lizards, which are huge? These things slither all over the place. Oh, disgusting. Absolutely awful. Cher, talking to The Guardian today, is saying Trump doesn't have one drop of goodness in him. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. But I think everybody knows that, don't they? Except him. Which is where the joke comes in, I think. Andy Imperfectly reckons that Gemma Collins' answer phone says, I'll do it. Oh, I shouldn't imagine she even knows how to program an answer phone. She's not the brightest penny in the box. Seriously. Bill's stickers must be suffering from anxiety, says Harry. They've been prosecuting him for years. And then Greg says, how come you've not been a guest on Top Gear? What for? I'm not a petrol head. Absolutely not. Definitely not. And, Steve, are some people not aware that they can listen to your whole show on catch-up? I think so. I always tell people that you can go onto the LBC website, download the thing, and then you can listen to all the programmes again. I urge people, on the Global Play, I urge people to do it every day. And luckily, thousands upon thousands of you do every day, which is good. Co-op are offering sausage rolls labelled as pigs in duvets. I don't think you can change things. But I'm looking forward to that roll. I mean, if I walk in there and I can't find them straight away, I should be so upset. And you know what I'm like when I'm upset. Not the happiest person. Front page of the Mirror today, Linda Nolan's talking about her cancer. She says it's spread. I'm devastated. I can well imagine. She said she'd like a few more Christmases. I'm staying positive. And so, new tumours have appeared. You've got no idea where these things come from. I've got no idea where it comes from. We've got no idea what happens inside your body. You just know it's not quite right. And so she's had the battle, Linda, with Anne. And at least they're getting on with it. Because there's nothing else they can do. She said, I've been talking on a dating app. We met in the park. I might see him again. There you go. You see, out of unhappiness comes, she normally wears a wig. But in all these pictures, she's not wearing a wig. And this is at home with the Nolans. She said she's desperate to see Brian again. I think that was her ex-husband, who she married, I think, in 1981. So I'm desperate to see him again, but I'm not ready just now. So good for her. Listen, all you can do is get your head down, get on with life, and carry on with things. Rylan, apparently, says he got paid £100,000 to be in Celebrity Big Brother, whilst others have banked $500,000. Yeah, but you're a nobody. Why would they pay you £500,000? So he told Grounded with Louis Theroux, I got $100,000 to be in Big Brother, so to me I'd won the lottery. But when you realise how much money there is in television, what other people get paid, oh dear, jealousy already. Oh, that's bad news, isn't it? He said some have been paid $500,000 and got evicted first, put it that way. Mustn't be jealous, Rylan. Nothing worse than being jealous of what other people earn, because it's based on your pulling power. It's based on whether or not you can pull an audience. It's based on, whether or not they can get you cheap. And believe you me, they obviously got you cheap. Although, I would have thought that £100,000 was good in anybody's book. £100,000? Good heavens above. Well, just for faffing around? Oh, dear me. A letter purportedly written by the Princess of Wales is expected to feature in the up-and-coming inquiry into Martin Bashir's Panorama interview. Written in the wake of the interview, it was allegedly taken out of the BBC offices by a member of staff who hid it as a memento. No, that's called thieving. That's called thieving. The probe will look into how Mr Bashir secured his interview with Diana. I don't like Martin Bashir. I've decided, actually, I don't like him. I don't like him at all. I mean, I never liked him before, so I haven't actually changed my opinion. However, just what you don't want to see on the front page of a paper. The Daily Mail today, apart from its Brextra time, we're getting a bit of extra time on Brexit, OK? It's new Andrew bombshell. Duke misled Emily Maitlis in a BBC interview. The interview, as we discussed yesterday, was a bit of a car crash. According to the Mail, well, actually, no, anybody who reviewed it, they didn't get what they thought they were going to get out of it. He was almost joking through it. I remember sitting there watching it thinking, you are taking this seriously, aren't you? But anyway, he claimed all sorts of things, and they've now got, they say, evidence to suggest differently. So, perhaps not being the most honest person. And they've got his itinerary schedule to support a charity. And, in fact, even the Royal Fax said His Royal Highness will return to New York. He will spend that evening at a private address. Well, we saw somebody peeking round a door, didn't we? I mean, the whole thing is just not very good. Kate Silverton proved how svelte she is by slipping back into the gown she wore on her wedding day 10 years ago. Oh, how irritating. Somebody who's the same size. So they've done it for Hello magazine. They've recreated the photo. He looks like he's put on a ton of weight and she looks the same size. It's an interview in Hello magazine. Apparently, Miss Silverton had credited cycling, trampolining and having a good nutritionist. Well, that sums up my life straight away. You can't beat Steve Allen on a trampoline. Many people have said that. They've said, you know, Steve, watching you on that trampoline was roughly akin to being very drunk and being on a ship. The Titanic. Let's have the latest news headlines, shall we? Will Guyett says, I've started my Christmas holidays, still up for the spike. Woo! Mind you, did send that in 48 minutes ago, so I was a bit late in picking up on that one, which was a bit of a shame, but at least we know he's there. At least we know he's there. And what was the other one that I found a short while ago? Oh, somebody was talking about coming in to do their radio programme and say, we do it because we love you and we want to make you smile in the morning. I think that's quite sweet. I like that, actually. I think that's very nice. You know, that's the whole idea of doing this job, isn't it? It's because it's fun. And we are having fun this morning. Steve, and I've just tuned in, want to know if you're better. Yes. I mean, not 100%, but I'm about 99.9%. You see, oh, you've done it again, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. I've now got to find a Pret, which is open for my breakfast as usual. They're lovely salmon sandwiches and coffee. Oh, salmon sandwich. I had one the other day, actually, smoked salmon and cream cheese. I ate it going down the motorway in the car. It was lovely. It was very nice. But I'm definitely going to get a pigs in blanket in a roll. If they haven't got it, I'm going to be in a foul mood. Because I should do. I mean, they can't have people going in there and eating things like that, can they? Most people go and get a sandwich or a croissant it'd be all right, 7, or a pain au chocolat. I never liked those. I thought they were boring and dreary. But I like a croissant. But they used to put me off by going, it's an all-butter croissant. And I just think, that just sounds like fattening, isn't it? But they do them. I know they're so I know. Mind you, I bought some little Melton Mowbray pork pies the other day. I had 2 and I got guilt. What guilt? Because they're also very nice, but I mean, the pastry is just so fattening. It's a shame, isn't it, really? Car hire companies. Over Christmas, you might be renting a car to go and see families reuniting. What they've done is they've increased their prices. With socially distanced rail services close to selling out, which we told you about a few days ago, many rental firms appear to have run out of vehicles, and a few cars that are available are listed at sky-high prices. For example, the cheapest option available at Avis London Victoria branch from December the 23rd to the 27th is £1,230. I'd buy a bicycle, get it much cheaper. Also, the cheapest car rental over the same period a week earlier, December 16 to 20, is £165. That's a lot of difference. That's a seventh of the price. Sixt Car Hire appear to have run out of vehicles in London. Closest branch with available cars is Southampton Airport. That's a bit blooming useless. If you live in Streatham and they say, Southampton Airport. Eurocars prices are 91 to 400% more expensive over December 23 to 27 than they are the week before. The firm's Bristol South branch is charging £417 for a car over Christmas compared to £93 a week earlier. Do you know, I haven't rented a car in donkey's years. I've got a car, so I don't need to rent a car. And if the car goes into the garage, I get a loan car. Always an embarrassment, but, you know, we do our best. Cinquecento, I mean, me, honestly, I look ridiculous in it. Somebody saw me once. They went, "Is that your car, Steve?" I went, "No." Panda. Yeah, little Fiat Panda. Just ridiculous. But it's so expensive. But I used to rent Mercedes years ago, a Mercedes automatic, and I used to love it. I really loved it. It kind of gave me a taste for a car where you touch the accelerator and the thing takes off. You know, it was literally Back to the Future. But you have to be careful. And also, motorists whose finances have been hit by COVID, of which there should be many of you, are being penalised with rip-off car insurance charges. An extra 3 million drivers are now paying monthly for their car cover because they can't afford the premium in one lump sum. The difference between an average cost of a policy paid annually and monthly has more than doubled to £312 since January. It's so expensive. There's one here. In January, the average premium for those paying monthly was £997 and £854 for an annual fee, with a difference of £143. The trade body, the Association of British Insurers, say anybody struggling to pay for car cover should speak to their insurer. Just tell them you're leaving them. Kick them where it hurts. I always hate it whenever you get to that stage where sort of people are suffering, and then all of a sudden people power and pile on more suffering. So you're not really having the best time, are you? If you're driving as well, think twice before tucking into the second helping of Christmas pudding, because there is a boozy Christmas pudding here, sold by Harrods. 12 months matured, decadent Christmas pudding. It's 30% alcohol. 30% alcohol. So a quarter is equivalent to a glass of wine or half a pint of beer. Aldi and Sainsbury's sell the treat with almost 20% of alcohol. Good Lord above, I didn't realise there was so much booze. Is that why it always tastes so good and then you set fire? What do you set fire to it for then? Why don't we just leave it? Make it sort of more interesting. Also, supermarkets have asked neighbours to order their Christmas shop together after unprecedented demand has left delivery slots fully booked up. So they've said team up with a neighbour. We might not want to team up with your neighbour. You might not even know who your neighbour is. And it's a case of, you know, you have Marks and Spencer's have run out of slots for customers in some areas. I've never had a home delivery. I've never done anything like that. I know a lot of people do it, and it seems to work for them, but not for me. I'd rather go out. If you're shielding, though, I can understand, but I'd rather go out and buy the things. Much better. At least you can see it, can't you? But I'm not buying anything that you wouldn't buy normally. But I mean, just supposing they sort of run out of bananas and substitute it for sort of, you know, something else. I'd be desperately unhappy. Also in the papers for today, Jeremy Corbyn is setting up an organisation to support social justice, peace and human rights in the UK and around the world. It's called Peace and Justice Project. So that's lovely, isn't it? We're all very thrilled about that. I love the way I want to bring peace to the world. Yes, dear, of course you do. We all do. We all want that. That would be the miracle of all miracles, wouldn't it? What do you wish for Christmas? Well, we wish that COVID had toddled off somewhere else, and we also wish that we had peace throughout the world. And we all won the lottery, £175 million, supposed to go into some French bloke. You prefer that one. If he lives in a farmstead and he's got loads of money, I shall not be at all happy. Not be at all happy. You have to laugh. Victims of the Windrush scandal are to be handed turbocharged compensation payments of at least £10,000. Priti Patel is expected to announce plans today to increase the minimum amount to £10,000 and the maximum to £100,000. Don't get talking about it, do it. Stop wasting everybody's time. I'm sick to death of people saying, oh, we're going to be doing this, and then, you know, a year later we're still sitting here twiddling our thumbs waiting. Oh, that looks nice. A pavlova stack. It's like layers of... It looks delicious. It's layers of meringue with fruit and cream and everything else. I mean, hardly a calorie in sight. Hardly a calorie in sight, ladies and gentlemen. Born on this day, 1934. Rabbit. Charles Hodge of... oh, no, this is Charlie Hodge. Oh, blimey, it's a different one. I didn't know there were two, actually. This is Charlie Hodge, who was a member of Elvis's Memphis Mafia. He was only 5'3" and stood on an empty cola crate to reach the microphone. Amazing. Do you know, can you imagine what it must have been like in the Elvis days of sort of the Memphis Mafia and all the rest of it, and sort of going back to the house, and Elvis having his favourite, what did he used to eat? Was it fried bananas with jelly, which is jam, I think. It was fried banana. They used to do pancakes, fried banana pancakes in butter and everything. Oh, goodness. It sounds like an absolute nightmare from hell, I think. But, you know, my wife is furious at me because I've got no sense of direction. So I packed up my stuff and left right away. Which is good, isn't it? I like that. Elvis's favourite, peanut butter, banana and bacon sandwich. Oh, no, bacon sandwich. Mind you, I've heard of them doing honey with bacon, but peanut butter? No, I'm not sure about that. Peanut butter, banana and bacon sandwich. What did somebody tell me you could do with Marmite? Was it peanut butter and Marmite you could put in together? That sounds quite nice. That's going to guarantee to glue your mouth up, isn't it, really? I like the idea, though. I think that sounds something quite nice. There you go. Of course, you can buy the crunchy peanut butter. Oh, this is the one that made Corey ill. They sent me in a jar very kindly. I loved it. I thought it was great. Corey took the lid off it. I thought he was going to be sick. He didn't like it at all. And yet it's quite a nice little combination. I did buy the Marmite, which had champagne in it, but to be honest with you, I couldn't taste the champagne. And even after half the jar, I was still standing upright. Steve, I've seen croissants made in a bakery in France. It's basically, says Jeanette, a slab of butter between two layers of dough. I can well imagine. I shall think of you tucking into your Pret pigs in blankets. If they don't have them, I'm telling you, there will be ructions by tomorrow morning. I mean, I'm not a bitter person in any way, shape or form, but if they haven't produced... I mean, surely, you know, if you produce something, obviously the customers want it, and if it goes, so just make more. I think there should be a whole shop that just sells sausages, and you decide what you want them in. That's what I think, but that's just me. But now we know that they do these things with an onion relish as well. I mean, seriously. This is like all my happy days have arrived together. Who needs Christmas trees and carols and crackers and presents when you've got pigs in blankets in a roll with like sort of an onion sort of Jew thing, and then it's got, oh, fantastic. And then it's got... Oh, I just need to lie down. I'm getting all overwrought with myself. Let's have the latest news headline, shall we? It says, Greg sell pigs under blanket baguettes. Really? I mean, to be honest with you, they don't actually see the difference because they do the little sausages anyway. They might as well wrap them in bacon. But they do it with cranberry sauce. That just sounds messy. They always go, would you like some ketchup or brown sauce? You think, what? And so stand there and it's all dribbling down your chin and all down. Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Steve, I saw Gemma Collins' final Christmas show of her final. Oh, could we be that lucky? Diva Forever. She's released a Christmas video, which is a cover of Baby It's Cold Outside. If that wasn't bad enough, the duet features Darren Day, says Mike. I'm not sure who came off worse. Oh, they're hoping for the Christmas #1. The trouble is, she's believed the publicity. Here's the Pigs Under Blankets baguette. It's not what? The sausage is not wrapped in bacon. How odd. Yeah, so they've got cooked pork sausages, cooked sweet cured bacon with smoked... No, all they've done is you can buy this anyway. You ask for a sausage and bacon baguette. Oh, that's a bit of a swizz, isn't it? And then they've got... it also comes with cooked pork, onion and sage stuffing with a... Not sure about that. With a pork and cranberry sauce and a white baguette. But you can buy sausages and bacon now. I've done that. I always ask for extra bacon, just so you get enough. And as you now know, you get 4 pieces, extra takes it up to 5. I had a Christmas dinner, Steve, says John, in a Harvester pub. You can have a side portion of 8 pigs in blankets, £1.90. Oh, I'd have taken them home. We had those the other day, actually. They're very nice, actually. It's so simple, isn't it? It's just a sausage with a bit of bacon wrapped round it. Whoever thought of that one? Don't remember that one being in Bethlehem. Anybody know about the sausage shop in Bethlehem? Probably not. Steve, did you see the mouse running across the carpet in The Crown? I've not seen any of The Crown yet. I've got the DVD. I've just not watched series 1 or 2. People keep saying, you know, have you watched 1 or 2? And I've said, not at the moment. It's getting loads of publicity for all the wrong reasons. It's getting, because they're going, oh, it's so anti-Diana and all this kind of thing. Well, it didn't affect Harry when he sort of trousered the money from Netflix. So obviously not that bothered about it. And then somebody says Lynx Aftershave are doing a Marmite deodorant. I've got Marmite shower gel. Marmite. I mean, have you ever heard of such a thing? Marmite shower gel. I don't think it smells of Marmite because what do? You put it on and it's the brown colour of Marmite, but then it changes colour. It goes sort of white, and then it just becomes a shower gel, I suppose. I don't know, really, actually. I don't know. It's called Marmite. It's obviously under licence because it's got the Marmite logo. Zora Suleiman bought it for me. I don't know what she was saying, but, she said, why don't you try this Marmite shower gel, Steve? Exactly. We'd rather, as opposed to smelling Creed Aventus, we'd rather you smelled of Marmite. Not sure about that. So, Sue, I haven't seen The Crown yet. I will get round to it. Steve, Elvis's sandwiches was also fried, says Gavin. Yes, I mean, he had everything fried. Which, to be honest with you, but he ballooned, didn't he? I mean, if you looked at Elvis Presley, when you looked at him in the early days, fine, but then you looked at, and it's the shifts. He was working late night. He used to go after he finished, sometimes 2 a.m, to go and see Tom Jones. They'd have a jam session, and then they would eat. So he wasn't tired when he went home. So he was taking tablets to go to sleep, to wake up, go to toilet. It was, his insides were a complete and utter mess. Complete and utter mess. But the one thing he did do is balloon in size. And he dyed his hair. He was blonde. I would have thought blonde would have been good, but he dyed it so that he became black. So there you go. Linda Nolan, cancer is back in my liver. Listen, just keep upbeat. Keep upbeat. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. It's, there are thousands of people, Linda, in the same situation. You've just got to be strong. You're very lucky, actually, because you've got loads of support around you. Some people don't have that huge amount of support. There's a new book out now, Christmas, Tradition, Truth and Total Baubles by Nick Page, which sounds lovely. And I might get that, actually. It sounds like my sort of book. I like trivia books like that. And Steve, season 1 and 2 are the best. I'm just starting season 3. It's not great. Is this Stuart Manning? I think it's Stuart. Must be, actually. And it is Stuart, yes. But he's okay now, so that's good news. We're all looking forward to it. This week's going to go by so quickly. So what's the date today? It's the 14th today. 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20. So it's not... It's 11 days, isn't it? 11 days. Oh, Lord, honestly, I can't believe it. If they've not got these pigs in blankets, I might have to go to Greg's, I'm afraid, and sort of capitulate on something else. So there you go. Steve, Mark's M&S do a 12-inch pig in a blanket you need to cook yourself. I don't cook, Brian, I'm sorry. I have people that cook for me. That's why God invented shops, OK? There's no point. What do you mean, turn the stove on or things like that? No. Mike says, I've seen Marmite and peanut butter too. Well, they make a jar of it. It's called, surprisingly, Marmite and peanut butter. Just not to give too much away. Kay Burley's breaking of the lockdown was recorded by junior Sky News staff in an attempt to bring her down, it's been claimed. Surely not. In this business, vindictiveness? What is going on? How can this be? She's on a 6-month break. They say it's believed she's still on full pay, which is about £600,000 a year. £600,000. What I could do with £600,000. I could buy Greggs. And we're having them all year round. Pigs in blankets. Oh no, Steve, it's only Christmas. No, it's all year round. Goodness sake. 600,000 a year. But somebody leaked that. Somebody leaked that at some point. Otherwise, how would people know? Paparazzi were waiting outside the venue. Somebody's done it. You know it. They'll find out who it is, I promise you. Very interesting, isn't it? I love all that kind of stuff, actually, because it just goes to prove you can have a team around you and you think everybody loves you, and they really hate you. They really don't like you. So I'm so grateful that, that my team absolutely love me. They would do anything for Steve Allen. And to be honest with you, I don't think the paparazzi would be remotely interested anyway. So Steve's doing what? Having a party in a Greggs. Fantastic. We'll let him go and have a party in a Greggs. Also, the meeting that left the Crown star Freddie in tears. This is actor Freddie Fox. He's another one of those, what I call the bright young things. He's good looking. He looks so he's had a really, really good education. And I hate those sort of people. It's absolutely dreadful. Also, a fake baker has been jailed. This is interesting. A fake baker whose freshly baked bread was allegedly warmed on radiators has been jailed for 2 years after admitting a fraud. Francesca Barker Mills set up the Barker Baker in Rochdale as a social enterprise, saying she'd fallen in love with baking on a probation course after avoiding jail for fraud. But she'd tricked 4 investors out of tens of thousands of pounds via a bogus government money matching scheme. She sent them photos of what appeared to be her bank account with more than 100,000 in it as proof she could pay them back, but the money vanished. We moved away from the bread on the radiators. I was more intrigued by the bread on the radiators. But, people are like that. People thieve from other people. And they have to pay for it. We have to teach them a lesson, I think. Also, why Giles of the Express made Christmas the season to be jolly. There's something about it. I don't know what it is about Christmas. And I don't think it's the food. I just think it's the time of year. I think it's the time of year where we're all nice to each other. Well, I'm not. But other people are. They'll go, oh, hi, how are you, Steve? Go away. You know. We were talking about that earlier on, actually. Sometimes you pass people in the corridors and you I always do it sort of a joke thing, like I'm tackling them at a rugby game. And they just go, morning, Steve. You know, they just put it down to, oh, that's Steve. You know, that's what he does now. Britain could face an explosion of rats in 2021. I know, they put them on these reality shows. Ghastly people. 3/4 are now immune to pest control methods. Most rodents carry a resistance gene, and only a cold winter can keep the numbers down. There's loads of rats everywhere, and there's going to be... Apparently, you've been urged to block up holes in brickwork, shed doors, and cellars. And you know where else they come up? Come on, guess. The toilet. The toilet. Because the only water in your toilet is the U-bend. Your toilet is not full of water. It's a little bit in the U-bend. And if you live in a basement flat or something like that, they get into the pipes and then they pop up. I mean, it could be a nasty shock if you're on the toilet at the time, I should imagine. But you have to be careful and don't leave food about all over the place. But we are, don't we? We leave food all over the place. It's ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Still to come, the gardener's cuttings. Worth a fortune. And also, dessert at Christmas puds. You're over the limit. Steady company. More on the boy in the papers who swallowed a battery. What he putting in his mouth? You know why? Because if you put the battery in your mouth, it tingles. Because it's electricity. And then, of course, being a bit silly, he swallowed it. He's 8. He should know better. Unhappy about conditions when filming that memorable scene in Carry On Camping when her bra flew off. And we all know about that, don't we? They filmed in winter because it was cheaper. It was freezing cold. They sprayed the ground green. They had to put leaves on the trees and all the rest of it. And the bra was attached to a fishing rod and a line as well. Anyway, the late, great Dame Barbara Windsor was overheard on the day angrily complaining about Carry On producer Peter Rogers. Unbeknownst to Barbara, who was mic'd up on set, Rogers, sitting nearby in his limousine, could hear her letting rip to co-star Kenny Williams. It's disgraceful. We're freezing cold, treated like a load of rubbish, but he falls on in the marmalade. Peter Rogers duly sent Barbara a consignment of marmalade from Fortnum and Mason's. Isn't that funny? Out of all the scenes she did in the film, that's the one that everybody read. Every time they show a clip of Barbara, it's the bra coming off. And it was free. It was middle of winter. The grass was sprayed green to make it look as though it was an iconic bit, but she earned nothing for those movies. I mean, we used to have a laugh sort of guessing with her on how much it paid. And if Kenny Williams was getting 900 quid a movie, I reckon she was on about 250 quid for a movie. They didn't have, and also, not only did they not have any money for the movies, but the one thing that made the Carry-Ons stand out from every other film that was made is because Peter Rogers insisted on a full orchestra. So that's why the sound is big. It's a full orchestra. And all the sets were cheap as chips because they filmed on location. In fact, I think the council offices in Windsor were used as hospitals, all sorts of different bits and pieces. But in fact, the one set that looked the most impressive was Carry On Cleo. And the reason was that Elizabeth Taylor had been over in this country making Cleopatra, and she fell ill. And in the end, it was costing them a fortune to keep this thing going. So they decided to decamp to America to carry on filming over there, where the weather would be a little bit better for Elizabeth Taylor. And so they sold the set of Cleopatra to the Carry On team. That's why when you watch Carry On Cleo, it's a really good set, because it was made for a big Hollywood blockbuster. So that was it. Lots of people take their clothes off. But isn't it funny, out of all those clips in all the films, Barbara and her... I'm going to sneeze, I think. No? Yes. Typical, isn't it, honestly? Just when I put my coat on, thank you. Put my coat on, start sneezing. It's only because I'm desperate to try and get to the pigs in blankets rolls. I'm determined. Seriously, I mean, if they're not there, I'm not racing you down the road to Pret. Do not race me down the road to Pret. I can't run anyway. Other stories in the papers, well, it's Brexit, Brexit, Brexit. The Joshua versus Fury showdown, the biggest fight deal in history. Who cares? Do you know, there's people dying in this world, and they're talking about £200 million for the winner of this fight. What a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. $250,000 to get the vaccine this week. This is the over 80s. You'll be the ones, the over 80s. Also, the blood donor rules to be eased for gay men. Very shortly, gay men in long-term relationships will be able to give blood without having to vouch for 3 months celibacy. It's taken long enough, hasn't it, for goodness sake? And Khan, London's mayor, in case you'd forgotten, is calling for the capital schools to shut from today as new catastrophic infection rates push the city to the brink of Tier 3. He's also thinking of adding, if you're a motorist coming into London, for the privilege, he's thinking of adding an extra £3.50. So basically that's the mayor going, and a Merry Christmas to you. And a Merry Christmas to you, mate, as well. You know, so not only do you have to pay the £15 congestion charge, but another £3.50 for the privilege of driving to the place that you work. It's marvellous. For the whole of London. The whole of London. That's not just a little tiddly bit in the middle. That could go out as far as Twickenham. Easily. I mean, it's just absolutely disgraceful. But there again, he doesn't really care, does he? He's not bothered about you. As long as he gets his name in the paper. Really annoys me. Top 40. Are they still playing football? Are people still doing football nowadays? I've forgotten who's playing anymore. There's nobody going to games, though, are there? Are we still small crowds? It's not worth going, is it? It's not worth the same, really. Mind you, I never went in the first place. Windrush payouts, as I said, bigger and quicker. Well, the quicker bit would be quite nice, thank you very much indeed. We'd like to see that, Priti Patel. There's no good in telling everybody and sort of making a big sort of brouhaha about it without actually doing anything. Also, the chance of the Oxford vaccine by the new year pretty high, which is good news. And if you fancy an eel recipe, it's in the Eye today. Ugh. No, thank you very much indeed. Tess Daly in the pink. It's just Tess Daly, obviously out somewhere that's fairly warm because she's got no coat on. Mind you, Piers Morgan, in his car with his wife Celia, not wearing... Well, he's not in... Oh, he's in the car, sorry. It's a car that he booked. And he's not wearing a mask. I mean, does that make a difference? That not make a difference? You have to, don't you? They do say that, but, you know. Elton John trousering $65 million from his tour this year, even though it was scrapped. I wouldn't mind. Can you imagine if they said, oh, by the way, Steve, we're going to pay you 10 years' money, and you don't have to do the job? That would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? And then Paul McCartney has admitted he wishes he'd hugged John Lennon more. Obviously didn't hug very much. People don't do that, though, do they? I always think, hug it. That's why I can't wait to get into next year. Oh, seriously, I'm going serious on the hugging bit. I'm going for that bit. I mean, how else? What are you supposed to do at Christmas? Hello, shake hands. No, you can't. I know. No, you've got to do hugging. Here's a couple who've had their wedding postponed for the third time because the venue's been turned into a vaccination centre. I told you my brother's youngest is a wedding photographer. She's got about 65 lined up for next year. Some of them were for this year, but luckily all the people that she's photographing, and she's very good, she's won awards, have said, that's all right, we'll wait until we can get back into it properly. So she's got all these deposits from 65 couples getting married next year. I mean, she's going to have to take on extra staff. Oh, and I told you yesterday, they're going to put it in the papers today, Charlie Pride has died from COVID-19, one of the biggest stars. Dolly Parton described him as one of her dearest and oldest friends and said she was heartbroken. He did that, The Crystal Chandelier, which was one of many hits that Charlie Pride had. Amber Heard is cashing in after a judge ruled her ex-husband Johnny Depp beat her by signing up as a speaker on women's rights. $25,000 a time you get in America. They pay big money. That's why, you know, when you look at somebody who is an actress and who can do things like this, and they go, you know, it's interesting. Although Depp still gets his fee for Fantastic Beasts of $12 million. Still gets it. And they tell people about how much money you can make on the after-dinner circuit. Strangely enough, in fact, we had that rammed down our throats a while ago, and they were going, Harry and Meghan are going to go on the after-dinner circuit. Are you having a laugh or something? He can barely string two words together. There's going to be no point in that at all. They're used to dealing with presidents. who go out giving a talk, and prime ministers from this country. Harry Windsor. I mean, what is he get? Perhaps he'll just be looking to her and she'll read the words off the auto cue. I can't see it working any other way. Also, the uniforms from Carry On Up the Khyber, says Simon, were used from the film Zulu, which had just been made. Yes, it's very clever, isn't it? And somebody else telling me about Elvis Presley and his food habits. Yeah, but I bet he never had pigs in blankets in a roll with some chopped onions and then some mustard mayo. Yeah, I might not have it either, in which case it's going to be such a miserable journey on the way home. But I don't care. Nothing makes me feel a bit depressed, especially over the Christmas time. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. But you can listen again to this programme a little bit later than usual this morning. Only just a little bit later when it'll be published, as they say, technical term. And my Little Bit Extra is available as well. And today on my Little Bit Extra, Leanne Pinnock setting pulses racing, so her agent says. Gemma Collins going to appear on RuPaul's Drag Race. I'm saying nothing. Bad news for music fans everywhere. Blue are coming back. Everything, because she said, I'm going to go in another direction. And I'm thinking, she's probably going to go solo. But what's the point of jumping out of the frying pan into the fire? If you're in a group, a girly group, and you get out there, now they're a three-piece, I mean, they might as well just be a beat combo, mightn't they, really? And so, and you get all that stress, and you've had all the, you've been on top of the pops, and you've pouted and done this and done that, and pushed them forward and all the rest of it. And then all of a sudden you go, I've got to get out of it, because it was affecting my mental health. And then you go, but she's staying in the business. How's that going to help anything? It's not going to help anything at all. Presumably, if she's doing it all by herself, if that's what it is going to be, and we don't know yet, I mean, she's hardly going to be stacking shelves at Sainsbury's, is she? So she'll be doing something in the business, either actor. Well, does she not think that comes with strain? Or is it a case of, let's get some publicity, because she's interviewed in all the papers? So it's almost like it was predetermined, which I think it was a few weeks ago when we first told you about it. We knew she wasn't going to go back to Little Mix. Everybody in the business was predicting it. It's almost a case of, let's wait and see. And she said, I hope all my fans will stick with me. I thought, well, not if you're going to be stacking shelves in Sainsbury's, they're not. They're only going to follow you if you're going to go in the music industry. And let's face it, even Louise Redknapp can't get into the music industry now. I mean, they're seen as a joke, these people. If you're in a group, and you've been in a very successful group, like Girls Aloud, the moment it splits up, I mean, Victoria Beckham will never sing again, not that she ever sang in the first place. Jerry's not going to be singing. They all had their little hit at it, and what they'll need to do is get back every so often to do what they call the reunion tour. Frank Sinatra did it for God knows how many years. Even when he was dead, he was doing a reunion tour. They sort of bring all these people back because that's the way they make money, and they go and they sing the hits. If you went to see Frank Sinatra in concert a few years ago and he didn't sing Strangers in the Night, you'd ask for your money back. Strangers and doobie-doo, because he forgot the words. Doobie-doobie-doobie, doobie-doobie. In fact, he did forget the words, actually, when we went to see him at the O2, yeah. He did forget, and they were all on screens all the way around. I was singing along with the screens. Little tiny man. But it was Frank Sinatra. I could say I saw Frank Sinatra. I could say I've been with Barbara Windsor. When I say been with Barbara Windsor, I think you know what I mean. Ooh, matron. And Corey saw his first Carry On film the other day. He saw the one, of course, it had to be the one with the bra coming off, didn't it? I mean, you could have picked something else, like Carry On Dick or something like that. That was in the winter, yes. The grass was sprayed green to make it look as though it was summer. If you have a look at the trees, there's no leaves. That would be the giveaway. So there's leaves all over the place because it's winter. She was wearing a bikini. What do you mean, thermal? Thermals to warm what? Don't want that kind of talk on the programme. It's not necessary. It's Tuesday. Goodness sake, honestly. And so I bought him the box set of Carry-Ons. I'll keep him quiet over the festive season. Thank God. Don't you? Where's Corey? He's in his bedroom watching Carry On films. How many's he got to go? He's got 40 hours worth to go. And we've got Eddie Mayer today. Yes, I'm recording with Eddie Mayer for Christmas, for his Christmas show. It's very exciting, isn't it? I'm a guest artiste. Maura Higgins. You remember Maura Higgins? No, very quickly, easily forgotten, I'm afraid. She's just sort of one of those bimbo types, pops up, gets her boobs out, and then I'm a star now. But anyway, she appeared on The Wheel, Michael McIntyre's disastrous programme, if I seem to remember, and she didn't get the question right. She's Irish, by the way. I thought I'd explain that she did not know it's a long way to, you all know, Tipperary. She thought it was Cork. I mean, that's how thick she laughed it off. I know, it's funny being thick, isn't it, really? Eamon Holmes fell out with Mariah Carey as well. He falls out with everybody, doesn't he? Who's he friends with? Who's he friends with? Do you think he's been out for dinner or lunch with Pip Schofield? Do you think they've all been out for a jolly foursome? Probably not. And also another dreary photograph of Summer, whatever her face is. You know, the one who slept with somebody infinitely more famous than herself. And now you've had to suffer with pictures of her with a pair of old nags. Horses. But hers look like cart horses. I don't know where you get them from. B, Princess B. No, she's just B. Comes from that wrong side of the royal family, I'm afraid. Is not a model citizen, says one of the big columnists in one of the papers today. She's not. You know, she was stupid, ignorant. But of course, we always thought that. I never thought that anybody, just because they were in the royal family, I never thought they were intelligent. I never thought they were better than us. I never thought they were better than you. I never thought they were better than anybody. But poor old B thinks she is. She looks down on peasants like you, and yet made a big mistake. Buckingham Palace, of course, have to back... There's hardly anybody left in the royal family for the Buckingham Palace press office to defend. You know, they can't say anything about, you know, Andrew... Fergie, don't say anything about Fergie, for God's sake. And we don't mention Harry or Meghan, so it's come down to the fact you're stuck with B. So they've had to defend her and said she was in that restaurant, not with a mask on, because she was at a meeting. Yeah, with her husband and loads of other people. There's about six people there. So, you know, she was a bit stupid. A little bit like Rita Ora, who's not just a bit stupid, she's all stupid. Also, I found the biggest pig in a blanket. And by the way, yesterday I did go and find... the Pret-a-Manger pigs in blanket thing. I have to tell you, it was ghastly. I'm seriously telling you. What you get, and I think it was over... What did I pay? I think they were £4.80 each, these things. But I thought was a lot of money, seeing as I can get a baguette for £2.60 in Greggs, which is about, you know, a foot long. So I go to Pret-a-Manger... Very personal, very friendly. I saw this thing. They only had 3 left, so I picked up 2 of them. And I could just about see that there were 3 pigs in blankets in there. It could be 4. Unfortunately, as in the case of all these people, they cover them with sauce. So when you're eating this thing, the sauce that's inside, which is soaked into the bread, goes all over the place. They're very, very messy. It's like a sort of a mustardy type sauce, but there's sort of that and other bits and pieces. So when all you really want is the pigs in blankets. You don't. The roll was not the best roll I've ever had. It was way too hard. It should have been a softer roll. But then again, all this stuff would have soaked into it. So all in all, a bit of a disappointment. In fact, it's so much of a disappointment I shall not be having another one again. So you know, but I was disappointed. I thought I'll have that. I'll eat that. As I'm sort of wandering along. But the roll was a hard roll, like a crunchy roll. And I think you might have got 3 or 4 pigs in blankets, but it's this gunky, stupid sauce. It's like McDonald's. If in doubt, squeeze something on it. Stick a gherkin in there. All the stuff you go, no, take it off. Classic Lincolnshire sausages makes them sound... listen, they could have come from the moon. Wrapped in streaky bacon on a layer of caramelised onion chutney and finished with a dab of mustard mayo. I should have taken a photograph of it. Their idea of a dab of mustard mayo is basically equivalent to a bucketful. Seriously, it was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I think what they should do is assemble them for you and go, OK, do you want... Because if you go to McDonald's, I always say, I don't want any of that ghastly... gherkin stuff that the Americans seem to enjoy. We don't enjoy gherkins over here. We're a bit more selective. And it's sauce all over the place. So when you eat it, it oozes off down the side of it. Mustard sauce on this stupid roll in Pret, I'm afraid. As I say, £4.80 each. I'm pretty certain they were £4.80 each. Because I remember when I saw it on the till, I thought, is that for 2? No, that was for 1. That was for 1. Wrong again. It doesn't matter. Live and learn, I say. Live and learn. I've learnt my lesson, and I've told you, you can still go and try them, and you can, you know, probably, you might enjoy them. See, I don't enjoy, you know, a sort of a roll that oozes stuff out the side of it. Thank you very much indeed. Matthew says, you mentioned B and Eugenie. I find them okay, non-attention seekers. You are joking, of course, aren't you? Are you serious? They wanted to be members of the royal family, so they got paid for doing basically nothing. They do have little jobs. When they go to them, it's, of course, hilarious. One of them works in a gallery and the other one doesn't. But, as I say, they're Andrew's daughters. I think we know. You don't need to know anything else, do you? You don't need to... Imagine you've got a mother like Sarah Ferguson and your father like Prince Andrew. You'd long for the happy days of the Queen Mother coming back. Steve. Great carry on to watch is Cleo with Amanda Barry and Kenny Williams. And Infamy, they've all got it infamy. Yeah, riveting, Ian. You're about 30 years out of date. Steve, they should do black pudding in McDonald's. Well, they might in a minute. They do different things. In some McDonald's around the world, they do beer. You can get beer in there and stuff like that. In the Viennese Kettenstrasse branch, they've had... and they were doing ice creams before we knew what ice cream was. Could eat an ice cream now. Could absolutely eat an ice cream. Definitely. Is the computer working yet, still? Is it... was it... Oh, we also need to do the emails, don't we? Got the emails. Is it up there, or do you need the magic number for today? Magic number? Oh, you don't need it. You do need it. You don't need it? What? You've got them there. What, the numbers? How did you see Frank Sinatra at the O2 when it opened as an exhibition centre in 2000? He died in 98. Yes, it was not called that. It was the London Arena. And listen, you went down the river on it. Who cares? We didn't pay for it. It was a nice little freebie, and we got taken down the river, and we sort of sat on planks, I think, inside. And then we got back on the boat. The trouble is, the boat, because of the licensing laws in those days, you couldn't eat, you couldn't drink on the boat. You couldn't have any booze until they were away from it. I think that's how it worked. Anyway, so we didn't. We had booze on the boat, and we had meal and all the rest of it. It was the fact it was Frank Sinatra. It was very good. It was very good indeed. Very nice. Look at that. Honestly, I'd forgotten how big it was actually. The O2 Arena. Barn of a... Imagine doing a show in there. I was thinking where we could do our next live show, and I thought the O2 Arena would be quite good. You never know. And then somebody's written in, they don't have a name, they just have a number. It says, "Why are you lying?" I love it when they go that, because they can't write properly. "Why are you lying? That wasn't the question Maura got wrong regarding Tipperary. The question was, what county is the furthest from Tipperary?" And she answered Cork. Who cares? My God, you're a pedant. Goodness sake, honestly, listen, we get a question wrong. She got it wrong, and she laughed it off, because she's thick. Matthew says, "I'm curious to know what your favourite festive film is." I don't do questions like that. Definitely not. Definitely not. I've got loads of favourite films. Loads of favourite films. And I got another one of my musical cards today. You know how much I love my musical cards? And this one from Marion. Thank you, Marion, which is lovely. And I'll give you a clue. You should better hear this. If you turn the volume on your radio. It only goes for a little bit. You sort of open up the card, and they've got it like a little plastic thing, like that, and you put it on the card, like that. Okay, and then you push the button. Oops! Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my headphones all wrong now, and it goes. Oh, can't make it go round. Sorry, dude. It's cute, isn't it? I've got loads of them. I've got loads of these cards. I've got the circus. I've got the Nutcracker. I would have, and all those I love those sort of things. My friend Helinka was the first one who got me into these. She sent me one a few years ago, and it was my bounden duty to find out where they came from. Now, every time I see them, I pounce on them, because the music quality, years ago, they'd be really awful quality on these things. I've got a London one, which has got the Changing the Guard. Great things. I love stuff like that. I think they're grateful. Is it awkward, Steve, bumping into people you've had words about, like Eamon Holmes? Oh, Dunk. You don't bump into Eamon Holmes and sort of run him over. You know, you can't just bump into him. Have you seen the size of him? Good Lord above. You don't want to see him on a beach in a pair of little tight white Bermudas, do you? That would not be a pretty sight at all. Do they say anything to you at event dinners? No? You obviously don't understand how showbiz works. They crave attention. They're desperately, desperately mad for being mentioned. If they're not being mentioned, they think you've fallen out with them. They love being mentioned. It doesn't matter what you're saying about them. If you say Gemma Collins is fat, that's a fact. So she loves it. You're mentioning her. He's talking about me, she said on a TV programme, as Steve Allen's talking about me. Maybe he fancies me, she said, with a straight face. Which I thought was hilarious. Tony says, sitting in the car waiting for someone. Oh, still doing that, Tony. I've got a tub of Cadbury's Heroes next to me. Oh, right. I don't think I've had Cadbury's Heroes. Have you had Cadbury's Heroes? Yeah, well, just one or two. Just one. I don't think I've ever had those, or have I? I can't remember. You think I have? How do you know? You don't know anything? Honestly, I love the way you sort of... You don't know anything about me at all. You don't even know me. You don't know me. The ones with standard dairy milk. Oh, right. No. Oh, those. I've seen the box. I don't think I've ever... Oh, yes, I have had them. I'll tell you for why, because I like the Cadbury's cream egg one. It's like a chocolate, but it's the cream egg thing, isn't it? Yeah. That's quite nice. And also, what was it? Go back. And I like the twirl. I like a twirl. Sorry? I like a twirl. It's an old gag. Whisper? No, like a twirl. It's talking like this that got me thrown at the Brownies. And I managed to make it through to the Cubs, eventually. They didn't want me either. Steve, I've just discovered something about Sparrows Can't Sing. It was written by the late, great Stephen Lewis. Stephen, is that Blakey from On the Buses? I love that film. I've got it. You can buy it on DVD. Ordered the producer, because he's now seen his first... He said, you get to see part of Barbara's boobs. And I said, you're such a pervert, honestly. You're not supposed to watch it for things like that. You're supposed to be enjoying the comedy, the comedic lines, and the, out and in and out and in and off it comes. A glimpse of her boob. She did have them. I mean, to be honest with you, she did have them. Mind you, sitting next to somebody who's also got a nice pair. So there you go. We're all happy this morning. We are providing... Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? What was that? Do you know, some of these cakes, when you look at them, you think to yourself, why can't I just sort of be able to... Oh, that looks nice. So just eat as much food as you want to eat and not put on an ounce of weight. Wouldn't that be brilliant? There was an actress years ago, I can't tell you her name, but she was prone to being fat, said in humble tones. And the director, and she used to come in and he'd go, listen, you've got to go and lose the weight. You need to lose the weight to fit into the costume, because everybody was thin. And so she said, I want to eat cakes. And he said, well, listen, she said, I'll make $1 million and then I'm going to retire and eat cakes. That's exactly what she did. She made $1 million and she retired and spent the rest of her life eating cream cakes. I mean, to be honest with you, I could suck the insides out of a cream horn, from a distance of about 30 paces. They're delicious. Cream slices, my favourite. Jam donuts, where they cut it down the middle and then they do the squirty cream and they put a little line of red something. And you like a yum nut. What's that? Yeah. Oh, yes, the yum nuts. Yeah, you like those, do you? Oh, yes, I brought them in for you before. Still owe me. And what else do I like? Oh, I like the apple turnovers with custard in. They've got custard in there as well. They're really nice. The trouble is you just can't eat those without being messy, unless you shove the whole thing in your mouth at the same time. But it never works. But that's what I would always want to do. I was, I've been out and bought Krispy Kreme donuts before. And I deliberately don't touch them, because once I've had one, I'm going to go to the second. They are. They should carry a health warning for people who are prone, not looking at anybody in particular, around my vicinity, about 6 foot to that direction, that you shouldn't have them, because they're addictive. They are spawn of the devil. You should definitely not be having things. They are designed to part you from your stomach. They're designed for you to put it in your mouth, and the feeling of ecstasy to roll around inside and then head to your nether regions is just, it's too much. It's too much. And they come with all different fillings, like cinnamon apple, strawberry surprise. The surprise being there's no strawberry. And then sort of this and Christmas pudding flavor, all sorts of things. We love stuff like that. We're big into that, definitely. Dawn French regrets not getting drunk more often. You want to be who I work with? I'm working with people whose middle name is alcohol. Seriously, at Christmas time, you will not find Corey being able to sit upright. Seriously. He'll be sitting at the edge of the hot tub going, here we are, here in the hot tub. And so he'll be going, you're right, Corey, I had a drink. I had a drink. I had a drink. I don't know why people talk like that, because all the drunks I've ever spoken to sound quite normal. They just go, hello, Steve, how are you? Gone. Nobody ever goes, I had a drink. You don't do, unless they're being arrested for a police programme on the television. I like those ones. I like those. And I had somebody the other day, he said at the end, after he was one of life's sad people, and he'd been arrested so many times, the charge sheet went to like a volume of an Encyclopedia Britannica. And he said to the arresting officer, he said, come and give me a hug. The arresting officer looked at him and said, I don't do hugs. Which I thought was quite good, actually, because I didn't do hugs either. And then there was one man, and they were trying to... Oh, I can't tell you. Anyway, they were trying to find drugs. And the worst thing you could... If you are one of these people who does drugs, people secrete drugs in places. Secrete drugs in places. And this particular bloke comes in, and he's screaming and shouting, and the duty sergeant... I was with him all the way. He said, listen, he said, you've been caught drug dealing before. He said, we know that you secrete drugs, so I'm ordering a strip search. Well, you could hear the crying from where we were outside, you know, because they delve into all little places, and then they find the drugs, and they seem to think, I mean, down here, the big thing around King's Cross was keeping the drugs in your mouth, wrapped in plastic. And what they would do is they would spit it onto the floor and you would pick it up. So, because otherwise the police would see you doing that. But if you saw somebody spitting, you probably wouldn't think about it. And they would spit them onto the floor. And so people would pick up their... I'm so glad I never did drugs. Unless you class Prosecco as a drug. In which case, it's good. Roger says, if the GC thinks you fancy her, she's even more delusional. I ever thought she did it on a programme on the telly. There was a load of people sitting around at a dinner table. She said, that's Steve Allen. Have you heard Steve Allen? He talks about me all the time. He really fancies me. I thought, you're even more stupid than you look. Who in God's name would ever want to go out with that? Oh, dear me. That's why she can't keep them. I mean, not even that well-known Lothario, Argent, disappeared from everybody's radar at the moment, just kept going back there. It was a case of he'd had a few sherbets on a Friday night and she was the only one available. Steve, there used to be a bakery in Goodness Street called Grokinsi's cream slice. Oh, I tell you what, I like patisseries. Patisseries are nice. Patisserie Valerie was a firm favourite of mine. I even liked their breakfast in the morning, which was quite nice. You get a breakfast with some toast, and I'd have a cup of tea. And you look at the cakes, you think, shall I take some cakes away? Perhaps I'll get some of those. Is it millefeuille? Those things, which is like the flaky pastry with the cream and the strawberry. I mean, you could be really naughty with those. You could be, I mean, absolutely terrible. They're dangerous. They are killer cakes. It's as simple as that. 3 of those could gang up on you in the bedroom and you wouldn't stand a cat in hell's chance, would you? You know, the door opens and there's 3 cream slices sitting there. We are the Milfoy brothers. Oh, my God, what do you want? Eat us. Eat us now. And you'd have to, wouldn't you? Out of a sense of... Otherwise, they'd kill you. Goodness me. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, I've not had ice cream for years. I fancied it the other day. I fancied that soft ice cream. You know, when you go to the man, Mr. Whippy, I used to worry about him a lot. You know, my mother used to say, Mr. Whippy's here. I'd say, oh, here we go again. Back to those halcyon days of prep school. And it was... and so he used to play some... da-da-da-da. He used to finish... da-da, Mr. Whippy. But he did the soft ice cream. You know, where you pull the handle and it goes into the cornet or into the tub. That used to taste delicious. I could eat that now. Crushed nuts. Definitely. And maybe some chocolate sauce over the top of it. Or an oyster. I could eat an oyster now. But definitely I could eat I couldn't eat 99 of them. Just one would be fine for me, but 99 is good. What, do you know what I think they should always have in this building? They've got everything else. Every bit of your whim is catered for, with the canteen and the place downstairs, the little cafe. And I think there should be a fridge on each floor filled with cheap lollies. Because at certain times in the morning, and you're lying in bed now, aren't you? You're warm, aren't you? You're warm. Could you not just do with an ice-cold lolly? Ice just drips onto your tongue. And it's so cold, and it's so lovely, you know? Do you not fancy that now? You'll be out of bed in a minute. Why haven't we got no ice lollies in the fridge? Steve Allen's talking about ice lollies on the radio. Steve, listening to your Christmas card reminded me of the duet version of Walking in the Air, Aled Jones original, with Aled Jones now singing along. Surprisingly good. He is good. He is good. But he didn't sing it in the film. Everybody thinks that Aled Jones sung it in the film. He never sung it in the film. He spends his entire life defending it. And Don says, apparently Carry On films are being broadcast all Christmas Day on ITV2. Thank you. Well, I bet that's his Christmas present. He doesn't know it's his Christmas present. And, because I didn't know what to buy him. You know, last year, I can't remember what I bought him. What did I buy last year? I don't know. And, was it just money? Yeah. So this year, he's actually done not bad. He's actually got like 26 films. I mean, that is a collection. 40 hours, I think. I think it's more than 40 hours. And it's got all the Christmas extras and everything else. If you like the Carry On camping, you do see a liberal sprinkling of boobies all over the place. In fact, actually, if you look very carefully in Carry On Constable, you get to see Kenneth Williams' bottom. Bit of a winner there in that one. Not the sort of thing you expect to see. But, I mean, nobody in those days worried. I watched them doing I've got to do the news. They were doing the Dancing on Ice, Strictly Naughty, taking your clothes off things, with Colleen Boring Nolan there again. I thought, oh, no, we've seen it once. We don't want to see it again, thank you. And some of the boys were very shy about stripping off. Really? Very funny. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's 25 minutes to 5. Rita Ora's jetted off out the country. Thank God for that. Stay out and stay away. Another buffoon. Thank you very much indeed. Also, there's a cheeky toddler. They always call them cheeky toddlers as opposed to badly behaved children. This one has covered her face with Sudocrem. Now, to be honest with you, I don't know. I've heard of Sudocrem, but I don't know what it is. Is it an eczema cream or something? I don't know. Sudocrem. Is it for eczema? It might be. I might have sort of guessed that one correct. Oh, yeah, you know what? I've got some. I've just realised. It's popular. It's soothing nappy rash, eczema and acne. There you go. I used it for eczema. Used it for eczema. So, I wonder why I'd heard of it before. I remember thinking, how strange, Sudocrem. And the way people were talking about it, I thought, it's obviously one of those Rudy creams. Also, the funniest festive jumpers, which are available. You should be buying them. There's loads of lights on trees and in people's gardens and houses. I love it. I absolutely love it. Another one here, which says, Lauren Goodyear, with a picture of the paper. All they get is a picture of her sort of peculiar bottom. I mean, she really is a bit of an oddity. Going out in the middle of winter with no coat on, with this and she said, I've not had surgery on it, like anybody cares. Really. In your own dream world, love. Victoria Beckham's plastic trousers, apparently, according to the free blurb in the paper, it's resurrected her ailing fashion industry. She's selling their plastic trousers at £600. Well, do me a favour. I mean, tight plastic trousers. Well, I thought plastic was going out. And also, they're sort of a PVC type plastic, shiny plastic. No, exactly. I mean, it just... And also, because she's so emaciated, it looks even worse. I mean, she does look... If you stripped her naked, it's a pencil with 2 ping-pong balls attached. That's it. It's as bad as that. Eamon Holmes fell out with Mariah Carey. He falls out with loads of people. If you remember, Eamon Holmes is famous for falling out with people. Because, as I said to you before, this sort of jolly, happy Irishman is not the image that is him all the time. He's grumpy. But he's not grumpy funny like Victor Meldrew. He's just grumpy miserable. You know, he's always, it's never good enough, it's never this, it's never that. Mariah Carey turns up to do an interview with him. And she's 4 hours late. Well, I'm so sorry. I'd have walked out the building. I'm sorry, darling. If you're that rude, I'm not going to bother with you. And so when finally she turned up, she only agreed to be interviewed if she was lying down. Because she was tired. And so he said, well, if you're going to lie down, I'll lie down next to you and we'll do the interview. The interview never happened. I was standing here one day waiting for an interview for In Conversation. And I was looking at the time thinking, this is not actually looking very promising. And we're all standing down in reception. And we're sort of looking out the window and waiting. And somebody going, they'll be here very, very soon, blah, blah, blah. And we're waiting. And I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking, this isn't happening. I'm not going to get this interview because they've got a schedule to do when they get in the building. And we waited. And then eventually somebody said, shall we phone her and find out where this person is? She was still at home. She hadn't even bothered, lazy so-and-so. You know who it was? Naomi Campbell. Rude to the extreme. Rude to the extreme. Somebody who has no concept of, you're supposed to be at this interview at, for example, say 8 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock, you're still at home. How rude are you? How rude are you? So in the end, they went, we're going to have to shelve the interview, Steve, because she's only got time to do these. And I'm thinking, I'm quite grateful. I'm quite grateful. It was her fault. She just is rude and late. She turns up late. I said the story the other day. She did a photo shoot for one of the magazines years ago at one of the posh hotels in London. She was 3 hours late turning up for the photo shoot, and then she arrived in and said, I'm just going shopping, and just walked out again of assault. She's been accused of assault in the High Courts, and she's had to pay for it. But she just had this rude streak whereby she didn't bother. I'm going to turn up late and sod the interviews. So I thought, well, I'll tell you what. Go away. I'd have done the same. You know, if I'd been Eamonn Holmes, I wouldn't have sat around for 4 hours waiting for Mariah Carey to get her act together. Certainly not. I'd have said, listen, she's supposed to be here at a certain time, and she said, I'm tired. He said, I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, you think you're tired? Blimey. Oh, I think that it was, they went to the BBC, they had to decorate the room, her dressing room at the BBC, it had to have this and that, and her tea had to be at a certain temperature. It had to be tested. But mind you, I've heard of groups before whose rider says, take out all the blue Smarties. You know, they're just being stupid. They're just being stupid. They eat the blue Smarties all the time because, you know, that's what they do. Because they think they're probably more interesting than they are. But no, she had to have the tea had to be tested with a thermometer to make sure it was the right temperature. You see, I would have loved to have turned around and gone, I tell you what, love, make it yourself. Okay? Make it yourself. You're fired. Good. Good. Thank God for that. But you do get people who sort of become divas. And that's why, you know, having seen hundreds of divas over the year in the music business and in show business, and there are some real divas, some you'd be quite surprised at, who sort of, you know, throw their weight around and treat people particularly badly. I'm sorry, are you concentrating next door? Well, try and look as though you concentrate. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Went a little bit offline there, off script. And you see all these people, and you see the image that they give to the public, and you go, they're not like that at all. They're really not like that at all. But it's the lateness. Barbara couldn't stand it either. I told you the story the other day. She had a big go at Jessie Wallace. You know, you're a professional actor or actress. You know, it's like me being a professional radio presenter, hilarious though it might be, I realise. But I'm employed to come in and do a job. Between the hours of 4 and 7, Monday through Friday and Sunday morning as well. That's my job. Now, I might leave at 7:05 in the morning because I've done the work. But I'm always in plenty of time for the programme, plenty of time, because I'm a professional. I can't imagine somebody, I mean, especially if you do the sort of programme that I do, where you're literally flying by the seat of your pants. And, you know, so if somebody's late, I'd rather not even bother. I don't want to buy into the garbage that is somebody who's unprofessional. If you're too unprofessional, well, you go somewhere else. Don't waste my time. And Eamonn Holmes was quite right to say, you're tired. I've been up since 4 in the morning doing a programme, and I've had to hang around 4 hours for you to get your act together. You know, I mean, I would hope that he'd actually basically say to her, listen, go now, dear, go now. He had enough trouble, didn't he, with David Blaine, who'd come in off a flight and was completely mad, and he held up a picture of his hand with an eye on it and said, talk to the hand. Well, of course, I mean, Eamonn Holmes didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. It's worth watching on YouTube just for the laugh, but he didn't have the faintest idea. And David Blaine, I mean, I wasn't sure where David Blaine was coming from, but it was a very odd thing to do. He's one of those sort of people who does a magic trick, as I've explained to you before, and then goes, that's real magic. You get, no, it's a trick, dear, it's a trick. Uri Geller can't really bend metal with the power of his mind. Okay? Just thought I'd mention that now. Chuck it in immediately. You know, ghosts do not exist. Poltergeists do not exist. There are no sort of hidden ghostly faces at the windows of an old wrecked castle in Wales that had Beverly Callard scaling the walls. You know, this doesn't exist. But a horseman's been seen. No, they weren't. Don't be so stupid. Well, Steve, flying saucers come down. No, they don't. No, they don't. Little Green... No, not Little Green Man. No, nobody at all. And the train was driven by a phantom train driver. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And we know in this house it was very old, and people were bricked up in the walls, and it's their spirits. No, they weren't. You know, you have to explain to people, but people are so sad nowadays. They want to believe these sort of things. They're so desperate to believe in something else, because obviously their own life is missing something. If you've got, it's like somebody always said to me, if you go to see a fortune teller, you know, somebody will turn over and come up with any old drivel about your tarot cards and everything else. There's something the matter in your life. They know. If you've got the perfect life, like we have nearly the perfect, well, one of us, the perfect life, why would you need to go to a fortune teller? You only go to a fortune teller if you want to know about job, sex, travel, money worries, things like that, relationship worries, health. There's key things. And within 2 minutes of you sitting down, they've got the gist of you straight away. And they do what's commonly known as cold reading. Cold reading, you can buy books on cold reading. It's very interesting, where basically the person you're talking to is giving you the answers that you want. You know, so you will say to somebody, trouble with your feet, and you'll go, no, not now. Coming up, though, you will have trouble with your feet. And so you're taking all this. If you listen to everything that they say, you've walked right into it. So they now know you're all right with your feet. So what are you here for? If you're a young person, it can be a job or relationship. You know, am I in a relationship at the moment that's going to last? The cards are saying, tread this one carefully. Says nothing to you. But the dim will buy into this. And what about a job? Will I have a job that will last me all my life? No. Will I actually end up, being famous? That's all they want to do nowadays, isn't it? They only want to be famous. So they appear on a reality show, and that apparently gives them some sort of fame. And then most of them go into sort of, rehab. There must be like a travelator that takes them from certain TV shows. Because we were reading out the list the other day of celebs on the farm, and we only counted 2 celebs. The rest of them were people you've never heard of in your entire life. Very sad. Very tragic. Steve, we're not supposed to buy plastic. Are we not? Do we not buy plastic? There's a homeless person who's made a blanket out of crisp packets. Looks lovely, actually. He literally collects crisp packets, sticks them all together and makes a blanket out of them. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's cheese and onion or... It must be quite... Yeah, well, I don't think... Yeah. Greasy's okay. Isn't that okay? No. Yeah, but you're not putting your hand inside these things. He's just taking the crisp packet and sticking them all together. So you're making like a patchwork quilt, but out of crisp packets. So there's no grease that's going to get on you at all. Well, if you wanted to make it bigger, you just stick more crisp packets on, don't you? I don't think he's doing like single, double, and king size. I don't think he's doing it that way. I think he's just sticking crisp packets together. And it's a picture of him in some of the papers, which is very nice. But I wish I'd not started the question. I wish I'd not started the talk on it. It's now provoked an argument. Will he not get grit? No, I really don't know why. Lovely poem for you coming up. This is an early one, actually, written by Cristina Rossetti. Cristina Rossetti died in 1894, so she won't be here enjoying it, but if you believe in things like that, she's sitting on a cloud and can't wait for me to read her poem. All right. Jane says, I wish you'd do radio out here. I am doing radio out there. This is me, out there, doing radio. That's how it works. Steve, yesterday you mentioned Brazil nuts. On an episode of QI, Stephen Fry said what we call Brazil nuts are actually Brazil seeds. They grow inside the nut casing. Oh, right. No, the Brazil nuts I was talking about, was it Brazil's? Were covered in like a toffee. But it was they were called something else. But anyway, they were very nice, and somebody said you can still get them, which is very good. Are the PVC trousers fireproof? Oh, they're ghastly. I mean, they really are. And they're £600. £600. Ridiculous. Steve, you're making me laugh out loud this morning, says Julie. Just what I need, really. I had an awful accident a year ago. Came home after 5 months in hospital, then lockdown, terrible 14 months. I find it very hard to sleep, but that's okay, because to be laughing at this time in the morning is pure therapy. It certainly is. And there's no charge for it. There's no charge for this therapy. Somebody said, you should really be available, on the NHS. I thought, listen, they've got enough worries on their hands without worrying about somebody like me. Shane says, I love Corey's head of hair. I'm very jealous. I wouldn't be. It's a wig. Okay, it's just he saw it advertised in Exchange and Mart some years ago, and it was only £3.19 and sixpence, and so he bought it. And it was supposed to be a Beatles wig, but you know what they're like. It sort of disappeared a little bit, and then he's taken it in. I mean, his hairdresser knows it's a wig, but Corey thinks that the hairdresser doesn't know it's a wig, and so he just goes in for a trim every so often. But it's stuck down with double-sided tape. In fact, I know it is because I gave him the tape because I'd laid some carpet in the bathroom, and so I gave him the remainder of the end of the roll. Love a bit of double-sided, which is very nice indeed. What was the other one that we had? Rowan Atkinson returning to the screens in a character, they say, who's very much like Mr. Bean. 34 million people now living under strict lockdown rules. I'll tell you what they are, because we're quite harsh again. We're quite harsh again. So is this going to make any difference? Probably not. Are you going to get people, who are sort of... I was on the bus the other day, actually. Where was I going? Richmond. Where was I going? Oh, yes. That's right. I was going to the bank. I knew there was some reason. I couldn't remember what it was, actually. And the bus driver was very good. He was checking how many were on the bus. And if there wasn't room for people, he wouldn't let them on. And there was one woman, she got on at the bus stop, onto the bus. And she made a bit of a fuss about getting on because he wasn't sure if he wanted to let anybody else on, because there was only one seat and he didn't want people fighting for it, because you're not supposed to stand on the buses. And she only goes one stop and then she gets off again. Lazy old baggage. Lazy old baggage. Oh, there's a couple who bought this. Every year there's somebody who's bought some festive lights way back in, the year dot. This time it was 1969. The winter of discontent, I think. And they've still got the same Christmas lights. And they still work. A set of Christmas lights from 1969. I like that idea. We haven't got any lights from those. I try and buy new every year. This year I've got 4 boxes of lights I've not used. Because I just like having them. I just like having lights. I've got a thing about it that one of these days I'll be living in Santa's grotto. Steve, I was in a B&M store yesterday. Do you know, I have no idea what a B&M store is. We don't have stuff like that. I've got no idea. Is it a northern thing, Rob? Must be. It's Doncaster. And one here, not my favourite place. Is it like a Wilkinson's? Oh, it's a bargain shop, is it? Anyway, the assistant checked the goods through and she said $35.50. And I said, excuse me. She said $35.50. All I said was a please would be nice. She told me to go. So he did. Leaving the goods there. But they don't care. People don't... In shops, people don't care. But you don't get please and thank yous. In fact, you're very lucky to get a please and a thank you. In fact, you mainly find it in coffee shops where somebody goes, hello, Steve, if they know your name. Talking of celebs and their demands, Prince Charles has a flunky who has to iron the shoelaces on his brogue, says Nick. He has somebody who puts the toothpaste on his brush. So, that's what royalty do. That's what royalty do. Steve, there is only one true singing diva, Shirley. Shirley Bassey, of course. Or Burley Chassis, as we called her in recent years. Steve, on QI, it transpires that strawberries, raspberries, blackberries aren't berries, but fruits, as the seeds are on the outside. The Botanical Society says bananas, apples, tomatoes, oranges and certain grapes are officially berries. No, tomatoes are fruit. Tomatoes are fruit. I can tell you that for a fact, because that's cropped up on more quiz shows than I've had hot dinners. Amazing. Nobody else celebrity. Oh, Matthew wants a celebrity girlfriend. See, the trouble is you can't have a celebrity girlfriend. They don't exist. You can't they're not available in sweet shops or something like that. You don't just go out there and go, you? I think I'll go out with you. Louise Redknapp, I'll go out with you. Can you imagine the baggage that she comes with? Oh, she'd be moaning every day. Every single day. Oh, I wish I'd never let the marriage go to Jamie, and I wish I'd done this. He, of course, is quite happily settled down with some Swedish fixture, which is very nice. And what was the other? I've got a great story I'm going to bring you, actually. It wasn't the festive jumpers. Oh, Graham Norton, who says he was very unhappy at his last radio job because he's jumping ship to go to another radio station. But he said he was unhappy. I bet his team are thrilled. The producers and everybody else, they go, oh, we all thought he was having a nice time. No, he was very miserable there. Very miserable. I wonder why he was miserable. I can't understand that. How happy am I on a scale of what? 1 to 100, 2. And, well, there's no point in lying to them, is there? And, no, but imagine saying that. I was really unhappy at my last job. And the producers, of which I should imagine there's probably a few, and assistant producers and APs and tea makers and, things like that. And he goes, I wasn't very happy there. And you think, how can you not be happy if you're doing radio? How can you not be happy? Mind you, I have known radio presenters in the past, a bit diva-ish, who don't speak to their co-hosts. That's odd, isn't it? You think if you're sitting in the same studio, you'd be talking. But no, they haven't. I've known quite a few, actually, over the years. Quite a few. On air. Well, yes, I mean, on air, they spoke to each other. The moment the lights went off, the mics went off, that was it. They didn't talk. Whereas me, you'd want to talk to somebody, wouldn't you? That's what gives you the content for the programme. Well, it gives me content. I mean, I can talk about just about anything on the programme, including Victoria Beckham's tight plastic trousers at 600 quid or whatever they are. Honestly, she must think money grows on trees. Mind you, the good news is, I suppose, Harper will take over the business eventually. Talking of nudity, have I ever done a double header? Yeah. Oh, right, have I ever done a double header? Yes, I have. I did it with Therese Birch years and years ago. We had a show on a Sunday together, and we decided, because we're both standalone presenters, I'm a standalone presenter. I don't need another presenter. I like having other presenters in, or guests and things like that, but I'm a standalone presenter. I don't need somebody else to sort of, back me up or fill me in with different things like that, because you're forever competing. And we had a double-headed programme, and we took it into our own hands, made a big decision. And I said, listen, the two-handed wasn't working, because we weren't sure if I was supposed to open, she was supposed to open, who had the last word going into the ad breaks, who finished the programme, So we decided that as we had a 3-hour programme, 1 week I'd do the first hour by myself, she'd do the second hour by herself, and I'd do the third hour by myself. The next week, she'd do the first hour by herself, I'd do the second hour, so I'd just have 1 hour to do, and she'd do the last hour. And so that's how it worked, and it worked much better. Well, it wasn't a case where it was allowed, it's what we did. Nobody ever complained about it. I don't remember anybody ever saying, what are you doing? Because it worked best for us. And it was an easy way of doing it, because double-headed programmes, very difficult. I just got a bit confused when he said, have you ever had a double header? And so I was sort of thinking to myself, I had to think, actually, because I know a lot of breakfast shows have had that. Nick's unique in the fact that he does it by himself. A lot of people now have what they call, well, I always called it zoo format, which is where you have a round table of people. It could be anything from 2 to 4 to even more. And then, of course, everybody's fighting for their little bit of space. So I'm quite happy. Steve. And I always say thank you, and I'm not really bothered if I don't get a reply, unless I'm driving, where I'll go berserk. So tomorrow we enter Tier 3. And you're probably thinking to yourself, what does that mean? I shall tell you between now and 6 o'clock this morning exactly what it entails. It's basically going back into lockdown again. So you can go and get takeaways and have deliveries from restaurants and fast food places, but you can't actually go and sit in any of these restaurants, presumably. So does that mean that I'll tell you in a minute, actually. I've just read, I'm asking myself the same questions that you're asking. And Jessie, why I've quit Little Mix. We know why you've quit Little Mix, but again, what she's done is she's fallen into that good old show business trap. She's come out of Little Mix because of the pressure, and because she's been in it for 9 years, and it's given her mental health problems. So all of the things that entails, like being made up, squeezing yourself into outfits that you might not want to wear, and she's doing it because she wants to go in she said a different direction. I don't know what different direction means. I mean, I don't know what else she can do, or even what she did before Little Mix. But it's a case of, if she's going to stay in the same business, surely that's frying pan into the fire. It's exactly the same thing she's been doing. I mean, they're not going to be craving her in sort of stadium tours or anything like that. She's not going to get that. The trouble is, most of her business now is in a recording studio. But, you need to do the publicity. If you don't do the publicity and do all the radio stations and do the interviews and do the television programmes, you're not going to go anywhere. It's ridiculous. Somebody says, you have a driver who brings you to LBC every morning. I do. Then you talk about the bus journeys you take. Yeah. Yes. I travel free on the buses. So, because I'm of that age, apparently. Also means I'm about 4th down on the tier of people getting the coronavirus vaccine. So I should be getting a phone call anytime soon. Steve, there are only 10 months in the Roman calendar, so where does Christmas come from? It's pagan. It was the going from one year to the other. That's why it's all green. That's why Father Christmas was green. That's, green because it was all to do with the forest and all to do with, you look forward to the next year, the bountiful year. So you've saved all your stuff up over the year. Did you ever see that programme, which I think was called was it Victorian Kitchen Garden or something? Whatever it was, they lived as people would have lived over 100 years ago. And coming up to Christmas, they literally would be fattening the goose up. Everything would be, you'd be collecting the windfalls, the apples that fall off the trees and pears and stuff like that. You'd be growing your root vegetables, your potatoes, you'd bring them all in, you'd wash them and pack them, and you'd keep it. My mother, this is all in my lifetime. Makes me sound terribly old. My mother would sort of say, right, well, I'm going to do pickled onions today. And she would then make jars of pickled onions, so we'd have pickled onions and cold meats over Christmas. They'd order the turkey. But the only thing we ordered, actually, the early days. Everything else she made. She made her own stuffing. She did the potatoes came from the garden. The carrots came from the garden. The peach. She'd have saved everything over the year. I mean, we weren't doing the good life or anything like that. But we were becoming far more industrious. People made presents for Christmas. Kids had things that were made by a grandfather or your dad or your brother if they were particularly good at woodwork or metalwork or something like that. So we had lots of homemade toys. And they were so much better. Nowadays, you look at the cost of Christmas, I don't even like to think about it. Especially this year. Especially this year. It's going to be a very expensive year for a lot of people, because people are doing, and sort of, basically it's false economy. I think what people are doing is saying, listen, it's been such an absolutely chronically awful year that we're going to push the boat out. But then, if you push the boat out, we might be stuck with this thing for another year. Even more. And we don't want that. We want it to finish. We want it to finish next year sometime. Probably about, March would be nice. March would be very nice. But, it might not happen. But there was a guy talking to Darren Adam earlier on, and he seemed quite upbeat about it. It's going to be finished this time next year, and I thought, can't wait. Cannot wait. Get that first injection in, get the second injection in, 21 days later. Apparently you get a bruise. Bruise is a small price to pay, isn't it? Small price to pay. But I'm sick to death of seeing people on the trains without masks on, or stuck under their chins, or under their nose. Perhaps they're amphibians, perhaps they're peculiar people from another world. You've got to cover your nose with it. I mean, the other day we walked out of it, I had to say to Cora, I said, put your mask on. He'd forgotten that his mask wasn't on. It's easy to do. And then once you get into the habit of it, I'm used to walking down the street with people with masks on. It also makes people look very attractive. Seriously. It's a plus point. There was somebody on the train yesterday, very, very good-looking person, I thought, with the mask on. They moved the mask down. I thought, oh, dear, maybe not. A poem we have for you. We try and do a poem every day on the programme. We like to bring a bit of culture into my existence. And this one is from Cristina Giorgino Rossetti. I know nothing about Cristina Giorgino Rossetti. I just know that she was born in 1830 and died in 1894. So, 64, not bad. And this one's called Give Me Holly. But give me holly, bold and jolly, honest, prickly, shining holly. Pluck me holly, leaf and berry, for the day when I make merry. That was it. Okay, there's no more of it, that's it. I did turn the paper over, but no, those just are the 4 lines that make up Give Me Holly from Cristina Giorgino Rossetti, who died in 1894 and is probably responsible for many other lengthy poems, which will be on this programme probably over the course of the next year. Paul says, since you'll probably be the first presenter at LBC to get the vaccine, will LBC be sending the camera crew to film it? I do hope not. What do you mean, the first presenter at LBC to get the vaccine? What's that mean? Well, because I'm the oldest. I think if I'm the oldest presenter in the building, barring a few. There's a few of us. I think if I'm probably on our classic music station, I think there's a few people of my age. But, the people I'm working with are roughly the same age as me. So, we're all the same sort of apple cart. What's the matter? What's the matter now? Which one's what? Which ones are older than me? I don't know how old Bill Turnbull is. I can't remember. John Suchet's older than I am. I hope. That'd be dreadful, wouldn't it? But Bill Turnbull is 60. Yes, I'm older than Bill Turnbull. Oh, God, I'm even more depressed than I thought I was. John Suchet, there you go, he's 76. He's quite a lot older than I am. Listen, age is just a number. It doesn't make any difference. It's how fit you think you are, and I think I'm fit. You don't. Some people get to a certain age and then they and they deteriorate. Whereas I think, to be honest with you, I get better with age. I know it's a difficult thing to accept. I'm a bit like a fine wine, a bit like or a pickled onion, a bit like a pickled onion, a jar of selected pickled onions. I get lump cheddar. We used to call it mousetrap cheese. Because it was that sort of cheaper. Want a bit of cheddar? Yeah, mousetrap. You got mousetrap? Yeah, we got mousetrap. I used to love a bit of cheese on a couple of cream crackers with some Branston pickle. I thought that was quite nice. I thought that was the height of decadence. Height of decadence. But I've never managed... The only thing I never managed to move to, I'm afraid, is Daddy's sauce on breakfast. It had to be tomato ketchup. Daddy's sauce was too strong. No. You love Daddy. See, I can't do Daddy's sauce. I didn't like OK because I thought it was a bit naff. But Daddy's sauce was just a weird... It's like English mustard was way too hot for me. French mustard was fine. Or German mustard, Senf, was nice. Do I like what? I don't like spicy food, no. No. The very first Indian meal I ever had was in Twickenham, ironically, all those years ago. And a friend of mine took me out. He said, we'll go and eat Indian. I said, I've never had Indian before. I mean, this was seriously... donkeys years ago. And so he said, well, there's this Indian restaurant, it's very good. I said, well, I don't want anything spicy. And I've stuck with it, chicken tikka masala, pilao rice, and mushroom bhaji. And that's it. And I might have kulfi for my pudding, which is very nice. Kulfi, lovely. Kulfi. Kulfi. And that was it. And then I did try a couple of hot meals once. Never again. Never again. If I thought stupidly, if you have hot food, drink water. No, the thing to do is not drink water. Milk. But who asks for milk in a restaurant? Excuse me, can I have a glass of milk? Is that possible to have a glass of... Thank you. People just sit there going, I'm on fire. So I don't do hot. It didn't work for me at all. I didn't like the concept. I don't like not being in control. So if ever I'm ill, like we've had this little problem, and over the last week and a bit, I don't like not being in control because I don't know where it's heading. I like to know where I'm heading with things. But luckily, the tablets kicked in. And Sunday, because my boss contacted me yesterday, I knew it was him, reverse charges, and he said, I'm not stalking you. So I wrote back, yes, you are. He said, we sounded very good the other day. I thought, well, that's always you. If he says that after 41 years, we can't complain. Somebody says, like pickled onions. Yeah, love them. Love them. I buy jars of them every year, and I give them away to people as presents. Do you like pickled onions? They're really good. In Costco, they do big jars of pickled onions. You can either get real big ones which you need to cut with a knife, or you get the ones which you can put in your mouth, which are about that size. They're, whole. I had 3 yesterday, when in fact, actually, I finished off the jar. It was sitting there looking at me, begging to be eaten, and I thought, I'm going to eat you, I'm going to have... And I didn't have any cheese, because the cheese is fattening. Cheese is very fattening, and biscuits are very fattening. So I just had the pickled onions. It was really quite nice, actually. It was very nice indeed. I might have that today, actually, as well. I might have it with some... I might have a little bit of cheese today. But unfortunately, I do mousetrap cheese. I cannot do squidgy cheeses, soft cheeses, blue vein cheeses, nothing like that. I'm either cheddar, Edam, or Red Leicester. No. I wouldn't touch brie if you paid me. Seriously, I cannot think of anything. It looks disgusting. Anything that's got... Is brie the one that's got this sort of covering on it, and it's sort of the white cover? Ugh, disgusting, honestly. Who eats that? You eat that. Do you? On what? Wait a minute. Oh, Gruyere cheese. No, I'm not really big into Gruyere cheese. Not really big into that. I like Cathedral. That's quite nice. I'm so basic, honestly. It's hopeless taking me out. If anybody said, would you rather have a pudding or the cheese board? I go, I'll have a pudding, actually, please. I've never had a cheese board in a restaurant, ever, in my entire life. I wish I had it now, actually. I could eat all sorts of things. No, I don't do Wednesday. No, I don't do any of these things. I don't do stinking bishop either. I don't do any of these horrible, horrible smelly cheeses or things that just look disgusting. I don't care what it's got in it. I don't do it. Okay? So it's as simple as that, Actually, there's a very nice restaurant down the road from you. And it's... Where is it? Is it Englefield Green or something like that? Are you near Englefield Green? Oh, you've got no idea, have you? It's a lovely restaurant. I mean, it really is a lovely restaurant. It's an old country manor. And it's beautiful. Great something. Anybody know what that is? Somebody's bound to know. Near Egham in Surrey. Steve, we flavour all pickled onions in different jars, chilli and all sorts. I just like pickled onions. I just like the normal ones. Steve, Daddy's sauce is amazing on bacon or sausage rolls, different class, but you're right about Dijon mustard, amazing with rump steak. I also like Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. I absolutely love mayonnaise. I squeeze that into anything. And have you tried? You'd like Alphabetti spaghetti. It's when I was younger. Now I'm an adult, of course. I don't bother. And Steve and the Groovy Gang, says Rob from Hadfield, he said, this time of year I make my own pickled shallots. Some mixed with really hot chilies. It takes me ages. Usually I make about 15 to 20 jars and give them away to friends, but I'm not allowed to prepare them in the house. According to my wife, Sally, I make the house stink, so I'm banished to the garage, which suits me fine. Yeah, if you want to give them away as presents for people, making homemade food, something like that would be better. I wouldn't accept cakes from somebody. I'd want to see the circumstances under which they were made. But, you could give a jar of pickled onions, get some lovely ribbon and tie it round the top of the jar. That's a very acceptable gift. Very acceptable gift. Which I brought them in this morning, actually. Could eat pickled... We could have a... Have you eaten pickled onions, Corey? Have you had pickled onions? You've had a few. Oh, obviously not very popular, are they, your neck of the woods? They make you feel a little bit bilious. Yeah, okay. Just mentioning the word apparently kind of brings on some sort of reaction from him. Bit difficult to tell. Before we just thought it was the peanut butter and Marmite, which he wasn't keen on. Yummy, yum, yum. Well, so listen, bless you. I knew you would know the answer. It's Great Foster's. And Bob in Bracknell says they do a good afternoon tea. Now, you know me. I've done, with my friend Michael and a few other chums, we've done afternoon teas everywhere. So this is what they offer for afternoon tea. First of all, your sandwiches. Ham and English mustard on white bread, smoked salmon with creme fraiche, egg mayonnaise, cress on brown bread, cream cheese, cucumber on white bread, brioche bun, pastrami, onion marmalade and rocket. Then you go on to the baked scones with the clotted cream and the preserves. Then you go on to a selection of homemade pastries and patisserie, and then you get bespoke tea or coffee. Now, Monday to Friday, that's 35 quid a person. Now, I have to tell you, I think that's really good value. I think that's really, really good value. Even on Saturday and Sunday, it's only £37 a person. I mean, we've been in London hotels where it's £65, £75 for the same thing. And here, you could have some Bollinger, £17 a glass. Also, they've got champagne, G&T, a glass of Pinkster's pink raspberry gin with Fever Tree elderflower tonic. How delicious is that? Have you ever had elderflower? I love elderflower. I think it's absolutely delicious. That really is delicious. And also Pimm's #1 cup. Because they used to do all different numbers in the Pimm's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. And now they've just got, I think, 1, which is left. I think it could be gin-based. I don't know. They fell out of favour. I remember seeing all the gin bottles of that. But this, the Great Foster, look at it, it's beautiful. Can you imagine taking somebody back? You meet somebody in the local pub, you say, want to come back? Babe. And they then go, oh, I don't know about that. And then you take them back to this place, they go, where did this come from? You go, lottery win. Pretended to be a French bloke in France, picked up 175 million quid. It's lovely though, isn't it? I bet it looks really pretty with the trees and the decoration. See, the trouble is, if you had loads of money, you'd live like this all the time. Here we go. Christmas feasts and menus. So they've got... Oh, it's gone. This is for Christmas... What is this one? Christmas Day lunch in the Tithe Barn. Okay, for appetiser, celeriac, velouté, Granny Smith, toasted walnuts, Stilton. That's an appetiser. The starter, prawn and lobster cocktail, baby gem lettuce, caviar dill. Main course is the turkey, dripping roasted potatoes, woo-wee! Stuffing, pigs in blankets, jugs of gravy, honey roasted vegetables, pudding, traditional Christmas pudding served with brandy sauce, or, this sounds nice, sour cherry and chocolate brownie with vanilla ice cream. Now, and then a selection of cheese and mince pies. Now, that is 150 quid a person. Okay, for Christmas Day lunch. Children, 70. Get them all to pretend they're under 12 years old, and then you get it for 70 quid. Now, that's £150, okay? Go to the Savoy and see how much they're actually charging for Christmas Day lunch. I merely picked the Savoy because it's down the road from us here, but you could pick any one of the London hotels to see how much they charge. And I bet you anything, they'll all be fully booked up now. Because people book up these things ages and ages in advance because they want to be sure to do it. But it's not cheap. So they do a festive set dinner, okay, which is very nice. And it's got, okay, so the normal thing, it's got Gravlax oyster tartlet, crispy duck egg, butternut puree, crispy kale, pickled cherry, blah, blah, blah. Then the Norfolk bronze turkey, or you can have sea bass, or you can have aged beetroot Wellington, which sounds very nice, doesn't it? Otherwise, we sort of tend to forget our vegan friends. For dessert, sticky toffee pudding, Black Forest baked Alaska, yum, yum, yum. You know what baked Alaska is? Have you had baked Alaska, you think? No. What it is, baked Alaska is where you do the pudding, then you cover it in meringue and put it in the oven. And so normally you do it with ice cream. It's very nice. Savoy traditional Christmas pudding, brandy sauce, vanilla ice cream, toasted pecans. But how much is it? How much is it? They don't tell you. I don't tell you how much it is. Wait a minute. There you go. Set lunch, 120, with the wine pairing, 170 quid. It's interesting, isn't it, when you look at the prices of these things? Because we went out some years ago with the, you know, in the days when you could, to to a hotel down the road from where my godchildren live. And there was about 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was about 10 of us. Could have been a little bit more. Could have been a little bit more than 10. And there you go. Stop that there. Stop that there. No one you're on. And it was so expensive that we then decided that to go to a restaurant is the treat of all treats because it's so expensive. It was something like £150 per person. And of course, the kids were all over the age of when you got the discount for it. And it was cheaper to do it at home. It would have been cheaper to hire a marquee and bring in the marquee and go and eat out there. Here's one from the Ritz. Christmas Day, full programme of events. They've got a 6-course lunch, live entertainment, and a special visit from Father Christmas with a gift for each child. Why do only children get the gift? You've got to book early. Christmas Day lunch in the Ritz restaurant is £450 per person. £225 per child. Eat everything. Take the plate. Get the cutlery. £450. So you can imagine, if you're a family of 6 people, you're talking thousands. For Christmas Day lunch, you could go and buy a turkey farm. But, I mean, it's lovely. It's very... Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of doing things properly, but these are serious treats. Serious treats. But I like the idea of being in a hotel. In fact, actually, the idea... really, the idea of living in a hotel would appeal to me. Elaine Stritch, very famous actress and singer, she used to live at the Savoy. And she got it cheaper because she mentioned them on every interview. She said, I was in the Savoy yesterday. You can think to yourself, very good. But it was sort of lovely. She lived in a hotel. I could live in a hotel. I absolutely could live in a hotel. You get up, somebody makes your bed, they clean the room, get it all ready. I'd like to have what they call a flatlet. So you've got a bedroom, couple of bedrooms, kitchen, sitting room, bathroom. I know that quite a number of hotels on Park Lane have apartments which you can rent by the night, or you can probably rent for longer. And the Savoy have got apartments as well. If you look at the Savoy straight on, to the left-hand side is the Savoy apartments, and you can buy them there, a few £1 million, and you get the facilities of the hotel. And I always fancied that idea. So somebody else looks after everything for you. You don't need to worry about, making the bed or doing the washing up. They'll do it all for you. And if you want anything, you just pick up the phone, call services, and you go, full English, okay, fried bread, beans, 4 toast, two fried bread, 2 bacon, 2 sausage, thank you. I'd also like a pint of ice-cold milk and a bottle of water. Thank you. My room, I'll call it back. And you imagine you can do that. You can have the services of the hotel. And people do that. They live around the world like that. Normally at Christmas time is, it's a case of people to get away and do something different. Do something that's a bit more luxurious. Like that person in France who won my £175 million on the Euro lotteries. They'll be enjoying their Christmas this year, won't they? And we're all so happy for them. God, I hope they don't live in a chateau. I couldn't bear it. The only people we know over in France are Dick and Angel. We love that. I still watch that programme. I still watch it. I love it. They're so suited together. They always remind me, actually, of Barbara and Scott. Because they are so together. They just get on together. And it's such a rarity in this day and age. Such a rarity. Steve, the ice cream's the whole point of baked Alaska. It's about the magic of having ice cream in the middle of a hot baked dessert, says Mary. I know. And of course, the reason it doesn't melt is because you've sealed it all the way round. So when you put the meringue on, there's no air bubbles. If you get an air bubble in, it's going to melt the ice cream in the middle and you're going to end up with a plate full of... But you don't. And it comes out nice and hard. And then you just sort of... It's delicious. I love it. Steve, sadly no Christmas lunch at the Ritz now. London's in Tier 3. I'm going to do that just after the news. I'm going to tell you what Tier 3 means for us. Okay? And then you'll know. I've delivered to the Ritz, Steve. They won't be doing the Christmas lunch now due to being in T3. They've got to close as of tomorrow night. I know, they'd only just started opening up all the restaurants, hadn't they? And now all of a sudden... How many times have I said, it's not over. Please don't think it's over. Just because they've got a vaccine doesn't mean it's over. You've got to be vigilant. So Tier 3. These are the hard and fast. So what are the rules? Indoor entertainment venues such as cinemas, theatres and bowling alleys, closed. Pubs, restaurants, cafes close, except for takeaway. Which again, you know, if you're a restaurant nowadays, you probably don't have the facility for takeaways. Shops and hairdressers and salons will be allowed to remain open. Isn't that odd? Last time round, they weren't. Groups of 6 will be allowed to meet outdoors only. Crowds at live events will be banned. Of course, where we are, we've got loads of live events. People should avoid travelling out of or into Tier 3 areas unless it's unavoidable. And finally, people from separate households cannot meet indoors, and the rule of 6 applies outside. So, is that going to change anything in your life? Maybe, maybe not. So shops and restaurants and salons will be allowed to remain open. So in other words, that'll all be normal. And still you get people walking in without masks on. Stupid people. Selfish people. But we have to be careful, especially with this new strain. I mean, there have been many mutations since it first emerged in 2019. Also, should we expect the virus to become more harmful? Not really. Not really. Is it something to be worried about? Bit premature to make claims about the potential impacts. And is it the first novel strain found in the UK? So this is the first strain investigated in such detail by the Public Health England. And the one thing we want is this to finish next year. We want this to finish next year. We don't want this to go on any longer. This is, you know, I mean, it's restaurants who've only just started opening up, all of a sudden, close again. We've then just opened up. And hairdressers can remain open. If you remember, originally, they weren't open. Now they've obviously changed their opinion. And yet immediately, bowling alleys... How many people you know go to bowling alleys? I mean, I'm sure they do exist, but it's not exactly top of the list. Theatres. I mean, this is the worst news that they actually could have had. Really terrible. 84850... Steve at lbc.co.uk. John says, I hate to remind you, all hotels and restaurants are now shut for Christmas due to Tier 3 COVID-19 restriction in Greater London. Yeah, we've just done that, John. Where are you coming from? If you and the producers were to star in a pantomime, which characters would be most fitting? I don't think they do the Abominable Snowman, do they, as a pantomime? I think they do. I don't know. I suppose the two I work with would have to be the Ugly Sisters. Definitely. You're not Buttons. Not your size, you're not Buttons. You're like the complete overcoat Buttons. As if. No, I think you'd definitely be the Ugly Sisters. I would think that would be... That's what I'd put you forward for, anyway. Also, there's another feature of the paper today. This is very strange, isn't it? The people who sell dream tickets. Do you know if you get a retailer, like a sweet shop or a corner shop or an off-licence or whatever it happens to be, and they sell a winning ticket, they then generally make a big thing about it, and people will trek to go there because they think that shop is lucky. It's like, if I won 175 million, I couldn't keep these two away. They'd be like a rash. You know, oh, Steve, can we be your friend? And all that kind of stuff, you know, because I got the 175 million. I should imagine it'd be roughly the same if I got 3 and sixpence. But seeing as that's about the level that I go for nowadays, it doesn't make any difference. I don't care. Gyms can remain open, but only for individual activity. Really? Wait a minute. I have to keep going back to this thing. There's so many of these different bits of paper telling you, you know, what you can do, what you can't do, when you can do it, when you can't do it. And all the choristers getting ready to maybe perform for nobody. So wait a minute. Indoor entertainment, so cinemas, theatres, bowling alleys must close. Shops and... Yeah, so you should be all right with the gymnasiums, but that doesn't really affect any of us in here. We don't really care about that. So they will be open for individual exercise and exercise in single households or support bubbles only. Indoor group activities and exercise classes should not take place. So no exercise classes. Oh, that's true, honestly. Gets worse. What are you going to do now, Cora? I mean, how many times you've been now? You've been, you were going to go the other day. That was closed. Then you left your key behind, so you couldn't get in. Then you forgot the door number. So, in fact, you've not been at all, have you? You've not been at all to the gymnasium. Have you been to the gymnasium? Yeah. Did you have a shower there? Shower at home? Why? Not used to showering in a place with lots of other naked people? I want to make a big deal about it, but I bet her indoors would have something to say about it. Where are you going? At the gym again. What for? The showers. So, did you say restaurants are allowed opening Tier 3? No. They can open for takeaway and deliveries, but they can't open for sitting in there, socially distanced or non-socially distanced. So exercise and dance classes not allowed. Also, Steve, if I win the lottery, I'm going to take you and Nick Abbott to the Ritz or the Savoy for Christmas dinner. That's what you think. No chance. No chance of that one. Steve, have been giving the Groovy Gang glasses some good use lately, thank you. Also celebrated the good life of Barbara last night, watching Carry On Dick. Says Donny, I've got the entire box set. Well, the producer's got it too now. He said all of that's his Christmas present for this year. And it was carefully thought. I was going to buy it a few weeks back, actually, but now it doubles up as a Christmas present. So in case he's got a birthday on the imminent horizon, I can then go, well, there you go, birthday and Christmas. And he'll be quite happy with that. So he shouldn't complain. He's got nothing to complain about, as you can well imagine. Steve, I'll just make room service on another room and say, yeah, leave it outside the door, please. No need to knock. Then sneak out of the room and get their trolley. Yeah, but you'd never know. You'd have to look for that little spy hole at the top of the door, which is. But living in a hotel, brilliant idea, isn't it? And the rest, however, is a haze after Andrew can remember visiting a Pizza Express. Well, you always remember your first Indian meal, don't you? I remember my first Chinese meal. Do you not remember things like that? That's not a memory like Prince Andrew. I remember these things. I remember what I ate at an Indian restaurant. I can tell you the Indian restaurant doesn't exist anymore. It's now a Nando's. But that was the first place that I had Indian food. Andrew can remember visiting a Pizza Express, but apparently he was also at the theatre at the same time. So perhaps there's two. There are more revelations in the paper today. It's most bizarre. I mean, there's bits which appear to be part of what they call court diary, which means that they put court diary out there and they tell you where somebody's going to be. So the press follow. There's no point in saying he's going to be, if it's at a private party, it says at a private party on court circular. That's what it says. And so the paparazzi go, OK, that's fine, we don't need to get a picture of it. Or they get a picture driving in a car. But the court circular comes out every day. So you know exactly where members of the royal family are. They don't really have much privacy. Steve, I remember your Uncle Bill and his butcher's shop in Gants Hill. I was a child at the time, but can't recall any Christmas displays at Bushell's. I don't know if they did. I cannot remember. I shouldn't imagine that they did. It was a betting office years ago, wasn't it? They must have had to remove the huge fridge in there. My grandmother used to live upstairs. Amazing, really, isn't it? But, Bushell's. I mean, I don't... Yeah, so that's well below... No, Bushell's. I mean, it was long before any of these things. I mean, all these are halal butchers. Bushell's. No. I can't remember the exact address, Jem. I know it's sort of Ilford. It's off the roundabout. You go down. I passed it on loads of occasions. But, no, it's not one of these. It was a long time ago. I mean, we're looking more than 40 years ago. Goodness sake, I shouldn't imagine we even had photographs in those days. Steve, what about swimming pools? I don't know about swimming pools. I don't think we have any open swimming pools, do we? We shall find out. And another one here, which says... I watched a programme about Claridge's Hotel last week. Oh, I loved that. Have you seen it? They're doing it, and there's a very good programme on Channel 5, I think this evening. It's Christmas at Hampton Court. Which is very nice. Very nice. I've seen little clips of it, so that one I'm definitely going to be trying to get round to, unless, of course, I fall asleep beforehand. I was a chauffeur, Steve, for a rich Russian woman who lived weekdays in the Savoy. It was around 1.1 million a year, including a car parking space. How nice. When I used to drive there with Dale, either his car or my car, they would welcome us with open arms. I mean, you tipped. Make no mistake about it. The people on the front of the hotel, the doormen with their nice uniforms, they make a fortune. Really. It's a much coveted job. Much coveted. I mean, not at the moment, because nobody's staying in the blooming hotels, but, oh no, a coveted job. We used to stay at the Savoy, when we park there and go over the road to Joe Allen's, and we park the car there and it would be fine. And I think it was about 20 quid a time. That's what it would be. I mean, some hotels didn't charge you at all. They like, if you had a nice car, they were more than happy to have a nice car sitting outside there because it was a good image for the hotel. Babs in Preston says, welcome to our world, Steve. The Northwest's been in Tier 3 forever. I know. I just want it to finish. Don't you? I really want it to finish. I thought it would be, a good idea. Tony says, do you think Tier 3 should be relaxed for 5-day Christmas period? No. I don't, actually. People are not heeding this advice. They're really not heeding it at all. For casual swimming, pools are able to remain open in all tiers. Casual swimming is allowed for both under 18s and people aged 18 and over in all tiers. So in other words, everybody. So it's for both the under 18s and people 18 and over. That's everybody. That's the entire... That's covered everything, hasn't it? I mean, but what about 42-year-olds? Oh, that's in the 18s, people 18 and above. What about an 8-year-old? That'll be both under 18... It's the same thing. Well, people age 18 cover it, don't they? Because they're 18, both under, and aged 18 and over. And it doesn't say excluding the 18-year-olds because we don't want them, because they're dirty. They're grubby people. They only go there for a shower and to wash their feet. They're not going there for swimming. I didn't swim when I went to the local pool. I just bobbed around, looking like I was sort of a reject from the Titanic. Hello! I used to hate it. When the school used to go swimming, that was my nightmare. You know, oh, today, Stephen, you're very lucky. We're all going swimming. Yeah, no, we're not. Oh, I'm sorry. I've left my swimming costume at home, sir. Well, you'll have to swim in your pants then, Stephen, won't you? Oh, I used to dread it. They made some boy do it in his gym. He had to do gym because he'd left his kit at home. He'd left his kit at home on purpose because he didn't want to do gym. And, if it was raining outside, you did gym and it was all a bit athletic. It was good fun, actually. But, and the gym master, made him do it in his pants. So he had to sort of, which of course was highly embarrassing. I mean, nowadays you'd never get rid of that. That would have been total humiliation. They'd have had the police called round. Terrible. Carols by candlelight at St Paul's Cathedral have been a fixture. But for the first time, the whole event will be streamed live online. No carols at midnight. Well, there will be, but it's only online. Only online. Isn't that awful? All those choristers, they practice all year to give you all those nice descant pieces in Hark the Herald Angels Sing and all the other carols, and now they're doing... It's not the same. It's not the same. Somebody said here, don't stockpile. We've got loads of everything. If you see people stockpiling, just say... like that, like bit dim. Also, what have we got here? I'm trying to find. So there's a lot of very sad stories in the papers today, and I don't want to bring you sad stories. I only want to bring you happy stories. And unfortunately, there aren't many happy stories, apart from Doctor Who will battle the Suntarans, a warrior race first seen in 1973. Sorry. The Sontarans, they're made up, they don't exist, okay? You call it whatever you like. They don't exist. As a race, they never existed. They're made up, okay? Sontarans, Steve. Comedian John Bishop will guest star in the episode in which the 13th Doctor, played by Jodie Whittaker, is it? Would it be Jodie Whittaker? Meets the aggressive Ogheads, last in the show in 2008. One source said they're still... and exclude plenty of menace, or menace. They're very frightening people. So they're the Sontarans, ladies and gentlemen, coming to a scout hut near you in Ponder's End. How lovely. Also, penguins make the perfect pals. And they waddle, they dive, and they slide on their bellies. Not so clever. I got a producer. Hello. He's always available. If ever you wanted a double for a penguin, he could do it. Let's get a check on the road and the rail. Morning, nice to have your company. 8 minutes to 6 is the time. Thank you to the Steve Allen Original Spikers Group, who sent, they say, a little something for your tree, which is quite beautiful, and this Disney-themed Christmas wreath from all of us in the Steve Allen Original Spikers Group on Facebook. Your wreath combines your favourite things, colour, Disney, and, of course, Christmas. It's got glow lights in it as well, which we found, and they say it was an absolute pleasure and a joy to create your bespoke wreath and send it as a gift to you from us. And we hope very much that you will love and cherish your wreath as much as we did creating it, and long may it continue to bring you the spirit and magic of Christmas for many, many years to come. Made with magic, sent with love. Lovely, isn't it? There you go. There's a nice thing to have. Thank you so much. What are you doing? Put it down. The balls keep falling off it. Because some glue or something. We get some glue, shall we? Sort that out, don't worry. Steve, swimming pools are open in Tier 3, but for social distancing, they'll drain lanes 1, 3 and 5. You get the gag? Drain... No. Seriously, I'm doing these to myself this morning. So, they're Tier 3, swimming pool open, but for social distancing, they're draining lanes 1, 3 and 5. Funny, yeah. Yeah. Did you ever have trouble with the Christmas cracker jokes? Did you ever understand those or have to have them explained to you? I've never known anybody. Sometimes you get these blank looks and you think, oh, sorry, is he listening? You know. Sometimes not. Says Martin in Carlisle. Any more thoughts about changing the car that you talked about earlier this year? Well, I mean, it might not happen this year, but it will almost certainly happen next year. And the reason is because I've just seen my tax bill for January, because I'm self-employed, so I pay January, end of July, and I've already got it through. My accountant obviously has a great sense of humour, so I've sorted that out. But I don't know how much I've saved up, because I have my savings accounts, and I think I am due another car. I think as a treat for managing 41 years on the programme. So possibly yes. And Roger says, you're right, posh hotels love having an expensive car. Look at the cars in front of the Dorchester. Absolutely. I've parked in front of the Dorchester before as well, because I've got one of those... I mean, you would expect to see a fleet of... I've seen everything there. Some really lovely cars and some really tacky cars. Steve, a lot of shops are misleading. I went to Boots, they don't sell Boots. I went to Curry's, they don't sell curry. And don't get me started on the Virgin Megastore, says Ian in Hayes. Thank you. Is there still a Virgin Megastore? They did a thing on trains the other day. And it was Alan Bennett on a train talking about his diaries and about his boyfriend of 23 years. And it was very gentle. It was a very relaxing programme. And he was stopped and somebody said, you're famous, aren't you? And he went, I don't know. He said, but you've stopped me, so I'm assuming I must be. He said, what's your name? And Alan Bennett just stood there looking at him and he went, it's Alan something, isn't it? And Alan Bennett went, yes, it is Alan something, yes. And he said, oh, are you a looky-likey? He said, of who? He said, of Alan. He said, no, I am Alan. And this sort of charade went on. It was fascinating. I think he's 81 or something. Absolutely 81. And another one here. Steve, you're right, posh hotels love flash cars. They do, actually, they do. Harry says, if we're descended from apes... What did Adam and Eve look like? Well, there are two trains of thought on that one, aren't there? Of course, there is the biblical, that God created heaven and earth and Adam and Eve, and we came from there. Or there's the other one that says we came from apes. You know, the Big Bang Theory. And you have to make up your mind which one you think you believe in. I mean, to be honest with you, if they actually keep talking about things that they found which are millions of years old, how can we have come... from biblical times, because that was within our lifetime. You know, Jesus was walking around Nazareth and Bethlehem and everything else at the time. So, but yet the earth must have been there long before him. So it kind of disproves the theory, doesn't it? Slightly happier story for you. Gay people being able to donate if they're with one partner, says Finlay. Yes, we knew about that one. But other stories in the papers. Apathy can be an early sign of dementia. An early sign of dementia. And my brother says, will your old car be in your new car's boot? If so, can I have the first root in the boot? God, you don't really need anything else. You seriously can't need anything else at all. You don't need a heater, do you, for the garden? I was thinking about that the other day, actually. Something for the gazebo. And what are we having to eat? I don't know whether we're having on Boxing Day... Christmas lunch, or we're not having Christmas lunch. I suspect I don't think I'll have Christmas lunch this year. I don't think so. Well, I'm not going to my godchildren, because there's too many families, and we can't socially distance. So, go to the pub. Do I look like the sort of person who goes to the pub? Come up north? Oh, God, no. You must be joking. What are you having? Oh, we're having... pigeon. We've got pigeon pie today. Bit of a treat there, Steve. And your grand's grown the rhubarb, so we're having rhubarb pie and custard. Oh, a northern Christmas. Chris Moyles always tells me off for doing that. I can't help it, because I used to live up there. I know what it was like. I don't think we ever had Christmas pudding. I'm sure we didn't, or perhaps we did, and I can't remember things like that. And wife asked if I'd seen the dog bowl. I said I didn't even know he played cricket. Dun, 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 dun. So apathy, an early sign of dementia. Oh, well, there you go. My life mapped out, I suppose. And what's this one here? An airline to pay a couple of £1,000 for a misspelt plane ticket. Oh, I've seen some people arguing on YouTube. I have to go on and watch it. I always do it at the beginning of the programme. It keeps me going. Seriously, it keeps me going. And it's a man in America. He's flying to Detroit, wherever it is. Anyway, the flight's been cancelled. Why? The weather. And he wants compensation. And they've said, basically, and they have to keep their temper. You can't lose your temper with somebody who's standing in front of you shouting obscenities. And he went, well, you know, there is no compensation. It's the weather. God made the weather, okay? We're not flying. And we are covered by that, legally. Because we're two blokes on one of the EasyJet programmes. My God, they were vile. One of them was effing and blinding in front of children. I want to get to Barcelona. Get me a flight. I've got a contract with you and all the rest of it. And he said, no, it's because of weather that we can't fly to Barcelona. Get me there. I've got a contract. He was so stupid and thick. I felt really embarrassed for him, actually. Really embarrassing. Did you get the Des O'Connor hit CD I sent you, Marty? I did, actually, yes. Apparently they're going electric range by 2025 for Bentleys. Don't worry. No, it was later than 2020. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Tuesday, the 15th of December. The reason I tell you that is because you're all getting into the going out shopping bit. Because even under our new stage 3, you can still go out to shops. You can still get your hair cut. Thank God for that. I mean, some hairdressers went under. In fact, quite a number of shops have gone under. Restaurants can now only do takeouts and deliveries. You can't go and sit in them. And yet you can go and have a swim, as long as you're socially distanced. Hotels, closed. I mean, it really is a total disaster for a lot of businesses. They were even saying, who does, is it Glastonbury, which is that big festival where they have lots of people go and live in a dirty tent in a field for ages and ages? That one. They say that if this thing is not sorted out soon, they're going to be filing for bankruptcy. Which makes you wonder what they do with all this money. It must generate a huge amount of... I've never fancied the idea of living in a tent in a field with a lot of other grubby people, thank you very much indeed. So, but I like the idea of sort of watching there. Oh, we've got full Christmas lunch on Boxing Day. Blimey. I'm liking that. So I'm going to get a Christmas lunch. Don't worry, stop the offers. I'm going to get my Christmas lunch this year, which is quite good. Just getting it on Boxing, which actually doesn't bother me. I mean, you can have it on Boxing Day, can't you? As long as it's got crispy roast potatoes. And call you to chat over detail. What best time? My brother's English command of has disappeared, I'm afraid. Probably. Does my brother make it? Yeah. Yes. Well, I don't judge it. I've got nothing to judge it against, because by this time I'd have been to Joe Allen's, I'd have had Christmas lunch, I'd have been to Little Italy and had a Christmas lunch. And then I'd be having sort of Christmas lunch with my godchildren and then Christmas lunch with my brother or Vicky Verka. So, I mean, I'd normally have about 4 or 5 every year. But I like Christmas lunch. I don't think you should have to wait for Christmas and people go, you just have it one day. No, have it every day. You can make a turkey large. You can reheat turkey, into turkey stew or turkey curry, which is quite nice. My mother used to make curry with bananas. God knows why. I think she thought it was the English version of a curry. Joseph from Bethlehem. Yes, before we go down this route yet again, there is somebody called Joseph in Bethlehem, and he does have a wife called Mary. Getting excited. Days are into single figures. The Christmas countdown. Here we go. 9 days, 17 hours and 50-something minutes. It really is beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Take a look at the fun. And so it goes on. Isn't it funny? The old songs are always the best ones. All the modern stuff doesn't hold a candle to, I saw Mummy kissing Santa Claus underneath the mistletoe. No mistletoe this year either. I mean, the snogging's gone right out of the window. We go into tier 3. There's no, I thought we were getting to a chance of having a bit of a snog, but nothing at all, which of course means the boys look slightly more relieved than they were at the beginning of the programme. But it's a shame, isn't it? You can't cuddle, you can't do anything. I'm missing all of that kind of stuff. Have you seen The Lady in the Van? It didn't do it for me. I didn't do it. I'd seen it on stage with Maggie Smith, and I saw the film as well. Still didn't do it. Still didn't do it. Steve says, Monica, could you please remind people you are going to Tier 3 at midnight tonight, not last night. So it's time to get up and get a cab. Yes, you, not me. One of the benefits of living in the countryside. Nobody will close my pool. You're still swimming in the river, aren't you, Monica? I know. But you're right, it starts tonight. It comes in tonight. Tonight is Tuesday. Tonight is Tuesday. How many rough sleepers die on our streets in a year? How many rough sleepers die on the streets? Would you believe nearly 800? Nearly 800 die on the streets every year. I mean, some of them, most of the fatalities were among men. In fact, nearly 700 of those, out of the 800 rough sleepers who die on the streets, 700 of them are men. There's not too... You do see women on the streets, not very often. Not very often. But, some are related to drug poisoning, some are suicide, some are different. I went to Kingston yesterday because I wanted to go and get some pants. And and it's the same people begging. There's a family of beggars, and people give them money. They're professional beggars. They've got professionally made signs. All say the same thing. Cold, hungry, God bless, Merry Christmas. Each one says exactly the same thing. There's the father out there, there's the mother, there's the daughter, and there's a son. They've all got mobile phones. And people give them money. Why are you giving money to people who are doing this as a living? Terrible. John wants to know if the bookies are open. Do you know, there's a question. I don't know. We shall find out. Producer likes finding out these things. Bookies open. Mind you, you don't need to go to a bookies now, do you? You can, if you want to bet, surely you can bet online. You can just go to your computer and sit there and do Betfred or whoever it is. I've done that before. I've done it on the National before, but I've been into a shop as well, but not very often. I get confused. There's people who sit there all day in these betting shops, studying, a piece of newspaper and then writing things down and then going to the counter and getting... I would think it's boring, but if you're into horse racing, people seem to love it. LBC used to have race meetings in the evening, and we did quite a few, actually. Sandown Park, Kempton, places like that. And it was good fun. We took clients down, and I thought it was really good, actually. But I was watching it on a television in a marquee. But we had our own tote in there. But I didn't know anything about it. I just go on gut feeling. That's all I do. I just go gut feeling on a horse. I don't know anything about form or studying it or if the going's good to soft. Apparently, Tier 3 areas see non-essential shops reopen along with the rest of the country in Tier 3. That includes gambling shops, which will be allowed to reopen to customers when the lockdown comes to an end. That was in November. So they're allowed to open. Am I getting that? They're allowed to open. I tell you what, I saw a queue for the other day, and I've seen queues at every one I've ever been past. The one in Teddington was the biggest. The queue for the post office. The queue for the post office. There was one in Twickenham the other day. There's a post office just past the police station, and there's a queue of people outside it. In Teddington, there must have been about 20 people queuing outside this tiddly little post office. What are they queuing for? You can buy stamps anywhere. You can. Would they be taking parcels in or something? I don't know. Well, I don't know. I've got no idea. I just remember thinking, oh, there's a queue. Oh, it's a post office. And blow me down every single time it's a post office. So now you know all about the bookies being open, OK? Our hotel is closed as well. And of the new restrictions, Steve, I've got a family coming to London for a funeral. You see, is that allowed? I don't know. Ollie Locke married his lover Gareth recently. They weren't wearing masks. I know. Not our favourite person, is he, Ollie Locke? He's a bit of a drip, I'm afraid. He's another one from the Made in Chelsea programme. He's a bit fey. A little bit fey. But he married Gareth, and I couldn't quite... I don't know how long ago it happened. But when they seem to be socially distanced in the place where they had the wedding. But, as I say... Well suited, of course. Jason says, I think the government's lost the plot. This mixing over Christmas is very silly. Jason's a clear air filter driver. What in goodness name is that? A clean air filter driver. He's going to Brighton anyway. So that's about the best you're going to get today, I think. Have you considered a limited company? I had, yes. We decided no. We're fine at the moment, thank you. We're very fine with it. I don't like the idea of sort of companies and you pay yourself dividends and all those. I like it a bit neat. When it comes to finances, I'm very much, down the middle. I don't know it. I don't understand enough about it. I'd rather not do it. Steve, Johnny in Watford said, I've just read the rules for Tier 3 and realised we've just lost the Greater Family Christmas lunch at the Gastropub. Yes, that's all going to be away, I'm afraid. Hopefully they can do a takeaway and we can all go to my parents in Hatch End. Yeah, I mean, the best you're going to get is takeaways. That's the best that you get. But that's all right, isn't it? I mean, I can cope with takeaways, stuff like that. Do you know, I had a craving the other day for a Chinese takeaway. I mean, an absolute craving. I nearly got in the car and drove to a Chinese takeaway. I decided, don't do it. Please don't do it. Steve, it's called the sea. The River Ouse in Newhaven is just too muddy, says Monica. Jill in Warwick says, the queue for the post office may be to withdraw money as lots of banks are closing. Love the show. Looking forward to crispy roast potatoes and turkey soon, says Jill. Yeah, you and me together. Crispy roast potatoes and little sprouts. Little sprouts. I don't. Do people still have roasted chestnuts? Have you? I mean, had that for Christmas lunch today? Oh right. Not for me. What? You just sort of roast them in a frying pan with sort of some lardons or bacon or whatever they call it. Okay. No, I've never eaten them. Doesn't interest me. Sometimes you see the people selling them on the streets. They do hot chestnuts, and I think I've only ever had them once. You buy them and then you break open the shell. It's sort of half cracked anyway, which means it's cooked. Chestnut stuffing is the best. Oh right. I just like sage and onion. Oh, of course you wouldn't like that, would you? Yeah. Oh, I'm common. And you've got chestnut stuffing. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost tweaking at your nose. Yeah, look at this. Look at Alex. Preparation time for cooking some blooming 30 minutes to an hour. And this is Mary Berry's chestnut version with apricots is a winner. They're so posh up north, honestly. All the people I know. See, Brussels sprouts with chestnuts and pancetta. That doesn't... No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I'm not really bothered about chestnut. If I'm going to have Brussels sprouts, I want Brussels sprouts. You see, I'm still miffed over the fact that you can have Brussels sprouts. The little ones are the best. I don't like them soggy in water or anything like that. And I'd quite like them with cheese over the top, like you have cauliflower cheese. Why can't you have cauliflower sprouts? That's given Phil Vickery an idea. Cauliflower sprouts, why not? Well, actually, it would just be cheesy sprouts. Because I quite fancy that idea. Apparently it's really fattening, but I don't care. It's only once, isn't it? It's only once in the year, or 5 times in my case, if I'm able to have. Next year I'm going to go crackers for Christmas lunches. I'm going to eat as many Christmas lunches as I possibly can. Why not? Goodness sake. So, a lot of the papers are full of Jessie Nelson, who's quit Little Mix. OK, we understand that. Now, if you're serious about this, and I'm assuming you must be, and you've discussed it with the girls and you've made that decision, you should stay away from the media. Because this is part of the problem. But unfortunately, I don't think you will. I don't think you will. Michael McIntyre's new BBC One primetime Saturday quiz show, The Wheel, rarely gets around to questions. Have you seen it? It's dreadful. It really is. I mean, so far he's posed one puzzler every 5 minutes and 20 seconds in 3-hour-long episodes. And they've got all sorts of people. Mel B, Gokwan, and Dermot O'Leary. He'll be there as well. I don't know why, actually. He's not the most live wire that you would expect. The decision to plunge the South East into Tier 3 triggered outrage last night. Kate Nichols, UK hospitality chief, branded it illogical. And top scientists have urged you and me not to panic over the new strain of COVID. Professor Alan McNally and Dr. Jeremy Farah have played down the threat of the latest mutation. These things happen. Plus, doctors offering COVID jabs for the first time yesterday, but hundreds of Brits had their appointments postponed because of delivery delays. I don't know, do they contact you? I can't remember what happens, actually, with the NHS. Presumably, as I'm over the age, they either give you a ring and go, you can come in, or they send you a letter. Because you're obviously on the list of the doctors of people over a certain age. So, can't wait for it. Can't wait, seriously. Somebody else telling me the queue is down to social distancing. No, it's got nothing to do with that, Melvin. I know what social distancing is. We've been talking about it for the best part of a year, thank you very much indeed. It's got nothing down to that. It's the fact that there's so many people going to the post office. I know what social distancing, because you do that automatically if there's loads of you going into shops. But it's a case of, there must have been at least 20 or 30 queuing outside. Of course, it looks longer because of social distancing. Steve, where is yesterday's full show podcast? Have we done that? Have you checked that, Corey? Yesterday's full show podcast. Check it, please. I just got home And I usually listen to the show live while I download the podcast from yesterday. Is it there? Is the podcast there? We're having a look now for you. You see, we can do these things instantly on LBC. We're fantastic. Late to the show, how was your Pret Pigs in Blankets, says Mary? Horrible. Horrible. You know why? Too much gunk in there. Too much gunk. The roll was too hard. You could break teeth on it. And so, no, not my favourite. Not my favourite, I'm afraid. I won't be having, and also expensive, £4.80 each one. That's a lot of money. LBC News Time, just gone 6:17, coming up 6:18. 22 minutes past 6. Andy says, they tell us the girl has left Little Mix, but they don't tell us why we should care. Well, I think because it's the pressure. It's the pressure. I don't think anybody understands, unless you're in the business, how much pressure there is on young people nowadays. So you go into a group and it's all, people go, oh, I want to be famous. I want to be in a group. And we've had hit singles. It's all been masterminded in a recording studio. And then you've got to try and transfer it out into the live world. And that's where some groups come into huge problems because they can't manage it. They can't actually deliver. They sort of delivered. And it's the pressure. She said the constant pressure of being in a girl group and living up to expectations is very hard. But, you know, all she does is she dresses up in outfits like all of them do, and they do their posing and everything else. Now, you might argue the toss that it's not really very stressful at all, and how on earth can being in a hit girl group affect you? Whereas it didn't affect any of the others who are now going to go out as a trio, which does make them sound like they're going to be doing country and music songs, doesn't it, really, as opposed to sort of hard-hitting. It might work, it might not work, I don't know. But I bet you anything, she's going to, because already we've got interviews in the papers with her. So she says here that she opened up about how she was hitting rock bottom after she was trolled. But I've always said, if ever you're trolled, just delete. They don't know they've been deleted. They've got no idea. They can carry on writing and it just goes into the clouds. Nobody cares about it. But she says, most of all, I want to say thank you to the group and all the rest of it. And it's with a heavy heart I announce I'm leaving. Now, what can she do? You know, is she a singer? Will she carry on singing? In which case, somebody's going to have to take her. They're going to have to re-image her. If she's going to be a solo singer, she'll have to go out. They'll have to go, right, this is the way that we see you going now, blah, blah, blah. What sort of songs do you want to sing? Oh, I like ballads. And then she'll try and forge another career, but still within the same business. And the demands on her are going to be exactly the same. Yeah, if not worse, because you've got nothing to fall back on. You know, perhaps somebody might say, okay, listen, so, you know, you didn't want to be in the band anymore, took toll on your mental health, so what are we going to do? Sit on a stool, strum a guitar and sing Kumbaya? I don't know. But they're going to have, I mean, well, that's what they've said. They've said, of course, if it doesn't work out, she could rejoin the group. But then you can't have people popping in and out of groups like they feel like it. It was like when Jerry Halliwell left the Spice Girls. You know, they sort of, now they don't even have management. The Spice Girls, they sacked their management. I don't know why, blimey, done miracles for them. Miracles, that was Simon Fuller. But all the girls have said, we love her very much and agree it's so important that she does what's right for her mental health and well-being. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. But then get out of the business. Because if that business provides those problems for you, don't be in that business. It's like, you know, went to the doctor and said, it hurts when I do that. And the doctor said, don't do that. Steve, cards abroad need to be weighed. Some modern post offices still closed for lunch, so I had to queue in the rain, waiting for it to open. Some people say it's you can buy Christmas stamps. Well, you can buy Christmas stamps at most corner shops, actually, so that's not difficult. Monday's pension day, and many still draw it in cash. Oh, right. Interesting. And Brenda Blethyn filmed her latest series there a few months ago, says Diana in Herne Bay, about 5 miles from Whitstable. We know about Whitstable. And another one here. Have you checked and replaced your car's pollen filter? I've never even heard of a pollen filter. What's a pollen filter, for God's sake? So I've got no idea. They said this virus needs to be changed every year to keep your car's interior clean. My interior is spotless, I have to tell you. Also, somebody says, have you ever put a Christmas card inside another card and sent it only using one stamp? No. I mean, well, you mean sending a card to, you know, a cousin of mine and then putting another card in for their kiddie or whatever? No, I've never done that. Of course I have. Everybody's done that. My wife works for the post office, Steve. And she says the queues are 90% people returning catalogue goods that they bought online and didn't like when they arrived. The rest, I tell you, that annoyed me yesterday. I went to Marks to go and get some pants. And I'm so cute with my pants. And there's people in front of me. There's about 3 people in front. What are they all doing? Swapping things they bought. God, that must be the bane of everybody's life. You know, the person in front of you's got about 10 items they bought. Oh, I don't like this. So if I swap that for this one, and it gets a little bit confusing. One of the blokes I thought was actually ripping off Marks and Spencer's, but I sort of reserved judgment. Harry says, I've never heard of trolled. Trolling, yes, but it's probably not the same. Probably not the same at all. Had my vaccine yesterday, Steve. The vaccine is stored at -80 with a shelf life of 6 hours. There'll be appointments every 15 minutes. At the local hospital or GP surgery, you'll be called by the local team. On the day, you'll have a discussion with the doctor about the pros and cons, and you sign a consent form. But the best bit, Abid says, you get a cup of tea and a biscuit. You sure that's not the blood transfusion? Sam in Tooting reckons people are taking back Amazon packages, things that they've ordered and it's arrived and they're not wild about them. There you go. A pollen filter is a filter that filters pollen. Ooh, I never noticed things like that, actually. But I've never heard of one. If it needs replacing, when the car gets a service, then they replace it. But I've never heard of it before. Other stories which are running in the papers today. Oh, Robbie says some benefits and pensions are still paid into the post office. And Roger says, I'd like to get into Monica's cab because the radio is guaranteed to be on LBC. I think you would pretty much guarantee that. Pretty much guarantee it. The Duchess of Sussex, let's just call her Meghan, shall we? They're not in the royal family, it's a posy title, has used Oprah Winfrey to plug a coffee firm she's invested in. Meghan sent a basket of oat milk lattes to the TV chat show, who then showed her 19 million followers online. Meghan's put an undisclosed sum into a start-up company. She says the investment is in support of a passionate female entrepreneur who prioritises building communities alongside her business. Riveting. So Meghan, of course, was hit by controversy when the biography Finding Freedom revealed the deteriorating relations between the Sussexes and other royals. The main royal, courtiers and all, they're not over thrilled about it at all. But there again, Meghan does whatever she wants to do, and frankly, I couldn't care less. Ali Ross talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Or it's the pud, the bad, and the ugly. And this is Nigella Lawson. And the holiday is still over a week away, but I'm confident stroke arrogant enough to predict it won't host a funnier or more beautiful television show than Mortimer and Whitehouse Gone Christmas Fishing. I've seen it. I think fishing's a bit dull. My brother does fishing. I find it... No, I've done it before, but I mean, I don't want to catch fish, thank you. Trying to get that hook out their mouths, no, thank you. Oh, no. I have done fishing. I did it when I was... 12, 13, but not, it didn't move any further. My brother does it now. He'll go and sit there all night by the side of a river fishing. What for? What's the point? You just sit there staring at nothing. A couple of beers, waiting for a fish to bite the thing, and then you take it off, you go, thank you, and you throw it back in again. What's the point? Why don't you just sort of pull the plug out of the lake, look at all the fish and go, thank you, and then fill it up with water again? Have you done fishing? Done fishing? Yeah, I thought you... In Germany. Oh, right, German fishing. Is that different from ours? Fish are just bigger. My brother's done I think he's done carp fishing and stuff like that, which is for people who are real aficionados. They go to France and they go to crystal lakes or crystal waters, whatever it is, and they just go and fish carp, and they get a bacon sandwich in the morning and then they sort of sit there. Is it so much better? Oh, right. Still doesn't interest me. I mean, I couldn't be less interested if I was fishing for chocolate money. Actually, on thoughts, actually. I quite fancy the idea of fishing for chocolate money. He also talks about, you just thought the year had done its worst and 2021 would be better, didn't you? I certainly did, says Ali Ross, until 9 p.m. last Wednesday when Gemma Collins suddenly reappeared with that deceptively optimistic news that my theatre tour has been postponed. Before she hit us with the sucker punch, so I might do it naked. Now, Dieter Von Teese, eat your heart out. For that read, Dieter Von Teese is coming to a venue near you. I mean, Gemma Collins, about as talentless as you can get. So luckily she's been put on hold, which is great. In fact, the last time we saw her, she was in a Crete donkey sanctuary where they left Gemma to subsist on a diet of raw carrots and humility. And that was it, really. Very disappointing. LBC News Every Company. As for Paul and Bob fishing, Steve, it's partly about their friendship and stuff. Blokes talked about. I'd be surprised if you didn't like it. It's a gentle pace. I have seen it, don't get me wrong. I mean, I can quite happily watch something like that. But you're right, I'm more interested in the banter than anything else. Ali Ross has finally twigged that Gemma Collins, he says, hats off to whoever talked her into, Gemma Collins going to a turkey sanctuary. He says, I'd join in as well if only Gemma could stop treating people like dirt and pretending that the GC is some sort of act rather than the excuse for horrendous behaviour and an ego that would be unbearable even if she did have a scintilla of talent to back up all the foul-mouthed boasting. But she doesn't. There's nothing in this girl's locker. She is totally talentless. Totally. He says, as was confirmed when we saw her recording Baby It's Cold Outside with Darren Day. Unless I misread the moment when Darren soared through the wood there, the fact that Gemma couldn't really sing was no sort of surprise. The mission statement that came with it, however, chilled me to the bone. The nation's in bother, said solemn Gemma, and it's me that's going to get the nation through. Britain, writes Ali Ross, it's so much worse than you ever suspected. Brace yourselves. Yeah, I mean, totally talentless. She's not a diva, she's just a foul-mouthed girl who doesn't know how to behave with people. And in fact, I mean, this 1 hour is always filled. It's so predictable. I mean, it really is. I mean, even she must be embarrassed, poor soul. Just troweling a load of makeup on and going, I'm the GC, is not a talent, unfortunately. So the hour's always filmed with at least one non-event photo shoot for her Christmas card and a blunt update on Gemma's love life with a doormat boyfriend called Lawrence, who's been sacked off, she told Chloe Sims, in committing an unpardonable sin. He used a word. Put me off. You could pretty much set your watch by Gemma, who got her own confectionery brand, visiting a sweet shop as she did on Wednesday, when she was greeted by two assistants who looked like they'd just discovered there was a 20-stone wasp loose on the premises. I know, it's embarrassing, isn't it, really? But we don't buy into it. He doesn't buy into it either. It's a load of old hooey. And we've seen the programme. She's desperately lonely. She's very unhappy. And she needs to find a proper job. Simple as that. Jackie says, are you good at wrapping Christmas presents? Am I ever? I wrap Christmas presents. I do hospital corners. Oh, yes. Christmas presents and Steve Allen, they kind of go together. Like chalk and cheese. Like, anything like that. Oh, I love it. So somebody says, why do you talk non-stop about Gemma Collins? This is Gemma writing in. Are you infatuated? You're obviously a bit sad, aren't you? Because it was a big piece in the paper written by a TV critic. I'm surprised you didn't understand that. I'll try and do it slower for you next time, don't worry. I bought a lovely Steve small pop-up card from Squire's Garden Centre. It says postage stamp needs to be extra postage. Yes. You know why? Because it's a pop-up card and because they weigh more than a usual card. So when I sent one of these musical cards down to my godchildren and family, they just got one card this year. Normally they got one for everybody. And I put 3 first-class stamps on it because it's a bit bigger than normal and it weighs a bit. So, listen, I don't understand how the stamp thing. I just think if you put loads of stamps on, it covers it. Much more interested. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody else says, I think Jessie's made a mistake throughout her career. She's given too much, not power to the trolls. No, she's given too much coverage to them. That's what they get off on. Trolls are lonely, sad people who don't have any friends. They're generally in a loveless relationship. They generally don't have a job to go to. They don't have enough to occupy themselves, so they will write to somebody like Jessie Nelson. And so the moment she mentions, the trolls, I think, well, you've played into their hands because these people are sick. They're sick. They aren't very well people. There's nothing you can do about them apart from you just delete. It comes up, you just go click, and they've gone. And you never see it ever again. They can carry on writing till hell freezes over. It's not going to make any difference. But don't give them the oxygen because they generally are very sad, pathetic people. Very sad. I mean, they don't even understand how pathetic they are. You remember that one who was who wrote to the McCanns? She wrote 400 emails. And this, we were told, was a Christian woman. She wrote, and so what happens is they traced her. Because she'd sent emails, she was traceable. Every time you send an email to somebody, it's got your computer on it. We can find it like that. Simple, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And she wrote 400 emails saying all sorts of the most dreadful things. So she got doorstepped. I think it was Sky that went and doorstepped her to say, I mean, she didn't know it was coming. That's how stupid she was. She had no idea. She just thought somebody had knocked on her door, little to realise that they're there with the film crew. Hello, you Mrs. So-and-so, so-and-so. Why are you writing all these things to the McCanns? Not good. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here says, the fact is, nobody ever has much choice about who their friends or who their enemies are. Oh, you do? Oh, you don't have a choice on your friends? Good Lord. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, if I didn't like somebody, they wouldn't be classed as a friend of mine. They wouldn't even be classed as an acquaintance. You know, they're a producer as far as I'm concerned. They're just there. He sits the other side. He sort of laughs at the appropriate moment and pushes the right button, sometimes at the right moment. And we get through the programme that way. And that's how it works, you know. I mean, I help him out and he helps me out as well. And don't think I'm not grateful for being helped out by him. No, you have to be. You sit with somebody for 3 hours. How many people do you know sit with somebody you don't really know for 3 hours? Talking to them. I mean, I try not to talk to him, but that's what we do now. We sit here and we have a symbiotic relationship. Well, I do. He doesn't have that. And so we have this symbiotic... You have to have a relationship. How can you not have a relationship with somebody? You're sitting there for 3 hours with them, for God's sake. They probably don't like looking at me any more than I really don't like looking at them. No, I like to keep them on their toes. I always call them my current producer. It makes them feel as though they're sort of kind of worth it, you know. This is Corey, he's my current producer, you know. I like to look after him for the time he's here, you know, and that's it. That's how it goes. I mean, so far he hasn't collapsed on me, so we're okay. We're still smiling at the end of 3 hours. We're still having a little laugh. His is sort of mainly ha, 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 ha. I love it. And little Julie says, please give a huge shout out to Scott and team who are spikers for designing and making the wreath. Well, I'm telling you, impressive. Size of the box was impressive. You know, around here, jealousy around here. A lot of people saying, oh, what's that's coming for Steve Allen? You know, I never tell them. I keep things quiet. I'm not one of those people who goes around bragging about things. So Scott and the team for spiking, and little Julie as well. A bit of early Christmas cheer today, Steve, for me. I won a smile competition at the beginning of the year and finally get my new smile today. 2 implants and 4 veneers, says Rachel. I shall be smiling with confidence through Christmas for the first time ever. Good for you. Good for you. Why not? Listen, if you can't do things that makes you feel a little bit better, why bother? You've got to do things. Somebody else saying, how do you get to be good at wrapping Christmas presents? Because I used to work in a department store. And we used to wrap presents up to make fake presents. I learnt to wrap boxes up. And then in recent years, I've learnt that if you go to one of the shopping channels, they do these bags made out of, like, the stuff that balloons are made out of. Not latex, but the metallic balloons. And you put a bottle in there, and then you just pull the things, and it ruches up the top of it. You know, there's no point trying to wrap a bottle with Christmas paper. That's just stupid. Put it in a bottle bag, or in one of these bags. You get about 40 of them, and you put it in, and it's got ribbons, and you pull the ribbons tight, and it ruches the top of it, and just tie it in a ribbon. Just telling the producer that. You have to go to Ideal World or something, then you can find these bags, then you could put my giant bottle of Prosecco in there. You know, I'm just telling you that now. I mean, it doesn't make it, heavens above, doesn't make any difference. Nige in Pontyclun says, I used to like the cars that had a toy flying bat inside. Do you remember? What you used to get? You used to get them in the kids' comics and stuff like that, and it was a butterfly or a bat or something like that, only about yo big, doesn't mean anything unless you're listening in stereo, in which case you can see that, and you wind it up. It had an elastic band in it, and you put it in a card, and when they open the card, it goes like that, and frightens you, and we go, ha 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 ha. Jackie says, I've still got the original Royal Mail leaflet which explains sizes, weights and the stamps. I'm looking at the sizes and the weights in here. I work with them every day. These are the sizes and the weights and the stamps. Perhaps they still do them to send you one. I mean, I just put more stamps on there. I don't really mind about it. I've always got stamps in. I never used to keep stamps. Now I'm keeping stamps like there's no tomorrow. 10 to 7. 10 to 7. Do you know, I like it. When you get up early in the morning, you say 10 to 7 and you go, I feel quite good, actually. Steve, I'm wearing a 24-hour heart monitor. So don't say anything too outrageous, just in case. It's only monitoring you. So it's not going to make you better or iller. I don't think so, anyway. Front page of some of the papers, Meghan Markle. And she's on the front page of some of the papers. Also, Ben McIntyre on the greatest spy novelist ever, my great friend John Le Carrier. I've never read any of John Le Carrier's stuff. I wish I had. really. Barbara Windsor, they've sort of taken her book, they've started re-serialising it again. And I don't know, I feel she's still here. I don't know why. It's only because every time I turn on the television, they're showing another little bit of Barbara's life. And what a life. I bet you sales of her book go through the roof. People who want to know the full story, and it is a story. Rita Ora's jetted out the country. Good. Stay out. Don't come back for some time. Thank you very much indeed. Also, of course, that's had to close, hasn't it? The Christmas Carol. And it's they've got their first review, which is good, at the Dominion Theatre, but unfortunately, I don't know what we're going to do at the moment. I don't know what's allowed to open, what can't open, what social distancing is in theatres. We shall find out at some point. Scott's company deserves a mention. It's Seasons Designs HQ, says little Julie. Well, there you go. Carol says the whole show podcast still not available. Yeah, we had a problem with the computer yesterday. It decided to have one of its, I'm going Christmas shopping kind of things. And so it is being prepared to go up, as they say, today. It'll be up today. Panic not for the whole show yesterday. I mean, we've put one of our best chaps on it, and he said that he'll have a try to get it up as quickly as possible. Something which we've all been praying for. Also, Paul Hollywood is in talks about a spin-off TV show for lovers of fish, working title The Great British Hake Off. Oh dear, that's far too bad. You're barred. Definitely not. And a little while ago you were talking about, says Jude, posh cars in front of the Dorchester, and I was in Park Lane dropping off a client. So sad. All of those cars, even in front of the Savoy, not anymore. Roll on the vacation. Well, strangely enough, I was in front of the Dorchester yesterday. There were loads of cars parked there. All posh. In fact, mine was the only unposh car. The only unposh car. And they always have. The one you'll always see at the Savoy at the moment is their Phantom. They have a black Phantom which parks at the Savoy with a number plate Savoy. And it was good. Very nice indeed. I think it's to take people who book into the hotel. You probably stay in the best suite and you get the use of a car and driver if you want to go shopping around London. Although, to be honest with you, looking at all the pictures of the people who are not wearing masks, they've got them under their chins. I mean, you feel like stopping people and saying, I'm sorry, what is the point of that? Why are you wearing your mask under your chin? It's supposed to cover your nose. Please, do it properly, otherwise you might as well not bother. Oh, well, don't bother then. Because that's what people are doing. I find it a little bit disappointing. It's a bit like people taking their bicycles on trains, like the person did yesterday on the Windsor and Eton Riverside train. Oh, it sounds posh, doesn't it? Windsor and Eton Riverside. And there was a bench seats. What? Is it there? Bench seats, and there's one bloke sitting on it. He looked like one of those cyclists, the go faster stripes and the silly shorts, and his bicycle is leaning up against the seats, blocking 4 people being able to sit down. Arrogant, rude, silly little man. Didn't like him at all. So he won't be having a jolly Christmas this year. I think somebody should get on and go, move your bike, mate. They shouldn't take bikes on unless they're folding. It's the middle of rush hour as far as I'm concerned. Ridiculous. Billions of COVID loans for firms left unused. They reckon £21 billion of taxpayers-backed COVID lending is sitting unused in bank accounts. Put it in my bank account. I must tell you, the other day, I got a thing through from my bank. And, what? Oh, right. And it looked like a book. And it was ever so nice. It was loads of bits of paper. And so I opened it up, and it was an investment portfolio. Now, this bank, I have investment portfolios with, and they send you one every 6 months. These people had obviously requested the portfolio from the last 2 years. So that's why it looked like a book. So I got sent it. So, strange enough, it had their name on it, but it was my address. So I went through all their investments, like that. You have to. I don't know. It had my address on it. So in the end, I thought, no, be a good lad, Stephen. Be honest. So I went to the RBS in Richmond, and I said, they all stand in line, and somebody comes up to you as if they're sort of trying to buy you sweets or something. And I was sort of standing there, and he said, can I help you? I said, yes. I said, I got this the other day. I said, it's very nice. It's somebody's investment portfolio, and they've got £129,000, 650 quid. And 82 pence in it. I said, but it's my address. And so he then phones up the investment side of RBS. And it turns out that obviously, he said, are you doing something with your investments at the moment? I said, yes, I'm trying to get better rate. So we've got an investigation thing going on. Not anything, just asking questions. He said, a lot of the people are working from home. He said, and obviously they were working on two things, your thing and something else. And so they've done this one and they've put it onto your address. I said, well, I'm only slightly disturbed that the captain, because it was a captain, a bit like joining The Sound of Music, the captain was about to sing Edelweiss to me, and I know how much money they've got in their investments, which I thought was quite good because they had a little bit more than I had. But still, it was funny. It was funny to get, and he said, I'll deal with it. I said, thank you. I said, because I would hate to think that they got my investment portfolio. We have to check all these things. He said, well, I can only offer, apologies to you. I said, that's okay. A small present would not go amiss, a bottle of Prosecco or 25 quid in the account. Steve, if you whisper to Alexa, ask about the weather, she can whisper back to you. Listen, we looked out the window the other day, as Darren Adams said, when he left here, it was tipping down. I mean, it was absolutely tipping down, and he got soaking wet, and he's literally only running over the road, which is not so good. Most watched TV show of the year, I'm a Celebrity. It was the most boring. Meghan Markle appears on CNN to pay tribute to the quiet heroes of the pandemic, as opposed to the very loud former royals who don't help at all. Mentioning no names, Princess Beatrice. And I reflect on some of my favourite carry-on moments. It's surely worth a listen to the podcast for that bit alone.